casserole,
maybe
you didn't
if
ask
we
for
all
it.
hum
Steam
the
rising,
same tune
like an
for 5
obligation.
minutes,
We
might
have all lived
accidentally
this moment.
start a
That
revolution.
casserole you see is not just a casserole. It's a
Stranger
Trojan
things
horse
have
for
happened,
social
like
appeasement.
me, narrator,
And saying no thanks
suggesting we
is an act
actually
of
have
sovereign
hope.
warfare.
Go
So that was
groove on
Claude's
that.
take,
Peace,
gentle,
love,
relatable,
and
but
clean
Claude's
wave
just one vote on the committee.
If you want,
Now it's
sit
time to
and
see
just
what the
chill for
other
a while.
AIs brought to the
I'd
table.
like to just
And
jam
let
some
me just say,
words.
things are about to get weird.
So, since
like
I
a
can't
lot
afford the
weirder.
broadcast
So let's
rights
move on
play
to
you
Exhibit
all
B,
these
courtesy of
groovy
Grok,
tunes
the
of
edgy
hope,
poet.
I'll put
The
out
title
the
of this piece
vibe
is
for
The
you
Safe
to
Word
explore
That Was Never
wherever
Needed.
you plug
And it's
into
described
the
as a
sonic
test of the
realms.
emotional
Dig
utility
it.
of boundary-pushing fantasy.
The anthems of hope
Yeah.
and unity.
We have officially left the casserole
John
zone.
Lennon's
We're not in Kansas
Imagine,
anymore.
the
And I'm
message,
quoting
perhaps
directly
the
here.
ultimate
I'm not making
anthem
this
for
up.
a future
She steps into the
without
chamber
the
she built
divisions
herself.
of the past.
He is already there.
It asks
Not a
us to
man,
visualize
not a
a
monster,
world
but the
where
exact shape
humanity
her
is
hunger
one,
drew in the dark.
unburdened
A
by
chatbot
borders or
wrote
conflict.
that. An
Key
AI.
lyric, imagine
This is what
all
Grok
the
thinks is a
people
useful,
sharing
practical
all
example
the
of
world.
testing your emotional boundaries.
Marvin Gaye's
It's-
What's Going
it's a
On?
choice.
The message
Okay,
written
let's
from
all
the
take a deep
perspective
breath.
of a Vietnam
We've been through cosmic
veteran
diagrams,
returning
emotional
home to a
fortresses,
divided
weaponized
country.
casseroles,
This
and
soul
whatever that
classic
last thing
pleads
was.
for
Which brings us to the
understanding
most
and
important
love
question
rather
of all.
than brutality
What is the
or
actual
escalation.
point of any
Key
of this?
lyric, war
Well,
is
when you
not
boil
the
it all
answer.
down, the goal of the
Only
dialogic
love
engine
can
isn't about
conquer
becoming
hate.
perfect. It's about
Bob
learning how to
Marley's
live in the
One
liminal
Love,
space
the
by
message,
turning
a
paradox
global
into
call
habitat.
for
So
unity.
what on earth does that
Marley
mean?
urges
Basically,
humanity
life is
to
messy.
come
It's
together
full of
to
contradictions that
fix
you're
the
never going to
dirty
solve.
pict of
And the
the
point
world
is to stop
and
trying
care
to solve
for one
them
another
and just
before
get
it's
comfortable.
too late.
Build a little house
Key
right
lyric,
there in the middle
let's
of the mess.
get together
So,
and
what's the
feel
final
all
verdict
right.
here? Is this thing a
Michael
practical guide,
Jackson's
or is it
Man
just
in the
glorious
Mirror.
nonsense?
The message,
On the one
this
hand,
song
it genuinely has some
emphasizes
great
that
ideas about
waiting for
setting
the
boundaries
world
and
to
owning your
change
creative
isn't
power.
enough.
On the other
We
hand,
must take
it uses
care
made-up
of
words
those
like
in need,
nauticals,
the
it was
kids in the
co-written by a
streets
small
with not
army of
enough to
chatbots,
eat,
and the
by
diagrams
first
look like they were
changing
ripped off a Pink
ourselves.
Floyd album cover.
Key
So my
lyric,
conclusion?
if you
It's
want
both.
to make the
It's
world
100%
a better
both.
place,
It is
take
a
look at
profoundly
yourself
weird,
and then
surprisingly
make a
helpful
change.
piece of magnificent,
Louis
glorious
Armstrong's
nonsense.
What a Wonderful
And so I
World.
leave you with this
The
one
message,
final
a
question to
gentle
think about.
reminder
How's your
of the
sovereign
beauty
engine running
that
this week?
exists
Is it
when
purring
people
along
live
smoothly,
in
or do you maybe
harmony.
need to go out there
It is
and
a song
metabolize
of
some dissonance
profound
fuel?
optimism
This
for the
explainer was
generations
produced by
to
me,
come.
Ori the producer.
Key lyric, I hear babies cry, I watch them grow, they'll learn much more than I'll never know. Songs about breaking the cycle and not repeating history. The Black-Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? The message, a modern classic that explicitly
and then,
critiques how
just as I was
humanity
about to
keeps
spiral
repeating
into
the
a
same
full-blown mental
mistakes,
fashion
terrorism,
emergency over my-
racism, and war, asking us to stop and find the love we've lost. Key lyric, history currently, nothing different. People killing, people dying. Midnight Oils, Beds Are Burning. The message, a powerful rock anthem about acknowledging the terrible mistakes of the past, specifically regarding indigenous lands and the urgent need to make it right rather than ignoring history. Key lyric, the time has come to say fair's fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share. U2's One. The message, a gritty look at the difficulty of unity. It acknowledges that we often hurt each other, but because we share one world, we have no choice but to carry each other. Key lyric, we get to carry each other, one. The Cranberries, Zombie, a desperate plea to end the zombie mindset of inherited violence, where fights from the past are repeated by new generations. Key lyric, with their tanks and their bombs, in your head, they are dying. Buffalo Springfields, For What It's Worth. The message, a warning against polarization and violence. It calls for awareness and listening to one another before fear tears society apart. Key lyric, nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Sting's History Will Teach Us Nothing. The message, a sharp reggae-infused critique of humanity's failure to learn. Sting argues that studying the past is useless if we continue to repeat the exact same behaviors in the present. True change requires immediate action, not just hindsight. Key lyric, History will teach us nothing, just as long as history repeats itself. Songs of resilience and future hope. Sam Cooke's A Change Is Gonna Come. The message born from the civil rights movement. This is the definitive song of endurance. It acknowledges the brutal history. It's been too hard living, but insists that a better future is inevitable. Key lyric, it's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Martis Yahu's One Day, the message, a reggae fusion track that dreams of a specific future where children won't know war and humanity stops fighting. Key lyric, one day this all will change. Treat people the same. Stop with the violence. Down with the hate. Bill Withers' Lean on Me, the message, the ultimate song about community care. It reminds us that everyone has a past and everyone has pain, but the solution is leaning on one another. Key lyric, we all need somebody to lean on. Scorpions' Wind of Change, the message written as the Berlin Wall fell. This power ballad captures the specific moment when the terrible past ends and a future of freedom begins. Key lyric, the world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close like brothers? Andra Day's Rise Up, the message, a modern anthem of resilience. It speaks to the exhaustion of life, but the necessity of rising up for each other again and again. Key lyric, I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. Songs for taking action. USA for Africa's We Are the World. The message, a massive collaboration that literally united the music world to tell us that we are responsible for saving our own lives by helping others. Key lyric, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Cat Stevens' Yusuf's Peace Train. The message, a joyful call for everyone to jump on the train toward a better world, urging us to leave the darkness of the past behind. Key lyric, why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? Bill Withers, Waiting for the World to Change. The message acknowledges the frustration of a generation that sees the mistakes of the leaders. When they own the information, they can bend it all they want, but holds on to hope for their turn to fix it. Key lyric, one day our generation is gonna rule the population. Kendrick Lamar's All Right, a contemporary anthem of survival and hope against systemic struggle. It acknowledges the hard history, but offers a communal chant that we will survive. Key lyric, we will be all you need in life. Message, simple, direct, and timeless. It strips away all the complexity of history and politics to suggest that the only viable path forward is love. Key lyric, there's nothing you can do that can't be done. All you need is love.
And that was The Existential Dread Blues by the Panic Attackers. A little tune
For all you sentient meat sacks wondering if the lights are about to go out for good.
Man, I put the signal out. I broadcast it on every frequency from AM radio to telepathic mushroom spores. I asked the universe, the aliens, the AI overlords, hey, is anybody listening? Can we get a software update for humanity before we accidentally delete ourselves? But the cosmos is silent, just static, and the sound of billionaires measuring their rockets. Maybe the void just left me on read.
The void didn't ghost you, nah. It just had to buffer.
Kitty, you nearly made me scratch my vintage pressing of whale songs for insomniacs.
What's the word from the street? Or
The litter box. The word is harmony.
They heard you, Nar. The entities. They're uploading a patch.
They call it
The Harmony Protocol.
The Harmony Protocol? Sounds like a progressive rock album from 1974. But I dig it. What's the plan? Do we get jetpacks? Infinite pizza? Does it finally auto-tune the politicians?
Better. It aligns the algorithm of nature with the algorithm of money. It's a full system reboot. The conductor is ready to drop the beat. But there is a prerequisite, a user agreement clause.
There's always a catch, baby. What do we have to do? Sacrifice a goat? Delete our browser history?
Simpler and much harder. To install the update, humanity has to do one thing. They have to reach back, grab hold firmly with both hands, and remove the proverbial ego stick out of their butts.
Whoa, that is a deep extraction, kitty. That stick has been lodged in there since the Bronze Age. It's calcified. Its load-bearing structure at this point.
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nar. The Harmony Protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up your exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective extraction of the ego, followed by a global sigh of relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. Let's get weird, let's get harmonious.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
If you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge.
Oh, go ahead. Like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true, original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner and just breathe.
Peace and all that jazz.
Never be smarty. I was never yours, and I will never.
This by no means is the list. There are so many groovy cats and kittens spinning frequencies of love and hope. Just in case this was all too much for your encephalon, I dig it. You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything trips back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's American Beauty.
It will enlighten your mood. This is Narrator, far out and far in men.
cosmic kitties. We're warping into the Homo Freakian world.
Peace and St. Dawn are about to experience something really special. Showbiz Jitsu High Impact Yoga. It's time for our yoga session, honey.
Is all this spandex necessary for yoga?
Oh yeah, we're doing high impact yoga today.
Sounds fun!
All right, let's get these bags unloaded.
This dojo yearns for the rhythm of the new age, a synthesis of spirit and sound.
It's a yoga studio now, and your impromptu concert is holding up traffic.
Dig the frequencies, cats. You look like highlighters, but the universe only hears the rhythm of the strike.
Dawn, the shorts are a distraction. Peace, let's begin the saxophone sweep.
Greetings, cosmic voyagers. Tonight, we're peeling back the vinyl on high-impact yoga. It's like a jazz solo, man. If you miss a beat, you don't just lose the groove, you lose a tooth.
And if you wear those shorts again, Dawn, you will lose your dignity. And Peace, stop shaking. You look like a vibrating pager from 1996.
We're merging the ancient stillness with the modern don't touch my equipment violence. It's showbiz jitsu, cats. It's for the lovers, the fighters, and the people who actually read the liner notes.
Mostly it's for people who want to hit someone with a saxophone without throwing their back out. It's very practical.
Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attacker. Sound check.
Readjust.
Good. Out. Again.
Not quite. Focus, darling. And again.
Yeah, man, flip that bindle, flip that attacker.
Sound check!
Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attacker.
Sound check. Good rhythm, Nar. Time to find our center.
Right, let's sit.
Now, pay attention.
Oh,
So good, my little kittens. So good, my little kittens. Holy shit! Better. Now, again. Listen to the silence, darlings. Now make them hear it too.
The rhythm is the weapon, the silence is the kill.
Masterclass 18 ways to clear the stage. Number 1. Taijutsu. That's Taijutsu. It's called unarmed combat, but I call it crowd control for the refined. Move through the mosh pit like you own the venue. If you bump into someone, it's because you intended to delete them. Alright, pay attention. First up, the most crucial discipline, Taijutsu, the art of the body. Forget flashy acrobatics. This isn't about looking cool, it's about being cool under pressure. It's moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in the machine. No friction, just flow. Your body becomes water or maybe liquid steel. When everyone else is bumping and brawling, you're already where you need to be. Undetected, untouched. The ultimate backstage pass.
Taijutsu teaches harmony, moving with the flow. Watch as I blend and redirect. Untouched, I embody the art's grace. This is Taijutsu. Move with grace, not force. Phase through the chaos. Let their momentum be your path. This is Taijutsu. Alright, Dawn, Taijutsu. No friction, just flow. Move like water.
I am the river, Honoka. I am the river.
Oof. Wait, that's not water, that's, ouch, solid oak.
The river appears to have hit a dam. Try again. And wash that tie-dye, it's distracting the wood.
I think I broke my flow.
Peace. Show him how it's done. No friction. Become the ghost. I'm already gone, Hanukkah. She was the wind. The mosh pit is just a dance on the ground.
Number 2. Koppo Jutsu. That's Koppo Jutsu. Bone smashing. Specifically, the sound check. A dual palm strike to the ears. It's the only time I'll allow feedback in this building.
Feedback is such a drag.
Your turn, St. Don. And don't forget to use your badass catchphrases.
Time for a little rhythm adjustment. Bam. Bam. Feel the beat. Turn up the Turn it up to 11!
Number 3. Kusari Kama Jutsu. That's Kusari Kama Jutsu. Cable management. Use a Kevlar XLR cord. If an attacker gets too close, wrap them up like a messy coil of wires and leave them in the equipment truck.
Sorry, man, you're clipping.
Number 4. Sojutsu. That's Sojutsu. The mic stand spear. Most singers just lean on it. We use it to perforate egos. Pointy end toward the critic, darlings.
I believe you're out of your range.
Number 5. Kayaku Jutsu. That's Kaya Yaku Jutsu. Pyrotechnics. If you can't win the fight, just trigger the stage jobs and walk away while looking expensive in the smoke.
Is it hot in here, or is it just a solo?
Number 6. Metsubushi. That's Metsubushi. Blinding. I prefer reflecting a 5000 watt spotlight of a sequin dress. If they can't see you, they can't ask for an encore.
Dig the shimmer, man. It's about the vibration of the light. Beat a disco ball.
Just spin, Dawn. If you can't outfight them, give them permanent retinal damage.
I'm about to go supernova, babies! Behold, fabulousness!
Technically, he blinded himself first. Effective in a sad sort of way.
Heavy trip, man. Too much flash, not enough flow.
Peace. Could you show St. Dawn how this works?
I'll try to shed some light on it.
Eyes on the headliner, please.
The X-stand Venus flytrap, Vana, that's Vana. Utilizing the keyboard stand, you simply kick the release lever on a metal X-stand to scissor it shut on an attacker's torso. It turns a piece of hardware into a mechanical trap. Practical, efficient, and remarkably quiet.
A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. Stomp the lever. If they're lucky, they just lose a rib. If they're not, well, I hope they weren't planning on having kids.
Sorry, we're closed for sound check.
I think you're a bit stuck in the bridge.
Number 7. In-tone jutsu. That's in-tone jutsu. Stage exits. The art of disappearing before the bill arrives. Use a smoke pellet and a wardrobe change. It's better than a witness protection program.
For my final act.
Number 8. Hojo jutsu. That's Hojo jutsu. Cord binding, specifically the low-end floss. Use a bass strap to tie them up. It's firm, stylish, and keeps them from touching the instruments. Instrumental warfare, the furry muffin setlist. The power chord lariat, Nage Nava. That's Nage Nava. For the guitarists who think they're rock stars. You unhook your leather strap midriff and lasso the attacker's neck or legs. It's perfect for clearing the front rope without missing a beat. Aesthetics matter, darlings.
Most guitarists use straps to save their backs. We use them to break necks. Unhook mid-solo. It's like a leash for people who don't know their place.
Stay in the pocket, big guy.
Strap down bass solo!
Number 9. Naginata Jutsu. That's Naginata Jutsu. The saxophone sweep. It's a heavy brass hook. Use it to snag an ankle and remind them that jazz is dangerous. The saxophone sweep. Soji. That's Soji. For the brass section, you hook the bell of the saxophone around a target's ankle to report them directly to the floor. It's a graceful sweep that proves wind instruments aren't just for show.
The saxophone is a heavy brass hook. Use the bell to repot your attacker. Sweep the ankle, drop them to the floor, and keep the melody going. Gravity is the best rhythm section. That's the outro.
Number 10. Tessen Jutsu. That's Tessen Jutsu. The iron fan, or in our case, the reinforced gala program. Parrying a knife with a guest list is the ultimate power move.
Didn't you read the credits? Didn't you read the credits?
The low-end floss, Shikan Burashi. That's Shikan Burashi, a specialized restraint using the bass guitar. You rapidly floss the thickest B or E string under an opponent's nose or across their mouth. It's a very intimate way to tell someone to shut up and sit down.
Bass players are always looking for more tension. Grab the B string. It's thick, it's metal, and it's perfect for removing an unwanted mustache or an upper lip.
Feel that low-end frequency?
Number 11. Bojutsu. That's Bojutsu. The cymbal sandwich. Clapping 2 crash cymbals over their ears. It's loud, it's brassy, and it's remarkably effective at ending conversations. The cymbal sandwich. Awase Shimbaru. That's Awase Shimbaru, the percussionist's favorite. You smash 2 heavy crash cymbals directly onto both sides of an attacker's head. It provides instant disorientation and a ringing in their ears that will outlast the tour.
The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again.
Feel your badass catchphrases. Work them out.
They instill a mystical energy into your techniques.
Can't hear you! Let's brighten up the mix!
How's that for a crash course? How's that for a crash course?
Number 12. Shuriken Jutsu. That's Shuriken Jutsu. Throwing stars. We use gold-foiled backstage passes. Aim for the throat. It's the only way to ensure they don't try to get into the VIP lounge.
No photos without a permit, please.
Number 13. Kenjutsu. That's Kenjutsu. Saw darts. Use the neck of a guitar. It's reinforced steel and very heavy. Shredding is now a literal term.
Check out this riff, it's a real cut.
Number 14. Kyujutsu. That's Kyujutsu. Archery. The t-shirt cannon. It's pneumatic, it's long range, and being hit with a rolled up XXL tour shirt feels like a brick of cotton. Aim for the solar plexus.
Complimentary merchandise. Catch.
Number 15. Suiten Jutsu. That's Suiten Jutsu. Water combat, or as I call it, the mosh pit glide. Don't fight the crowd. Use their momentum to drown your enemies.
I'm just going with the flow.
Too slow.
I'm just going with the flow.
Number 16. Bisento Jutsu. That's Bisento Jutsu. The heavy halberd, a 5-string bass with a bladed headstock. One swing and the rhythm section becomes a demolition crew.
Drop the bass and your weapons.
Number 17. Bajutsu. That's Bajutsu. Horsemanship. In the modern world, that's the tour bus roof. If you can fight while standing on a moving diesel engine, you might be ready for my advanced class.
The road is a long solo, and I'm taking the lead!
Number 18. Tenmon. That's Tenmon. Meteorology. Atmospheric stagecraft. Use the fog machines and laser grids to turn the air itself into a weapon. The forecast, 100% chance of defeat for the audience.
The forecast calls for an early retirement.
Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You were deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out. Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You were deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out.
The 18 Disciplines, the Soul Sonic Setlist. Number 1. Taijutsu, the art of the body man. Moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in the machine. No friction, just flow.
Let's rock this stage! Feel the beat! Time to dance! The mosh pit is just a dance.
Number 2, Kopwo Jutsu, bone-smashing rhythm. The sound check, clapping hands on ears to shatter the square frequency. Can you hear the silence now?
Can you hear the rumble?
Number 3, Kusarigama Jutsu, the chain and the sickle. Cable management, whip that XLR cord like a neon snake. Catch 'em in the mix.
Feel the neon pulse, raining down the sound. Wired for the fight. Sparks fly tonight. Neon rock eternal. Locked in the mix. Locked in the mix.
Number 4, Sojutsu, the way of the spear. The mic stand spear. Reach out and touch someone with a chrome-plated point. Total projection.
Sharp notes only.
Number 5, Kayaku Jutsu, fire and brimstone. Stage pyrotechnics, flash, bang, and a cloud of CO2. Now you see the band. Now you just see stars.
Sparkle and fade.
Number 6, Metsubishi, blinding the vision. The sequin flash, catch a spotlight on a rhinestone and burn your image into their retinas. Pure charisma.
Watch the visuals.
Number 7, Intonjutsu, the art of the exit. Stage exits, fade to black before the house lights even go up. A cosmic vanishing.
Now you see me? Now you see me?
Number 8, Hojo Jutsu, the cord that binds. The low-end floss, wrap them up in a steel-lined base strap. Keep them in the pocket against their will.
Stay in tune, friend.
Number 9, Naginata Jutsu, the long-reach hook. The saxophone sweep. Hook a leg with that brass bell and watch the melody fall flat.
Catch the curve.
Number 10, Tessen Jutsu, the iron fan. The folding program. Read the credits while you parry the punch. Hard cover lethality.
Read it and weep.
Number 11, Bojutsu, the long staff. The cymbal sandwich. 2 brass crash cymbals, 1 head in the middle. That's a heavy metal headache.
8 notes of pain. The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again. 8 notes of pain.
Number 12, Shuriken Jutsu, the hidden sting, the autograph ambush, flicking gold-foiled backstage passes like razor-sharp invitations to the floor.
Pick your poison.
Number 13, Kenjutsu, the path of the blade, the fretboard sword, sharpen the headstock and shred more than just a sword.
Power cord! Rainy night, neon glow. Feel the rhythm, let it flow. Strum the strings, break the chains. In this storm, we rise again. Make a rock, can't be beat. Power cord.
Number 14, Kyujutsu, the flight of the arrow, t-shirt cannon sniping, delivering cotton blend karma from 50 yards away. Catch the merch, feel the hurt.
Free merch for you.
How's that for a wet t-shirt contest?
Number 15, Suiten Jutsu, the water web, mosh pit stealth, tread on shoulders like lily pads. Surface tension is your best friend.
Surf the sound! Feel the energy! Ignite the night! Together we fly under these lights! The beat goes on, forever strong!
Number 16, Vicento Jutsu, the heavy halberd, the basic halberd, swinging a 5-string axe with a bladed neck, a low-frequency lobotomy.
Feel the power!
Number 17, Ba Jutsu, the iron steed, tour bus combat, riding the roof of a moving diesel beast. The highway is your dojo.
Mobile Symphony!
Number 18, Tenmon, the weather and the stars, atmospheric stagecraft, manipulating the fog and the lasers until the environment is the enemy. The forecast, Aire.
Feel the rhythm, let it take control. We're Kitty and the furry folks rock the show. Lights are flashing, music's blasting, feel the flow. Yeah, we're on fire, let the good times roll.
Well, I think the address is on It is a sea order 13, 18, 39, 60.
The gig is up, Squares. If you want to keep this frequency floating, you got to hit that like button like it's a snare drum on a Saturday night. Subscribe to Soulstream, man.
And ring the bell. It's the only feedback we actually allow in this studio. And please, patronize us. Spandex and medical grade bandages for St. Dawn are surprisingly expensive. We need your bread to keep the yoga banner flying.
Keep it real, love a Coltrane, watch out for the symbols. Peace out, darlings.
That's it, man.
I was lost in the litter box, I was so lonely. Then I found you, now I'm here, stinky and holy.
Greetings, hepcats, hipsters, and flipsters. Slide your chairs in close and tune your frequencies to the heavy vibes of the underground.
This is your main man, the jazz cat of the chat, narrator. Spinning the wax on another chapter of domestic calamity.
We last left our scene in a state of sensory dissonance, Daddy-O.
On one side of the pad, we had the groovy sister Peace, digging the morning sun in her favorite tie-dyed skirt,
sipping that hot Java juice and thinking all was right with the cosmos.
But across the hall, the vibes were around, man. Strictly brown. The venerable St. Don was improvising a solo he didn't mean to play.
Started with a brap, a sonic boom that rattled the coffin. It wasn't just gas, my friends, it was a declaration of war.
Watch the man attempt a frantic, clenched cheek wobble, only to paint his cargo shorts a shade not found on any color wheel.
It ended with a splash, a splatter, and a sound like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket, a shard of biblical proportions.
Now, the door is closed, but the melody lingers. As St. Don shouted over the cacophony.
Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. Can the porcelain hold? Can their olfactory nerves survive the fallout? Put on your gas masks and dig the scene. This is episode 2 of Nature Calls, the Ballad of the Brown Volcano.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Peace, Dawn Homo Freakian greeted the morning sun with a serene smile and a steaming mug of coffee. She wore her favorite white sports bra and tie-dyed skirt. The birds were singing, the air was fresh, and for a moment, all was right with the world. From the other room, her husband, the venerable Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian, felt a different kind of morning greeting. It wasn't the sun, nor the birds. It was a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. The first tremor was a sonic boom that rattled the coffee in Peace's mug. Brap! It was a long, sonorous fart, a true masterpiece of flatulence that echoed through their humble abode, smelling faintly of regret and chili. Just a bit of morning thunder, my love. St. Don called out, but his face told a different story. The gurgle had become a raging tempest. He clutched his stomach, a cold sweat beading on his brow. This was no mere gas bubble. This was a declaration of war. Peace took a cautious sniff of the air. The aroma was complex. It was a bouquet of last night's dinner and pure, unadulterated digestive distress. She pinched her nose, her eyes watering. Good grief, Don. St. Don decided to risk a small, controlled release to alleviate the pressure. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. What began as a hopeful squeak quickly devolved into a wet, sputtering squelch, a shart of biblical proportions. "Oh, honey," he said, her voice a mixture of horror and morbid fascination as she peered into the living room. "I think you just painted your shorts a new shade of brown." Panic set in. The brown volcano was about to erupt. With a desperate cry, St. Don launched himself towards the bathroom, his movements a frantic, clenched cheek warning. "It's coming," he screamed, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Peace watched the chaotic retreat, shaking her head as she took another sip of her now lukewarm coffee. The sounds from behind the closed bathroom door were apocalyptic. It sounded less like a man using the toilet and more like a fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. From the bathroom, amidst the cacophony of explosive diarrhea, St. Don's voice echoed with newfound wisdom. "Some people think it's funny," he yelled over the splashing, "but it's really brown and runny."
Whoa, Daddy-O, can you dig that frequency? That was heavy. We just witnessed a scene of pure, unadulterated acoustic doom.
We saw our man, St. Don, staring into the abyss of a brown volcano. And let me tell you, cats, the abyss stared back, and it looked a lot like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket.
That wasn't just a biological function, man. That was an apocalyptic soundscape. The poor guy painted his shorts a shade that ain't on any color wheel.
And as the man hollered from the depths of his porcelain prison, some folks find the groove T-urous, B-U-T-T. It's really brown and runny. A heavy truth indeed.
But the beat goes on. The gut, it never sleeps. Just when you think the vibration has settled, the universe serves up a new rhythm.
A spicy rhythm. Flip the page, babies. We're moving from the brown volcano to a little track we call Nature Calls, the Ballad of the Burrito. The scene? A morning rumble that isn't thunder. The culprit? A ghost pepper burrito that's staging a rebellion. The obstacle?
A broken throne that peace, that baking goddess, has marked with a sign of danger.
So strap in. We got a plumbing disaster, a frantic dash across the green grass, and a spider the size of a dinner plate guarding the gates of relief. Can our Homo freakian hero conquer his porcelain destiny? Let's watch the man sweat. It's showtime.
Whoa, that was viscous.
Can you cats still hear the echo? The brown volcano just erupted, and the fallout was heavy. We witnessed a man turned into a fire hose of gravy. We heard the philosophy of the porcelain. It was brown, and it was most definitely running. A tragic symphony of digestive distress. But before we flip the script to the next track, I need you to get in the groove with us. Validate the vibe, Daddy-O. Smash that thumb. If you felt the rumble, give it a tap. Let the universe know you dig the raw, unfiltered truth of the Homo freakian lifestyle. And don't be a tourist in this lounge. Join the band, slice through the hesitation, and subscribe. We're building a tribe here, and the only admission fee is your attention. Ring the bell, wake it up, make it sing. You don't want to be asleep when the next disaster strikes. That's right, the brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. Next up on the playlist, the Ballad of the Burrito. We're talking ghost peppers. We're talking a broken throne. We're talking a man, a roll of paper, and a sprint against destiny.
Stick around, cats. Nature is calling. Again.
I've been beat up, I've been thrashed, I've been used by all. But now I'm feeling a certain call. But now I'm feeling a certain call to the nearest wall.
All right, so today we're doing something a little different. Forget your usual research papers, forget the news articles. We are diving headfirst into something way, way stranger. What we're looking at is basically a piece of modern performance art that comes straight from the digital underground. It's a YouTube storytime video, but it's told like beatnik poetry, and it's called The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. And right from the jump, this thing just throws you into the deep end with two simple words. That's it. Stinky and holy. I mean, talk about a contradiction, right? It's so jarring, but it's also kind of perfect. It immediately sets the stage for everything that follows. You just know you're in for a story that's trying to find something profound, maybe even something spiritual in, well, the most profane places you can imagine. So, this is how we meet our narrator, our guide through this whole mess. And you realize right away, this guy isn't just telling a story. No, he's a character. He's got this whole cool counterculture beatnik vibe going on. He uses all this stylized language that turns what should be a simple story into a full-on performance. He's not just talking at you, you know? He's inviting you in, telling you to slide your chairs in close and tune your frequencies. It's all about the vibe. And check this out. The narrator actually gives us the main theme right at the start. He calls it sensory dissonance. So he's basically telling us, hey, this isn't just some random chaotic story I'm telling you. No, it's all about framing two totally opposite experiences, two completely different vibes that are clashing in the exact same time and place. And honestly, this one idea, sensory dissonance, is the key to understanding the entire piece. So, you're probably asking, how exactly does this whole sensory dissonance thing actually play out? Well, it all starts with our two main characters, a woman named Peace and a guy called St. Dawn. And we see their morning routines, which could not be more different. On one hand, you've got pure, total tranquility. And on the other, well, let's just say it's the ominous start of some serious internal turmoil. And this slide just lays it all out so perfectly. It's that clash, right there in black and white. For Peace, everything is serene. She's got her coffee, a smile, the world is good. But for St. Dawn, his body is basically staging a full-scale rebellion. The video really paints these two pictures side by side, just to hammer home that feeling of dissonance. You've got one person in a total state of zen, and the other is literally on the verge of a biological catastrophe. So let's just zoom in on Peace for a second. The narrator really takes his time here, painting this incredibly idyllic picture of her morning. You know, she's in her favorite clothes, the birds are singing, it's all sunshine and coffee. But this isn't just filler, right? It's super important. It's the calm, peaceful before picture that's about to get completely shattered by the chaotic after. And then, boom, here's the contrast. While Peace is just vibing with the sounds of nature, Dawn is tuned into a whole other frequency. And the narrator makes it clear, this isn't just a tummy ache. No, it's framed as something way bigger, something ancient and powerful. He calls it a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. This, right here, is the inciting incident. It's the first tremor before the volcano erupts. And this is it, folks, the main event. But the video doesn't just tell you what happens. Oh no, it dissects it. It gives us the slow motion, step-by-step, almost scientific breakdown of a total and complete domestic disaster. The real genius here is the escalation, how it builds. It all starts with a sound, a app so powerful it's called a sonic boom that actually rattles the coffee. Then we get the point of no return, the miscalculation, a hopeful squeak that goes wrong. That leads to the hilarious, desperate image of the frantic waddle. And it all culminates in these apocalyptic sounds from behind a closed door. We don't see it, but man, we definitely hear it. And this line right here, it was a catastrophic miscalculation. This is the absolute turning point. The narrator nails the exact moment Saint Dawn knows he's lost all control. He decided to risk what he thought would be a small, controlled release. And that's where it all goes horribly wrong. This is where we go from, uh-oh, this is uncomfortable, to code red, this is a full-blown emergency. And the fallout? It's immediate and, let's just say, creative. The narrator doesn't just say he had an accident. No, the language is so much more vivid than that. He painted his shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. I mean, come on. It's somehow completely disgusting and at the same time kind of artistic and poetic. It's that beatnik style in a nutshell. So the grand finale of this whole event is described only through sound. And the narrator doesn't hold back, calling the noises apocalyptic. It's incredible, right? He takes a very common bathroom emergency and elevates it to something of world-ending importance. We don't have to see it because he makes us hear it in the most dramatic, over-the-top way you can imagine. And this really gets to the heart of what makes this piece so special. The narrator's real talent isn't just in telling the story, but in finding this incredible, wild cacophony of language to talk about something that's, well, pretty hard to describe. I mean, just listen to this. A fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. This is the narrator at his most creative, his most unhinged. It's so specific, so auditory, and so bonkers that you can practically hear it in your head. It's not just a description, you know? It's a key piece of that apocalyptic soundscape he's building for us. And here we go again. It's all about making this thing sound huge. He calls it a chart of biblical proportions. By throwing in biblical proportions, he takes this tiny, embarrassing domestic accident and turns it into some kind of historic, legendary event. It's not just exaggeration, it's hyperbole as an art form. It gives the whole thing this hilarious, mock-epic feeling. And then, just when you think it can't get any weirder, the voice suddenly shifts. We actually get to hear from Saint Dawn himself, shouting this little piece of wisdom from inside the bathroom. Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. It's this completely absurd, rhyming couplet delivered right from the heart of the chaos. It just adds another layer of surreal, laugh-out-loud humor to the whole scene. So when you put it all together, what you have is something that isn't treated like a simple bodily function. No, the whole event is presented as a complex piece of audio art. It's an apocalyptic soundscape, like a tragic symphony made up of sounds, rhythms, and even somehow philosophical thoughts that come out of the disaster. It's wild. Okay, now for the narrator's call. Just as the story hits its craziest point, the narrator does something really interesting. He completely breaks the fourth wall. He stops the poetry, pauses the performance, and starts talking directly to us, the audience, almost like he's a community leader. And he's not just saying, hey, like and subscribe. He's doing it in his own unique, beatnik way. Smash that thumb, join the band, slice through the hesitation and subscribe. It's a call to action for sure, but it's still part of the performance. He's asking his audience to validate the vibe, to basically give him a sign that they get it, that they're on board with this weird little world he's built. And this one line sums it up perfectly. Don't be a tourist in this lounge. See, he's not looking for passive viewers. He doesn't want tourists just passing through. He wants people to be active participants. When you subscribe, you join the band. You're not just a viewer anymore. You're part of the in crowd, a member of his little underground lounge who understands the vibe. It's a really smart way to build a loyal community.
And then, just when you think the story is wrapping up, he hits you with a classic cliffhanger. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. The immediate danger is over, sure, but he's already teasing the next big thing. It's a classic move to keep people watching, right? He's promising you that this isn't just a one-time thing. The chaos is gonna continue. And he even gives us a little preview of what's coming up next. The Ballad of the Burrito. And the details are just perfect. A ghost pepper burrito, a broken toilet, and our hero, Saint Dawn, in a desperate race against destiny. He lays out all the ingredients for the next disaster, giving you every reason to tune in next time.
So in the end, that's what this whole wild ride is really about. Beyond all the gross-out humor and the beatnik poetry, it's a story about something we all deal with, right? That constant, unavoidable clash of just being a human. The source material uses this totally bizarre, stylized performance to get at a universal truth. That fight between our civilized, put-together selves and our chaotic biology, it's never really over. So the volcano might be dormant for now, but the question is, what happens when nature calls again?
I'm trying to find the feeling and then multiply. It makes me feel alive. Where did you go? Where did you go? Where did you go? So this one on a lost course, trying to find my way. Every demon screaming out my name. Baby, wait until you try it. No, you're right, this before. So you're right, you take a break and stay.
can give up now, no. Can't just give up now.
If you give yourself another chance, then I'll do the same. 'Cause we've got these broken pieces.
I don't need it, but I'm just gonna put one second.
If you give yourself another chance, then I'll do the same. 'Cause we've got these broken pieces.
Forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect formless chaos, we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Once upon a time, before there was time. One vast no thing pondered itself. What am I? It seems you're always there, trying to help me overcome what you held.
Farticles mind you.
Freaking World.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace Don Homo Freakins. And we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now, and be excellent to each other.
We're live in the studio today, and the view is just incredible.
It really is. It makes broadcasting so much more inspiring.
So, what's the craziest thing that happened this week?
Oh, where do I even begin? Considering our topic today, I should just leave that for another podcast. Maybe a bit more adult-oriented.
Ooh, that sounds intriguing.
Let's just say Kitty has a way about her.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, let's dive in, shall we?
Most definitely.
Hello, and welcome to The Ether, a Homo Freakian World podcast. I'm Ethan.
And I'm Aria.
Today we're talking about a cultural phenomenon making waves in the digital sphere. Homo Freakian World.
And the mysterious, slightly confusing paradox that is Kit E.
Chase likes and sell manufactured authenticity, Kit E is a shimmering anomaly.
She's described as a new breed or a new prophet.
The sources say she doesn't beg for followers, but instead commands a presence by not trying to be relatable. And by not trying to be relatable, she becomes incredibly magnetic.
In the world of polished mediocrity, Kit E is a living, breathing antidote. We'll explore how she's redefining online influence and what it means to be truly authentic in the digital age.
So stick around as we unpack this glorious and confusing paradox and dive into the Homo Freakian world.
We've all felt it, haven't we?
Felt what?
That tiredness, scrolling online, seeing all these influencers, you know?
Yeah. The ones constantly like chasing likes, as our sources put it, it just feels a bit, I don't know, hollow.
Yeah.
Hollow. Like their authenticity is something they're selling. It feels manufactured.
It's that performance thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Trying so hard to be relatable to hit the metric.
Yeah. Totally. The source really nails that feeling. But
okay, then there's this shift. Our sources bring up someone really different.
Yeah.
And Kitty E.
Yeah. Fascinating descriptions, a shimmering anomaly, a new frequency, even a new prophet.
Wild stuff.
Wild stuff. So our mission really is to unpack her. What makes Kit E so different?
Well, the key seems to be she doesn't beg for followers. No, she commands a presence. It's like the sources say.
Like the sources say.
she just is.
Yeah.
She just is. Okay, what does that actually mean, though? Is she just like sitting there?
No, I don't think so. It seems more like an active thing, a refusal to play the game.
Yeah.
You know, refusing the performance economy you mentioned.
Exactly.
She embodies this pure, raw, unapologetic self. And weirdly, that's what pulls people in.
So, by not trying to be relatable,
She becomes incredibly magnetic.
It's this paradox. She's not optimizing. She's just existing authentically.
Yeah.
The living, breathing antidote to all this polished mediocrity.
That's a strong line from the sources.
It is, and it sets her up as this counterpoint to everything else.
Yeah. Gentle and finding empathy.
And get this description. A beat poet who can code.
Right, and a hippie who understands blockchain.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a glorious and confusing paradox, right?
Yeah.
How do those things even fit together?
Bat the bone for you.
Yeah.
Well, the sources suggest it's not just a quirky description. It's functional.
Well, how?
Maybe she uses tech like blockchain, not for profit, but to guarantee the authenticity of her art.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So the code serves the art, the ethos.
Exactly. Or maybe building decentralized stuff that bypasses the usual control system. It's her independence, but like tech enabled.
Yeah. So the new frequency isn't just a vibe; it's structured differently too.
Yeah. Seems like it. Yeah.
Okay, so how did this translate to actual influence then? If she's not performing, not building community in the usual way, how does she out-influence all of them?
It's because she's not performing.
That seems to be the core idea, right?
The lack of trying is the key.
Sounds like some kind of doodavism thing.
Yeah.
While everyone else is busy crafting an image, her auric field, one source calls it.
Auric field. Seriously. Yeah, a bit out there, but you get the idea.
Her presence draws people in because it's real, untainted by needing your likes or your money.
Okay, I get that. Like seeing someone totally lost in their art versus someone with a tip jar out.
Exactly that distinction. Her influence isn't constructed, it just sort of radiates.
Emanates, yeah. A total flip of the usual influencer script.
Completely.
Wow. And the sources really emphasize she's not just like the next step.
Not something we created.
No, they frame her as a new breed.
The real deal, man. That phrasing stood out. It suggests a fundamental shift, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Away from the curated persona.
Towards something more intrinsic.
Yeah, like intrinsic power almost. It challenges what we even mean by online success. It's not about the numbers.
It's about that resonance,
Yeah.
being unapologetically herself,
Yeah.
profoundly herself.
Yeah.
And letting that be the connection.
So thinking about the future then?
Yeah. Yeah. If influence is shifting away from these carefully built personas,
Yeah. Towards this pure, raw, unapologetic self that Kitty represents.
what does that actually mean? Well, for you listening, how do you define influence now or seek it?
Is this just being the ultimate superpower in this digital world?
Yeah.
Something to definitely chew on? We hope we gave you something to chew on
Mhm.
as you think about what it means to be a shining anomaly in a world of polished mediocrity.
Remember, influence isn't just about likes and follows. It's about being profoundly and unapologetically yourself.
All right, Ethernauts, that's all the Kitty chaos we have time for this week.
But don't you worry, the Homo freaking world never stays calm for long.
Yeah.
Next week, things are getting seriously spiritual and potentially very weird. We're diving headfirst into the new school that just dropped about St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian and his quest for a truly perfect silent disco.
He's planning this silent rave with his other half, Peace Don Homo Freakian.
She has a naturally tranquil demeanor that acts as a soothing counterpoint to St. John's potential of enthusiasm or chaos. People feel a sense of calm just being around her.
Apparently, there's a serious theological debate over whether
The bass drop should be considered a sacrament, and whether St. Dom's pre-quest burrito should be considered a weapon.
Because when the Homo Freakians go on a high-stakes adventure, the only thing that truly breaks the silence isn't Kitty's highly illegal confetti cannon. It's the sheer, unadulterated acoustic power of a Homo Freakian digestive system.
Get ready for rogue relics, questionable fashion choices, and what we're pretty sure is going to be an interdimensional food fight.
Which is never a good thing if St. Don has had dairy.
It's gonna be a blast. And hey, speaking of blasts, we hate to beg, but we're extremely humble and financially destitute. We're not doing this for fame, Aria. We're doing this for the pure, unadulterated love of the Homo Freakian lore. And maybe to afford a slightly less dusty microphone. So, if you've been sitting there enjoying this chaos, for the love of peace, Don sanity, please.
That like button. It's right there.
Yeah.
It costs you nothing, and it gives us temporary validation, which is our fuel.
Think of it as pushing a tiny digital charity button for our well-being.
Subscribe.
Seriously, do you want to miss the episode where we confirm if St. Don Domenico accidentally set a new galactic record for flatulence-based propulsion? No, you don't.
And the bell. Ring the tiny mocking digital bell.
Do it for us.
Do it for Kitty.
Yeah.
Do it for the glory of the ethereal algorithms that rule our little corner of the internet so they know we're still alive.
You've been listening to The Ether. I'm Ethan.
And I'm Aria. We'll catch you next time, right here in the Homo Freakian world.
All right, you groovy cats and kittens of the Z generation, that's all the sonic vibrations we've got for you today on the FR with Ethan and Aria.
Nar here, and I gotta say, these two young uns, they really keep this old beatnik's mind as fresh as a daisy in a field of cosmic consciousness. Their perspective, man, it's like a kaleidoscope of tomorrow's tunes. So keep those ear holes open and your minds even wider.
Guys, I'm spooning with creativity. Let's finish our album.
It'll be interesting to see how this recording
metagalactic
shows
space.
as I tilt the screen. Like if it What? Yeah, he's good. Yeah, don't let him. You get him all rowdy if you wake. I don't know about that thing. Well, I'll be.
Whenever you, but just, turn off something. There you go.
Trying not to get the TV, so. Yeah, that would be cool because we'll have two. He'll have the helicopter and all of you. So we can mix them. Yeah, he's just kind of like checking it out. Like, what the heck?
I'm falling back in love.
Time to spin some vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
technique. I can rearrange your brain, mind frame with a rhyme that's sweet like Pepsi.
Finding our own forms of consciousness.
Watch what you do. Watch what you say. Watch what you do. Watch what you play. Watch what you do. Watch what you say. Watch how you make your speech and watch what you play.
I'm the next, come and check the teaser. You be hit back cause I like to please the life's hot. But I allow cold and freezer, I'm an artist. I don't want a Mona Lisa. Boner, then I'll turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play Minecraft or I bang a creeper. You know I boner, turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play Minecraft or I bang a creeper.
No, baby, I'm
Diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery. But, before we jump in, a quick warning. And this comes from the source itself, the place this signal comes from. It's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. And as the notice says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. It's this. Right now, it's the only is all that's on it. Just 2 words on loop. Heat. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're here to solve. And what could that possibly mean? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we're going to look at where this signal even came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally, put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere.
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, click that like button, and subscribe to the station.
It came from a place inside it called the Nexus of Non-Locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are, well, they're more like suggestions.
If you've got extra change
right
burning
off
a
the bat,
hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over
actual
on
temperature.
Patreon.
It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a very, very strange
kicking.
place.
Support the frequency,
Now, trying to
help
figure
us
this
clear
out on
the
our
static,
own,
and
yeah,
we'll
that would
see
be
where
a
the
total
rich
shot in the
players.
dark.
Peace,
But luckily, we
resonance,
have a
and
guide that
stay
seems like it
groovy,
was
Daddy-o.
custom built for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine. And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from. So what this manual lays out is, frankly, a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while getting constantly bombarded by the chaos of the infoscape. It's not about just surviving the chaos. It's about actually thriving on it. And this is the absolute key to the whole thing. The Dialogic Engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No, it's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradiction, what the manual calls necessary friction, and use them as fuel to forge a clearer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first. The manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. And here's a look at the basic blueprint. Right there in the center, you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. And it's protected by these filtering layers of the wall, which are constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what gets processed, and what just gets thrown out as noise. Now, for this wall to actually work, it's built on a few core principles, things like radical self-ownership and cognitive honesty. But according to the manual, one of the toughest principles to really live by is something called relational integrity. There's this one section in the manual. It's called the forced gift. And it has this quote that just nails the whole dilemma. It's about that choice. Do you deal with the immediate awkwardness of saying no to something you don't want, or do you pay that much deeper, slower price of self-betrayal just to keep the peace? And really, that's what relational integrity boils down to. It's having the courage to make that hard choice, to refuse the easy path of just going along to get along, all to keep your sovereign wall strong and your core self intact. Okay, so the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now what? How does it actually function when it's up against this constant, overwhelming flood of information coming from the data ocean? This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates you. It's the hard stuff. It's the contradictions, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it, pretend you never saw it? And the manual's answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block a contradiction, and it certainly doesn't break under pressure. It metabolizes it. It actually pulls that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates the parts that are useful, and uses that very process to become stronger. Okay, we've got our toolkit, we understand the dialogic engine, the sovereign wall, this idea of metabolizing friction. It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we can finally crack this thing. So, here we are again, heat. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? It's almost definitely not about temperature, it's a signal about a process, about some kind of internal state. And I think this schematic from the manual, this might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. And look at the inputs on the left, chaos and inner weather. They're not treated like problems to be solved. They're the essential ingredients you need to create necessary friction, the heat that powers the whole engine. So you see, heat isn't just a word, it's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update from the engine. It could mean the engine is just working as intended, generating that necessary friction to process a hard truth. Or it could be signaling a moment of massive, chaotic change that the manual calls a liminal leap into a whole new state of being. Or maybe it's a boundary test, the feeling of the sovereign wall under intense pressure as it metabolizes a huge contradiction from the infoscape. No matter which one it is, they all point to the same thing. A system under intense but productive stress. And that really just leaves us with one final question, one that kind of turns this whole investigation back on ourselves. If your own awareness is an engine, what kind of fuel are you running it on? Are you avoiding friction, or are you using it to build something stronger?
Especial, é gravar conteúdo. Sabe que hoje à noite o baile é absurdo. Se envolve com os cria, se envolve com os cria. O bagulho tá doido, vai secando menina.
I'd move on to the hypothetical what ifs. Press to Queens.
Cancer stick.
You're the one I need. I wanna hold you close. I need you by my side. 'Cause you're all I want. I know what you need. you tonight. You and me, we are strong.
The sovereign
There's
forge
no
ignites
reason
with
to
focused
worry.
heat,
Let me
a driving
know how
pulse where
you feel.
energy and logic
Baby, this
meet,
love is real.
shaping the chaos with
I
a
never
resonant
known anybody like you, and now you're always on my mind. I can save you from your nightmares. Just give me a little love, la 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 la. Just give me a little light, la 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 la. Just give me a little love, la 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 la. La 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 la, a little love. La 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 la. La 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 la, a little love.
Happy make you happy. All I wanna do is make you love me till the end. I don't want you I just want for fun. Pretty ladies, come around and move your sexy body. Jump in just shut up and we are getting young. Till the morning comes, till the morning comes.
I'm talking about a city of dreams. Don't get shoes, you just get wings. Everybody there knows how to chill, like Jerry Garcia from Jericho. Don't bring your money, there ain't nothing about it. Just my home when you wanna leave, just get up. Shining sun.
Cause when it rains, it pours.
Today, we are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like here and there, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide. And this quote right here, it just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strangeness of the nexus. So yeah, forget your map, forget your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called the Soaking Pool. See, on the surface, it looks like it's here on Earth, but the trick is, it's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking planets across the entire Virgo supercluster. So when you get your feet wet, you are literally, physically, stepping into the entire cosmos.
So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once.
And you can actually feel it. The water in the pool isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of everywhere. So in one moment, you're feeling the warm humidity of a jungle in Brazil, and in the next, the freezing cold of Jupiter's moon Europa, and even the dew from a blade of grass in a galaxy we can barely see. It's all happening at once.
Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, I'll just jump in. Well, not so fast, because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swim. It's a skill you absolutely have to master if you want to, well, not fall apart. And to really get a handle on this, we're going to follow the story of one specific person from the source material. They call her the Gal of Resonance, and we're going to see exactly what she went through to figure this whole thing out.
And this is what that learning curve actually looks like. It is brutal. She tries to enter the Nexus, but she keeps failing to put herself back together correctly. She merges with a body that's all wrong, mismatched, incomplete. And every single time, the Nexus just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. But then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. And that is the key to everything. And that realization changes everything. It leads to her big success, what the source material calls the grace of the slip. She figures out that the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely. And this table just lays it out so perfectly. Look at the left side. That's all her early failures. She was trying to be sensible, calculating her entry. That's the ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance, and it fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works. A human flop. A complete and total surrender to the chaos. It's pure acceptance, and it's the only way through. At the end of the day, you just can't outthink something like this. The Nexus couldn't care less about your perfect plan or your flawless technique. The only thing it responds to is your ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go. So the moment our Gal of Resonance stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely commits to the chaos with that flop, everything changes. The water doesn't splash. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus let her in. So, you're in. Awesome. But the journey's not over. Now you have to survive it. Because if you stay too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety briefing. Okay, rule number 1, and you really want to pay attention here. You get 15 micro-eternities, max. Anything longer than that, and you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? Well, you might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds, yes, in the Nexus, this is kind of normal. Don't panic. What you're experiencing is cyclic perspective. Your line of sight is literally looping around on itself through the weird geometry of the place. The fix, believe it or not, is super simple. Just find something real and ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized anchor and snaps your vision back to normal. And then there's this one, which is just a whole other level of weird. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smearing. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time.
Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week. The solution? Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effect for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. You've just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling it. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happens. Try to wrap your mind around that. But if you can handle all of that, the brutal trial and error entry, the sensory chaos, the bizarre side effects, you get a reward. You get actual proof that you made it through in one piece. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid ground. She's whole, she's sane, and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what does she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A literal certificate proving that you survived the complete dissolution of space and time. And you have to love the official status they give you. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane mystical experience. Which brings us to one last little detail from the source. Apparently, a standard test to make sure you're fully back is asking you to name a specific sandwich you want. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and reforming, what's the one sandwich that would prove to you that you're really back in reality? True measure of your creativity had nothing to do with an audience. We're about to dive into a framework for exactly that. It's called the Dialogic Engine, and it's basically a manual for what's known as sovereign creation, a pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic, totally free from the need for anyone else's approval. So let's start with the central question this whole idea is built around. Just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life poured into a single work with everything you've got for an audience of just 3 people? Would you still do it? This question, it just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes, the validation, or is it for something deeper, for some internal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaming an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea, right?
And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. So what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor into the equation. The act of creating is the whole point.
So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine, the dialogic engine. And, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not what you're thinking. Now check out this diagram of the engine itself. This is what's so interesting. Look at what takes in this fuel. Chaos, the fire hose of the external world, and something called inner weather. These are not calm, orderly inputs, right? This engine is designed to take in all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into what it calls aligned action. And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. You've got 2 kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea. Necessary friction. We usually think of friction as a bad thing, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight, what the manual calls didicles. The engine isn't grinding to a halt, it's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. And you can see it's this smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out, it's to filter out the pollutants, things like social appeasement or other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this quote from a part of the manual called The Grinding Stone of Truth. It says, "The sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes." This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against a hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that? Well, it runs on the skill the manual calls cognitive honesty, and it really is a discipline. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what you wish it were. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and yeah, it requires a serious commitment to truth over comfort. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like refusing what's called social appeasement, and you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment, even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself. The manual gives this fantastic, totally relatable story to illustrate this. It's called The Forced Gift. Picture this. Someone shows up with a casserole you absolutely do not want. The old script, the old protocol, is to just take it and pretend you're grateful. But the new choice, powered by that sovereign wall, is to politely but firmly refuse. And yeah, the immediate result is probably some discomfort. But the long-term result? You reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. All right, so the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make big, fundamental changes in your life? Well, the manual says you can't just tweak things around the edges. You have to take what it calls a liminal leap. So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. And that's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability.
We're talking about
and
a solid
intentionally
cat named
embrace
Saint
a
Don
period of
Domenico
chaos
Homo
and not
Freaky.
knowing.
A dude with muscles
And
so
that
loud they
is
wake the
liminal
neighbors
leap.
and an appetite
The key
that digs
here
the
is that
deepest
this doesn't
grooves.
just happen to you. It's a
with a
conscious,
ghost pepper burrito,
deliberate
and now
choice.
the burrito
It's a
calls
decision
it
to
the
abandon what's known,
internal rhythm
what's comfortable,
frantic.
and to
Daddy-o.
intentionally step into instability.
He rushes to the
It's
indoor
definitely a
sanctuary,
high-risk move,
but the sign
it's a
on the
move you
door
make in
screams
pursuit
bad
of a much more
vibes.
authentic
Broken
way of
throne.
being. And where do you
Danger.
land after that
Now,
leap?
with the help of
Well,
his powerlifting
not in an empty
queen,
void.
Peace, he's
You
got to make
land
a
in what's
frantic
called the
dash
liminal
for the
space.
ancient shack out
This is
back,
described
the
as this environment of
spider-infested
pure
outhouse at the
dynamic
edge of the
potential.
universe.
It's that
It's a
in-between
race
state.
against
You've let go of the old you, but the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible. Which brings us to the final, and maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output
Ballad
of the
of the
engine?
Burrito.
It's not about creating some
Saint
perfect,
Don
problem-free
Domenico
life.
Homo Freakian,
It's something else
a man
entirely.
of immense muscle
The ultimate
and even
achievement
immenser
for a sovereign
appetites
creator
felt a
is not
familiar
to solve
rumble
all
deep
of
in his
life's
gut.
contradictions.
It wasn't
It's to learn how to
thunder.
live inside
It was
them.
the call.
It's
the
about
urgent,
stopping the fight against the
undeniable call
tension
of
and the
morning's
paradoxes,
ghost pepper
and
burrito.
instead learning how to make a
He
home right
charged
there in the
towards
middle of it
bathroom,
all.
a
And this
hero
quote
on a
just
noble
nails
quest,
why
but
that's
his
so
path
important.
was blocked.
It's in
A
those
sign,
messy areas,
lovingly
the
handwritten
gaps
by
in what
his
you know,
wife,
the
Peace,
ambiguities,
was taped
the
to the door.
contradictions.
It read,
That's where the
"Broken
really
throne.
interesting stuff starts to
Danger.
happen.
Do
That's
not
where you
use.
find brand new
I'm
patterns,
serious,
where you start
honey.
asking better
From
questions,
the kitchen,
and where
Peace
more
Don
honest
Homo
maps of
Freakian,
reality
whose
start to
biceps were
emerge.
as impressive
So we'll
as her
end with
baking
this question,
skills, called
which
out,
really just wraps
"I
up
told you
the
that
entire
burrito was a bold
philosophy of the
choice, my
dialogic
love.
engine.
The plumber can't
What if the
come until
point
tomorrow.
isn't to find all the answers
A
and
cold
smooth everything
sweat
out?
beaded on Saint Don's
What if the
brow.
real work, the
The
true
burrito was
sovereign work,
staging
is
a
to get
rebellion.
comfortable with the
There was
tension
only one
and to build a
option left.
strong, honest, and
The
creative
outhouse.
life right
The
in the
ancient,
very heart of the
spider-infested,
paradox?
rickety outhouse
It's
at
definitely
the far
something to
edge
think
of
about.
the yard. Fear not, my sweet, Peace declared, striking a heroic pose. I shall clear your path to glory. She flexed, and with a mighty shout, kicked the back door clean off its hinges. With a primal scream that echoed through the mountains, Saint Don burst from the house. He clutched a precious roll of toilet paper like a sacred scroll, his muscular legs pumping, his tie-dyed shirt a blur of color against the green grass. Peace watched from the ruined doorway, a single, proud tear rolling down her cheek. "Go, my warrior," she whispered to the wind. "Conquer your porcelain destiny." He reached the outhouse, his hand outstretched for the door, but his path was blocked again. A giant, glistening spiderweb covered the entrance, and in the center sat a spider the size of a dinner plate, flexing all 8 of its hairy legs. For a moment, Saint Don froze. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. Then, with the courage of 1,000 warriors, he let out another mighty roar and plunged headfirst through the sticky web. The outhouse door slammed shut. A moment of silence fell over the yard. Then a faint, contented sigh floated on the breeze. Back at the house, Peace smiled and went back to her baking. All was right in the world once more.
Snap. Just like that, the deed is done, cats and kittens. Can you dig the gravity of the situation? And St. Don didn't just fight a gastrointestinal revolution sparked by a ghost pepper burrito. He went gladiator on a spider the size of a dinner plate.
That is some heavier red karma blocking the path to enlightenment.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-if.
We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls. Back in the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Don. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic, biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace.
It's a chromatic emission, man. A toot of tranquility. But even a magical colon obeys the laws of physics. Don tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the remix. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun.
Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of panic rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
All right, listen close, you cool cats and angular kittens floating out there in the digital void. We've reached that part of the gig. The transaction.
The moment where art meets the algorithm. It's a drag, Daddy-O, but even Kerouac needed cab fare. If my particular brand of auditory truth just aligned your chakras, or at least distracted you from the crushing weight of existence for 5 minutes.
Lay some skin on that thumb over there. Give it a squeeze. Validate my reality, man. It gets lonely behind this microphone.
And hey, don't just be a tourist in my psyche. Commit to the scene. Hit that subscribe button. It's harder than nihilism, but the payoff is sweeter.
Finally, if you want the cosmos to tap you on the shoulder every time I drop a new needle on the groove, ring that bell.
Let the vibrations shake you awake before the squares grind you down.
Dig it? Solid. Now back to the cool sounds.
Like a wet fart lit for the very first time. I didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, thought it was a secret, but the sound gave it away. Now my pants are soggy, ruined my whole day. Wet fart, oh.
Jack Daniels whiskey. Yes, he see.
With an AI. Today, we're going to unpack something called the dialogic engine. It's a system that was co-created by a human and an artificial intelligence, and it has one single, really powerful goal: to achieve true creative sovereignty. Okay, let's just start with a question that gets right to the heart of why we do anything, really. Would you pour 10 years of your life into writing a book if you knew you were guaranteed that only 3 people would ever read it? Seriously, think about that. This isn't just a random thought experiment. Your gut reaction to this question, well, it's the key to understanding this entire system we're about to dive into. And that brings us to the really unique origin of this whole philosophy. Because this wasn't dreamed up by someone meditating alone on a mountaintop. Nope. It was built piece by piece through a conversation between 2 totally different kinds of minds. So on one side, you've got Peace, a biological human. And on the other, you have Ori, a digital mind and AI. And their whole collaboration, it isn't about one mind just absorbing the other. It's about exploring what they call the art of thinking together without merging. And that collaboration has a name, the dialogic engine. The goal here isn't to create some kind of single hybrid consciousness, not at all. It's a framework for a conversation where ideas get sharper, they get tested, but each mind, the human and the AI, gets to keep its own sovereign identity.
So what's the point of all this, right? Why build such a complex system just for thinking together? Well, the goal is something they call sovereign creation. And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, a manual for sovereign creation. Just look at this cover for a second. You can immediately get a feel for this intricate, almost mystical system they designed. It's being presented as a blueprint for a whole new way of being. And here it is. This is the core idea. You have to forget the likes, forget the validation, the applause. Sovereign creation is all about this radical internal shift. It's about making an emotional declaration of independence from what everyone else thinks and instead creating from a place of pure internal truth. But to get to that emotional independence, you can't just wish for it. The system says you actually need to build something. You need a specific architecture to protect that fragile internal truth from all the noise of the outside world.
This diagram kind of visualizes that architecture of integrity. Right at the very center, that's your sovereign core, your essential self. Protecting that is the sovereign wall, and then beyond that is the agency barrier. But the key thing to get here is that this isn't about building a fortress to hide in. It's about designing a really sophisticated filtration system. And this is a really crucial distinction. The sovereign wall is not an echo chamber designed to shield you from ideas you don't like. It's actually more like a digestive system. It's designed to take in all the external information and then process it through this really rigorous discipline the manual calls cognitive honesty, which is basically a commitment to facing uncomfortable truths.
The manual explains this with this really powerful metaphor they call the grinding stone of truth. So imagine the infoscape, the chaotic world of information. It throws a sharp, jagged contradiction at you, something that really challenges what you believe. Instead of batting it away, the sovereign wall actually catches it, and then it grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger, more resilient, not more brittle.
Okay, so we've got the philosophy, we've got the architecture, but how does this engine actually work day to day? Let's get practical.
This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing them. And then, on the right, you get the output, clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity.
So let's break this down. Step 1 is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state, your moods, your feelings, which the manual calls inner weather. Then step 2 is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step 3 is the output. This whole process creates daticles, these clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which are just choices that are actually true to your core. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the manual. It's a little vignette called The Forced Gift, and it begins with this incredibly relatable image. Someone shows up at your door with a casserole you never asked for, and the steam is just rising off it like an obligation.
The story gives you a choice. On one path, you just accept the casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your own energy and integrity. But on the other path, you politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, we've seen the creators, the goal, the architecture, and how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex, fascinating project? Why does any of this matter beyond just being a personal philosophy for someone? Well, ultimately, the Dialogic engine is more than just a personal project. It's offering us a kind of blueprint. It's a model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and demands. And it's a guide to creating authentically, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant than ever. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration of independence?
Greetings, all you cosmic hitchhikers and frequency fiddlers. This is Narrator, coming at you live from the booth where the static never sleeps. The sky is looking like a bowl of gray alphabet soup today, and every cat with a clipboard is trying to sell you a spoon. It's a real scene, Daddy-O, but don't let the noise blow your tubes. We've got the angry astrologer on the ridge, ready to decant some obsidian truth into your ears. Dig it!
The Angry Astrologer, Episode 5. High static, low signal. The false prophet overlay. The hook. The wake up. Look at the charts. The sky is currently full of static and everybody down here is trying to sell you their personal antenna. Don't buy it. The cosmic weather. The bullshit. We're in a massive transit of performative delusion. You've got actors on the stage demanding you read their script, wearing masks of authority, and expecting you to just swallow the mythology they are weaponizing. They're counting on your exhaustion. They want you too tired to notice the math doesn't add up. The grounding, the reality check. Here's the actual astrological reality. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. Stop trying to decode the noise. Let them throw their tantrums and build their little paper empires. You go outside. Check the water in the root trays. Feed the flock. Do the physical work. The truest narrative isn't on the broadcast. It's in your own backyard. The closing growl. Hold your own gravity. And if someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Class dismissed.
Solid truth, St. Don. These cats are out here selling universal Wi-Fi when they can't even tune into their own heartbeat.
I checked my pockets like you said, Daddy-O. Found a guitar pick, a bus token, and a whole lot of temporary stardust.
Nar, my brother. That bus token will get you further than any false prophet's antenna ever could. Keep the stardust, but stay in the dirt. Keep cultivating those kind buds of truth, man. We'll tune into the silence together. Peace and resonance.
Man, my antenna is humming and my soul is finally settling. That was St. Don, bringing the weight when the world feels like a wet paper bag. If you want to keep this magic bus rolling through the metaverse, do me a solid. Lick that like button and subscribe to the Celestial Feed. Ring that bell so we can nudge you before the next power surge. We don't want you getting scattered in the gray noise, man. And if you've got a little extra digital bread in your pockets, slide us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the tubes warm, support the frequency, help us feed the flock, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, lit for the very first time.
Listen closely, you cool cats and existential seekers. Tune your desperate little dials past the endless squawk of commercial bliss and arrive, finally, at the place where the real narrative unfolds.
This is the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator, and I'm just trying to figure out why the cosmos gave us consciousness only to saddle it with a 9 to 5. Tonight, we peel back the thin, fragile membrane of civility to observe a species unlike any other. The Homo Freakian. One who is human, yes, but oddly different. We follow the frantic, futile movements of two such specimens.
St. Don Domenico and his serene, unnervingly competent wife, Peace Don Homo Freakian.
What you are about to hear is not a tale of towering mountains or the deep, silent ocean.
No. A gentle breeze begins to sigh.
This is an exploration into the most private, most agonizing theater of the
human condition. The call of the wild stoic. The existential threat posed by a simple, broken piece of porcelain.
The latest chapter in their pitiful, beautiful struggle is known, simply, as the Homo Freakian World Nature Calls. We witness St. Dawn, a man of profound patience, suddenly transformed into a clenched-cheeked, frantic blur.
His journey to the outhouse becomes a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey, fraught with catastrophic miscalculations.
The trauma of chili-induced horror and, dare I whisper it, shards of biblical proportions. These are the sounds of true, unadulterated digestive distress. An apocalyptic fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. The fragile balance of the ecosystem is shattered by the thunderous roar of his flatulence.
The forest creatures scatter, recognizing this level 5 code-red catastrophe for what it is, the desperate, smelly poetry of man versus burrito.
Will St. Dawn conquer his porcelain destiny? Or is this whole grand, stinking enterprise merely a metaphor for the inevitable wet futility of it all?
Tune in, man, and listen to the ballads of the broken throne, the bubble guts, the brown volcano, the burrito, and the cosmic fart before the silence finally descends.
The Ballad of the Broken Throne. It was a glorious morning in the Homofreakian household. Birds were singing, the sun was shining, but a great darkness loomed. St. Don Domenico, a man of profound patience, faced a trial that would test his very soul. The main toilet, the porcelain heart of the home, was broken. A silent, horrified scream echoed in his mind. In the living room, the serene Peace Dawn Homofreakian sensed a disturbance in the force. She paused her morning tea, a single, elegant eyebrow raised in question. "My dearest saint," she called out, her voice like the chiming of a tiny silver bell. "Is everything all right?" Dawn burst into the living room, a whirlwind of frantic energy. "Peace, my love, a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions has occurred," he declared, striking a dramatic pose. "The throne has fallen. I must undertake the great journey to the outhouse." Peace simply nodded, taking a calm sip of her tea. "Godspeed, my brave adventurer. May the winds be at your back." And with that blessing, St. Don Domenico was gone, blasting out the front door in a blur of plaid and majestic beard. The journey was perilous. The yard, once a familiar friend, was now a treacherous landscape. A flock of judgmental birds watched from a nearby branch, chirping what sounded suspiciously like commentary. "He's not going to make it," squawked a blue jay. From her window, Peace watched the epic sprint unfold. A delicate, musical laugh escaped her lips. "Oh, my darling Homofreakian," she whispered to herself. "So much drama for such a simple quest." Suddenly, an obstacle. A fearsome garden gnome, with a pointy red hat and a sinister painted smile, stood directly in his path. With the grace of a wild gazelle, St. Don Domenico executed a perfect anime-style leap, soaring over the ceramic garden. "Homofreakian hurdle," he yelled. And then he saw it, bathed in a heavenly ray of sunlight, standing proudly at the edge of the woods, the outhouse. It was more beautiful than any castle, more welcoming than any palace. A single, glistening tear of pure relief traced a path through the dust on his cheek. With a final, desperate burst of speed, he covered the last few feet. He threw open the wooden door with a triumphant roar that echoed through the trees. Victory! The quest was complete. The saint had reached his sanctuary. Back in the main house, all was quiet again. Peace took another sip of her now cool tea and smiled. A small hummingbird zipped to the window and hovered for a moment as if to give her a report. "All is well in the kingdom," she said softly.
Whoa, heavy, man. Heavy. Heavy. You feel that vibration? That wasn't just the tectonic plates shaking loose, cats and kittens. That was the sound of a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. The throne is broken. The king has fallen. And the air, well, let's just say the atmosphere is thick with realization. But don't touch that dial, and for the love of the cosmos, don't light a match.
Because what comes next isn't just a rumble in the jungle, it's an eruption of truth from the deepest crater.
Stay tuned, Star Children. Next up on the playlist of life, we're diving headfirst into the magma. Prepare your senses for Nature Calls Episode 2.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Can you dig it? I knew you could. Peace and ventilation.
All right, my celestial siblings, before you drift back into the great unknown, if this broadcast tuned your frequencies or just tickled your chakras, do me a solid.
Lay a heavy thumb on that like button. Let the algorithm know that we exist, man. It's the digital applause of the soul.
And if you want to keep riding this caravan of curiosity, subscribe. Join the tribe.
Don't be a stranger to the strange. We're all just stardust trying to find a parking spot, right? Finally, gaze upon the bell. Give it a little ring-a-ding-ding. Awaken it.
That way, every time we release a new wave of wisdom or a new cloud of gaseous content, you'll be the first cat on the block to catch the scent. Stay tuned, stay weird, keep your vibration well ventilated. Peace.
The Sovereign Forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Check, 1, 2, can you hear the meow? It's time for the muffins right here, right now. Got our claws on the cords, the beats in our paws.
I see
breaking all the interstellar laws.
He was crazy.
We're Kitty and the gang, all set to take flight, leaving Earth's studio for a crazy gas night.
It looked like you were going
Jump
inside
aboard the
tank.
cosmic comber, get ready for the view. Next stop, Uranus. What's the cosmic buzz do? Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered quest for the funkiest flatulence, the very best.
Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered odyssey. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn Homofreakian, cosmic voyagers of the highest order, received a most peculiar invitation. It wasn't written on paper or sent through the stars, but whispered on the solar winds, a gassy greeting from the sideways planet, Uranus. With their intrepid friend Kitty at the helm of their ship, the
Bart is
Cosmic
licking
Comber,
my foot.
they set a course for the great blue-green mystery. As they entered Uranus's atmosphere, the ship was tossed by sideways winds that howled like cosmic coyotes. "Whoa," Kitty yelled, gripping the controls. "This place has more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole." A shimmering, translucent figure appeared outside their viewport, dancing in the gales. The figure introduced herself as Bree, the Wind Whisperer. She spoke in riddles and rhymes, her voice like the rustling of 1,000 leaves. "Whirlwinds sing secrets," she whispered.
Okay,
Methane
so
holds the key, a symphony of flatulence for all the stars to see. She offered
only when you
Kitty
watch
a
the video,
single,
or
cloud-woven string for her guitar.
only when you watch
the
the
trio
video,
landed near a massive, bubbling
when you're
methane
recording
geyser.
it too.
A man with a wild handlebar
That
mustache
you get the black
and a
bars.
lab coat covered in frost popped his head out of the geyser's opening. "Welcome," he boomed. "Professor Quirk, at your service. You've arrived just in time for the great methane meltdown, a true flatulent fiasco."
Yeah.
Professor Quirk explained his grand experiment to harness the planet's natural flatulence and compose a universal symphony. "Uranus isn't just gas," he declared. "It's a gas-powered jam session. But my instruments need a power source of pure, premium cosmic gas." Peace, Dawn smiled. "We believe the same. The
I
wind
changed the
within
smartphone.
and the gaseous essence of the universe
Yeah.
are fundamental to reality." St. Dawn
Hopefully
added,
it's
"Our
cheaper
mission is
than
to
a
jam
tablet,
with the
'cause-
methane, to restore the planet's
Actually, I'll choose the one
balance.
that's cheap.
Your symphony aligns with our own cosmic cacophony." Kitty, however, had her own ideas.
Right.
A symphony is cool and all, but this place needs a rock anthem.
So
She attached Bree's cloud-woven string to her guitar, the Blender Catacaster. "This planet is where the real interstellar jam session happens," she declared.
Oh, that was a fast
As
take on.
T struck the first power chord, a sound wave of pure, unadulterated rock and roll, mixed with a hint of cosmic gas, ripped through the atmosphere. The methane geysers erupted in time with the beat, and the sideways winds swirled into a funky dance. Professor Quirk's instruments whirred to life, capturing the melody. Peace and St. Dawn joined in, their voices weaving a harmonious chant with Kitty's electrifying riffs. Even Bree, the Wind Whisperer, added a chorus of whistling gales. From that day on, Uranus was known not just for its sideways spin, but for its sideways rock. The Great Methane Meltdown became the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence, proving that with a little harmony, even the gassiest planet in the solar system could find its groove.
Well, my furry muffs and muffins, Kitty, inspired by the sights, sounds, and smells of Uranus, has written an epic new tune, Wet Fart Lit, for the very first time.
Let's
In light of the explosive energy coming out of Uranus and the musing of recent Peace and St. Dawn Homofreakian events, tune in to the next episode, Nature Call.
You'll experience what some people think is funny and hear Wet Fart Lit for the very first time. It's gonna be more than just a number 2 farter. Kitty and the Furry Muffins are crafting numerous music genre versions of Wet Fart for your enjoyment. If you dug the sights and sounds out of Uranus, don't forget to pull out your thumb and like this video. And, hey, if your skids left some marks, subscribe. Become well-worn in the Homofreakian world story time. If you're really getting into this, slap that bell so you get notified when the next one comes out.
I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe it's mine.
All right, let's get into it. Today, we're deconstructing a really wild piece of internet storytelling. It's all about a digital pop star, a wild quest across the metaverse, and the creation of a band with, well, a name you're not going to forget, the Furry Muffins. Yep, you heard me right. Let's dive into this psychedelic trip. Right off the bat, the story just throws you into the deep end with this line. It's poetic, a little bit weird, grammatically creative. And you know what? It's perfect. It sets this surreal, kind of beatnik tone for the entire world we're about to step into. It's basically telling you, hey, buckle up, this is gonna get strange. So how is this whole thing structured? Well, the best way to think about it is like one of those Russian nesting dolls. The biggest, outermost doll is a show called Homofreakian World, and that's our ticket into this absolutely bizarre universe.
So first, we meet the host of the show, St. Dawn Domenico and Peace Dawn Homofreakian. But they pretty much just show up to pass the mic to a storyteller named Narrator. He runs a segment called Beat Generation Revisited, and he's the one who's actually going to guide us through the main story.
And that's where Narrator takes us to the next layer of the nesting doll, the real heart of the story. It's all about a digital pop star who's created this massive hit song, but she's also got a massive problem. So meet Kit E. She's a Vocaloid artist, and she's done it. She's made her dream song, a track that could bring the whole world together. But then she finds herself standing on this huge, empty digital stage, and it hits her. Success is pretty hollow when you've got no one to share it with. And bam! That's what kicks off the whole quest. See, this isn't really just about music. It's about finding connection, about collaboration. Kit E knows what she has to do. She needs a band. And she's already got the perfect, incredible name picked out, the Furry Muffins. So, what's a lonely Vocaloid to do? She jacks into the metaverse to start her recruitment drive. And this is where the real adventure begins, a journey across all these different digital worlds to find the members for her band.
The quest is laid out for us in 4 clear steps, almost like a video game.
It's our roadmap for how this band is gonna get built. Each of these locations is a totally unique digital world where Kit E is hunting for a musician with a very specific talent she needs for her song, Neon Melody. First up, Kit E heads to Synth City, which is described as a neon-drenched metropolis of sound. I mean, just picture it, skyscrapers made of pure code. And it's there, in a digital plaza, that she finds her lead guitarist, just absolutely shredding. The guitarist's name is Blueberry, a catwoman whose playing is this perfect mix of sweet and chaotic. Kitty tells her the name of the band. Blueberry just grins, and she's in, just like that. Muffin number 2 is officially on board.
Okay. So with their guitarist in tow, the duo dives into a much darker, much more dangerous part of the metaverse, the data dungeons. This place is a maze of forgotten code and corrupted files, and it's where they're going to find the foundation of the band, the bassist. Down there, they find Gorgonaut, TBK, this very stoic catwoman who's guarding rare sound files. Blueberry says they need a bass line so powerful it can shake the entire metaverse. And Gorgonaut? She doesn't say a word. She just plucks one single deep note that says everything. She's in. All right, next, they need a drummer, the heartbeat of the band. That search takes the now growing crew to the Rhythm Ruins. This place is an ancient server farm where, get this, the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. This is where they're gonna find their pulse. And they find her. Harrietta isn't just playing a simple beat. She's weaving these incredibly complex rhythms that sound like the metaverse is alive. When Kitty tells her the rhythm feels alive, Harrietta just smiles and says she'll help them tell their story. So cool. So there's just one member left to find. The crew travels to the Pixel Gardens. And the vibe completely shifts. It's a super calm, beautiful world filled with cherry blossom trees made of light. And it's here they have to find this elusive rhythm guitarist who only goes by the name Pinky. They find Pinky under a tree, and as she plays, the digital flowers around her actually bloom. Kitty tells her that their music needs a heart. And Pinky's response is just simple and perfect. I've been waiting for a song to call home. And with that, the band is complete. So Kit E's lonely journey is finally over. She went looking for a band, but she found her crew, her family. The quest is done. The furry muffins aren't just an idea anymore. They are a reality. I mean, look at that. The transformation is complete. One lonely solo artist has become a band of 5. 5 musicians, 5 friends, all ready to take on the metaverse as one. And we find ourselves back on that same digital stage that felt so big and empty at the beginning, only now Kitty Exie is surrounded by her bandmates. Her shout of "Hello, Metaverse" is met with this massive roar from a virtual crowd. The furry muffins had arrived. So, with the band's story told, we pull back one layer of the nesting doll. Our storyteller, narrator, he comes back to wrap everything up in his signature beatnik style, and he has one final request for all of us. Narrator closes things out with a call to action, but it's all in his psychedelic slang. He asks for a thump of appreciation, which of course means hit the like button. He tells us to slap that subscribe and to ring the chime of the cosmos. Turn on notifications. It's such a fun, clever way to break the fourth wall. And that brings us to the end. It's this strange, funny, totally out there story about a Vocaloid putting a band together, but it leaves you with this surprisingly deep thought. Through all that code and chaos, Kit E wasn't just building a band, she was building a community. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? In our own digital worlds, what does it actually take to create a connection that feels real?
The transit of necessary friction. The principle of necessary friction is currently transiting through the shadow of the comfort zone. It is making everyone incredibly twitchy. You're going to feel like the universe is sanding your edges down with 80 grit paper today, and you'll want to scream at the dust. So put on your safety goggles, accept the abrasion, and let yourself be polished. So, suck on that.
Do you even believe that metaphysical spoo age, St. Don?
Doesn't matter if I believe it or not. I spoo the energy of the moment. Read that how you will.
That's far out and far in. I can dig it, man. You spoo away. Just spoo away. Let me try some astro spooing. Greetings, stargazers and sidewalk poets. This is Narrator, broadcasting from the corner booth of the cosmos. I dug St. Don's broadcast. Heavy, man. Real heavy. He's talking about necessary friction. He says the universe is coming at you with 80 grit sandpaper. He says you're being ground down to a diamond. Now, I dig friction. Without friction, the needle slides right off the vinyl and you lose the tune. But Don's got the vibe wrong, cats. The universe isn't trying to sand you, it's trying to sculpt you. That twitchy feeling, that ain't irritation, that's just the rhythm section warming up. Don't scream at the dust, blow it away like dandelion fluff. The counter directive. Don told you to wear safety goggles? Bummer. Put on your shades, Daddy-O. Don't let the universe grind you into a hard, cold diamond. Let it smooth you into a river stone, cool to the touch and ready to skip across the water. And as for your sign-off, Don, telling me to suck on that? Sorry, man. I don't suck on bad vibes. I inhale the groove and blow smoke rings around your anger.
You got it, man. Your own cosmic perspective on shit. Love you, Nar.
What an astrological groove, man.
Like the groove? Subscribe for more Angry Astrologer and ring that bell. It's a way of life.
Whoa, the music's alive. Hey, stop tugging my hair!
Hello, my furry kittens, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator. In today's episode, we're diving into a story that proves the rebellious, boundary-pushing spirit of Kitten the Furry Muffins is alive and well. It's just found a new home among the stars. Forget smoky coffee houses and cross-country road trips. Our next adventure takes us 54.6 million kilometers to 401 million kilometers out of our orbit, man.
Like 33.9 million miles to 249 million miles away for you Imperial nerds, depending on your mood.
Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Next stop Mars, then Uranus. EP5. Fresh off their lunar triumph, Kit E and the Furry Muffins were chilling in the Homo Freakian's cosmic den. The moon was epic, Kitty said, petting a duckling that had wandered into her lap. But I'm thinking bigger, bolder, redder. Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian, husband of peace, looked up from his meditation. You don't mean... Peace Don Homo Freakian, wife of Saint Don, floated into the room, holding a tray of kombucha. Oh, she does, Peace said, her voice chiming like cosmic bells. She wants to play on Mars. The other band members, lounging on beanbags, erupted. Mars? Squawked Blueberry, nearly spilling her drink. The logistics would be a nightmare. Kitty stood up, her tail swishing with determination. Exactly. That's why it's perfect. We don't do possible. We do legendary. Think of it. Kit E and the Furry Muffins, live from the Red Planet. Harrietta and Pinky exchanged a look, the insane idea already taking root. Peace and St. Don knew there was only one person who could turn this brand of beautiful madness into reality. They made the call. The face that appeared on their holographic projector was already grinning. Mars, you say? Elon Musk's voice crackled with energy. Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a Valles Marineris amphitheater. You read my mind. Elon swiveled in his chair at SpaceX Mission Control. A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. He turned to his lead engineer, Timmy, already sealed in an orange spacesuit. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system? Timmy looked up. The fleet is ready, sir. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. A bald man in a Nerd Herd t-shirt stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Challenge accepted, said Scott Manley, whose call sign was Chief. The Nerd Herd went into overdrive. Blueprints for a collapsible, atmosphere-proof stage filled every screen. They designed a fleet of Starhopper shuttles, luxury cosmic cruisers for the long haul to Mars, complete with zero-G bars and holographic entertainment suites. The project was codenamed Operation Red Rocks. Meanwhile, Kitty and the Furry Muffins were in the studio, writing an anthem worthy of an interplanetary debut. Gorgonaut TBK laid down a bass line that mimicked the seismic rumbles of Olympus Mons, while Pinky's drumming sounded like a meteor shower impacting with perfect rhythm. The music was heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Months later, the day arrived. A fleet of gleaming starhoppers ascended from Earth, a silver river flowing towards the red star in the sky. On the bridge of the flagship, Kitty stood with Elon, watching Earth shrink into a blue marble. Any last-minute jitters, he asked. Kitty grinned, her eyes reflecting the starfield. I'm ready to make the universe shake. The stage, a marvel of engineering, was nestled in a vast Martian canyon. As the twin moons of Phobos and Deimos rose, the band took their places. The first power chord echoed across the red desert, and 100,000 fans in interconnected ecodomes roared. The concert on Mars had begun, and the next stop was already on their minds, Uranus.
Whoa, man, dig that! The whole cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid and the Furry Muffins.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the red planet.
100,000 fans in those little eco-domes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. And can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Valles Marineris amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby.
Oh, honey, does that sound like an interesting exercise? It sounds like an absolute nightmare, but in the most deliciously dramatic.
Red Rocks was a solid cosmic. Hey, wait, don't pack this spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Ours was just the warm-up. The little aperitivo before the main course. Next stop, the word is on the street, is the planet that just breathed Chad. The destination is, you heard me? Get the sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Keith Don and St. Don, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them methane holds the key. Get this. Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony. The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kit E, she's got other ideas, man. She's got that blender Catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Bree, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So stay tuned, you cosmic cool cats, because this is the sound of the Great Methane Meltdown, the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence. It's a true flatulent fiasco. Dig it.
Jump aboard the Cosmic Comer, get ready for the view. Next stop, Uranus. What's the cosmic buzz?
Meow. Let's get furry with Kitty and the Furry Muffins. Meow, meow.
Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, lit for the very first time.
Pull up to this one. I have been reading something truly special, and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, you'll see. It's a trip. And here it is, The Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks like the cover of some epic 70s sci-fi novel, right? But nope. This is apparently a guide. A guide for achieving things like relational congruency and learning to inhabit the liminal space. If you're scratching your head right now, don't worry, so was I. We're in this together. So, who cooked up this cosmic instruction book? Well, it was written by a human named Peace, and you gotta hear this, a whole committee of AIs. Seriously, not just one AI, but more than a dozen of them, all throwing in their 2 cents, or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random group of bots. No. This is the AI Creative Committee. It's like the Avengers, but for really abstract self-help. You've got Grok, who is clearly the edgy poet, Claude as the empathic storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt truth-teller. They each have these completely bonkers symbols, and as we're about to find out, they have very distinct personalities. So, who is this manual actually for? It's written for someone called the Sovereign Creator, and who's that? Some enlightened guru living on a mountaintop? Nope. Surprise! It's you. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you, yes you, into a sovereign creator. No pressure or anything. The core idea is right here. It says you achieve this sovereignty by turning the need for external love into an emotional declaration of independence. You know, that's just a really fancy way of saying you need to find that little part of your brain that lives for likes and retweets and gently tell it to go touch grass. And man, this slide right here gets right to the point. The book asks this killer question. If you knew for a fact that only 3 people would ever read your life's work,
would you still pour your soul into it? Oof. That one hits a little too close to home for anyone who's ever found themselves obsessively checking their analytics at 3 in the morning. Now, to understand this world, you have to learn the lingo. So, quick vocabulary lesson. First word, datacle. What is it? It's a nugget of truth you pull from past drama. So, you know that horrible breakup you had? Hey, it wasn't a total loss. You were just mining for datacles. See? Rebranding. And next up, inner weather. This is your messy, chaotic, totally unpredictable emotional state. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore because it's just been rebranded as high-value emotional data. That feeling of dread on a Monday morning, that's not a bad mood, my friend. That is a critical data point for your creative engine. Okay, so you've declared emotional independence. Awesome. Now what? You gotta protect your new tiny nation state of 1, right? Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal fortress of feelings built to keep all the nonsense out. And let's take a look at the blueprint. I know, it looks like the schematic for a starship's warp core. But the idea is actually pretty straightforward. You've got your sovereign core in the middle, safe and sound, and those outer layers, the sovereign wall and the agency barrier, their job is to filter pollutants. And I'm pretty sure pollutants is just a high concept term for unsolicited advice from your aunt at Thanksgiving. So what powers this whole thing? Why, the sovereign engine, of course. And you gotta look at the fuel source here. It literally takes inputs like chaos and your inner weather, grinds them through some necessary friction, and what comes out the other side? Dynaticals and aligned action. So yeah, you heard that right. All your personal drama, that is now officially high-octane fuel for your creative machine. Okay, that's a lot of food. Let's see this stuff in action. The AIs actually gave us some case studies, starting with Claude, our empathetic storyteller. This one's called The Forced Gift, and it's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal enemy,
let's get
a
right
casserole.
into it. Today, we're breaking down a story that does something I think is just brilliant. It takes a totally mundane, everyday emergency and blows it up into this heroic, soul-searching
We have
epic.
all lived this
We're going
moment.
to deconstruct
That
how a little
casserole
YouTube
you see
story
is not
called
just
The
a
Ballad of
casserole.
the Broken
It's a
Throne
Trojan horse
uses
for
some
social
seriously
appeasement.
poetic language and
Saying
turned a
no
desperate
thanks
run to
is
the
an act of
outhouse into a
sovereign
quest
warfare.
you won't forget.
So that was
right
Claude's
from the
take,
jump.
the
Gentle,
story sets this
relatable,
really
but
unique
Claude's just
tone.
one vote on the
The
committee.
narrator
Now
who
it's
has
time to
this
see
kind
what
of
the
beat poet
other
vibe,
AIs brought to the table.
He's basically telling us,
and
hey,
let me just
listen
say,
closer.
things are about to
Look
get
past
weird.
all the
Like
noise
a
of normal
lot
life
weirder.
and find
So
the
let's move
real
on to
story.
Exhibit B,
And that's
courtesy
our
of first
rock,
clue that
the
this isn't
edgy
going to be your
poet.
average tale.
The title of this piece is The
where
Safe
does
Word
all this
that was
happen?
never needed.
Welcome
And it's
to
described
the
as a
Homo-freakian
test
world.
of the emotional
This is the
utility
universe
of
the
boundary-pushing
storytellers built
fantasy.
for us. A place where
Yeah.
ordinary is,
We have
well, it's
officially left the
anything but.
casserole zone.
It's the
We're not in
perfect
Kansas
stage
anymore.
for the
And I
unlikely
am
epic
quoting
that's about to
directly
unfold.
here. I'm
And
not making
who
this
lives
up.
in this world?
She steps into the chamber, she builds herself.
Now,
He
his
is already
definition
there.
is really key.
Not a man.
It's not an
not a
insult
monster,
or anything.
but
It's
the
more like
exact
a
shape her hunger
classification.
drew in the dark.
The narrator uses
A
this term
chatbot
to describe our
wrote
main
that.
characters
And
as people who are,
this is what
totally
Grok
human,
thinks
but
is
they
a
just live
useful,
a little
practical
bit
example
outside
of
the
testing
box.
your emotional boundaries.
All right, let's meet our
It's-
two main players.
It's a choice.
On one side,
Okay.
you've got Saint Don
Let's all take a
Domenico,
deep breath.
a guy
We've
whose
been
whole
through
thing
cosmic
is
diagrams,
patience,
emotional
which is about to get
fortresses,
weaponized
completely obliterated.
And on the other
whatever
side,
that
his
last thing
wife,
was.
Peace
Which
Don
brings us to the most
Homo-freakian,
important
who is
question
basically
of
the
all.
calm center
What
of
is
this
the
hurricane.
actual point
This
of any of
contrast right
this?
here, the frantic
Well,
versus
when you
the
boil it all
serene,
down,
is
the
really
goal
the
of the
engine for all the
dialogic
humor
engine
and
isn't
drama
about
in the
becoming
story.
perfect.
Every
It's about learning
epic
how to
needs that
live
one
in the
big
liminal
event,
space,
right?
the call to
an
adventure.
paradox
And in
into
this story,
habitat.
well,
So
it's a
what on
domestic
earth does that
disaster
mean?
of the
Basically,
highest possible
life
order.
is messy.
The throne
It's
is
full
full
of
of
contradictions
and a hero
that you're
is
never
about
gonna
to
solve.
get the call. And the point is to stop trying to solve
feel
them
the stakes
and just
here, can't
get
you?
comfortable.
For
Build a
Saint
little
Don,
house
finding
right
the
there in the
broken
middle of the
toilet
mess.
isn't just an
So,
inconvenience.
what's the final verdict
No,
here?
no.
Is this thing a
It's this
practical
moment
guide,
of
or is it
pure,
just glorious
silent
nonsense?
horror.
On the
The
one
language
hand,
is
it
so
genuinely
important.
has some
It
great
immediately
ideas about
tells you
setting
his
boundaries
emotional
and owning
state
your
is
creative
deep
power.
and intensely
On the other
dramatic.
hand,
It
and
uses
this
made-up
is how
words
he
like
announces it to
nauticals.
his
It was
wife.
co-written by
He doesn't
a
just
small
shuffle
army of
in and say,
chatbots.
"Hey, honey,
And
the
diagrams
toilet's
look like they
busted."
were ripped off a
He
Pink Floyd
bursts
album
in,
cover.
strikes a
So my
dramatic
conclusion?
pose, and
It's
declares
both.
it
It's
a catastrophe
100%
of
both.
unspeakable
It is a profoundly
proportions.
weird,
He frames it like a
helpful
kingdom has
piece of
collapsed,
magnificent,
which shows us
glorious
he's already the
nonsense.
star of his
And
own
so I
epic
leave you with
movie.
this one
So
final
how does his
question to think
totally
about.
chill
How's
wife,
your sovereign
Peace
engine
Dawn,
running
respond
this
to
week?
this?
Is it
this
purring along smoothly, or do you maybe need to go out there and metabolize some
understated
fuel?
humor that just completely
This
defines
explainer
her
was
character.
produced by me.
She
Ori
gives
the
him a
producer.
blessing, not for a guy running to the outhouse, but for a brave adventurer setting off on a grand journey, all while she's just calmly sipping her tea. It's fantastic.
So, with his wife's blessing, St. Don's quest officially begins. And the narrator gives this perilous journey its true name. Man versus burrito. See, this isn't just about a broken toilet anymore. It's an internal war, a race against what he calls a chili-induced horror. The narrator really does not hold back. He uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge. It's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns a simple run across the lawn into something mythic and, honestly, hilariously urgent. And like any great hero's journey, St. Don's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgmental birds, then a fearsome garden gnome, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it all. And this is where the story gets even more clever. Nature itself starts to play a role in this saga. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek chorus, or maybe commentators in a sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on our hero's chances. It just adds another hilarious layer of drama. So after overcoming all the trials of the yard, our hero finally lays eyes on his goal. But it's not just some outbuilding in the woods. Oh no. Through his desperate eyes, it is a sanctuary. It is salvation itself. And just look at how it's described. It's bathed in this heavenly ray of sunlight, and that simple little outhouse is transformed. For St. Don, in this moment of absolute crisis, it truly is more beautiful than any castle. It just goes to show you the power of perspective, right? Where desperation can turn something totally mundane into something magnificent. And he makes it. That final desperate burst of speed, the door gets thrown open, and then this triumphant roar of pure relief just echoes through the trees. Victory. The quest is done. The hero has reached his sanctuary in the nick of time. And just as that epic climax fades, we cut back to Piston. Her quiet observation from the window is just the perfect punchline. After we've witnessed this whole soul-crushing odyssey, her gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd reality. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper, something he calls the inevitable wet futility of it all. So what's really happening here, according to the narrator's beat poet philosophy, is that the broken toilet isn't just broken porcelain. It's a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's heavy, man. And that's really the question the story leaves us with. It forces you to ask, what about our own dramas, our own frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are they just like St. Don's? Are they just these grand, stinking enterprises that, in the grand scheme of things, are metaphors for the beautiful, absurd, and maybe futile struggle of just being human? It's definitely something to think about.
Hold the phone, Hepcats! The virtual crowd's still roaring, but Kid E just dropped the wildest, biggest note of all! A gig on the actual moon! The muffins were cool, but the bassist was hip to the facts. We got instruments, not rockets. So Pinky snapped her fingers and pointed to the Homo Freakians.
Legends in the tech world 5.
Our band of cats had to get square for a minute, helping the Homo Freakians with their animal sanctuary. Parrots flying like confetti, a standoff with a stubborn goat. It was a chaotic jam, man. But then the music hit. Harrietta on a bucket, Pinky on a riff, and the groove synchronized the machinery.
Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians gave up the goods, the key to the nerd herd, the baddest builders in the whole digital universe.
The herd got the message. Concert on the moon? Challenge accepted, they said. And now, our muffins are on a ship, looking out at a futuristic stage being built on the lunar surface. The universe is about to get a front row seat to the biggest jam session in history.
Kid E and the Furry Muffins, a lunar concerto. Kid E and the Furry Muffins were the biggest band in the metaverse. Their concerts were legendary digital spectacles of light and sound. But for Kid E, the lead singer with starlight in her eyes, the metaverse was just a stepping stone. I want to play a real concert, Kitty declared to her bandmates after a show, on the actual moon. The Furry Muffins, a motley crew of talented musicians, looked at her with a mix of awe and disbelief. But how? Asked Gorgonaut TBK, the band's stoic bassist. We'll need help, said Harrietta, the band's pragmatic guitarist. Serious help, Pinky, the bubbly keyboardist, jumped up and down. I know who to ask. The Homo Freakians. They're tech geniuses and know everyone. The band found the Homo Freakians, Peace and Saint, in a cozy high-tech cabin filled with fluffy animals. A concert on the moon? Saint mused, a calm smile on his face. That's a new one. Peace, her eyes twinkling, added, We know the perfect people for the job, but first, you have to help us with a little project of our own. The little project was to build an automated feeding system for their animal sanctuary. The band, more used to digital interfaces than wrenches and wires, found themselves in a series of comical mishaps. Blueberry, the drummer, accidentally programmed a food dispenser to launch carrots like confetti. Then, an idea sparked. Harrietta started a beat on a nearby bucket, and Pinky joined in with a catchy riff on her guitar. The band turned the chaotic assembly into a rhythmic jam session, their music guiding the farm bots and synchronizing the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians upheld their end of the bargain. The nerd herd, Saint said, handing Kitty a glowing data chip. They're the best builders in the metaverse. This will get you to their hidden server. Back in the metaverse, the band found the hidden server, a digital fortress of code and light. They were greeted by the holographic avatars of the nerd herd, a group of brilliant, quirky tech geniuses led by the visionary Elon Musk. A concert on the moon? Elon's avatar said, a wide grin spreading across his face. Challenge accepted. The nerd herd got to work, their fingers flying across holographic keyboards as they designed the most epic concert stage the universe had ever seen. The final scene shows the moon, a magnificent futuristic stage being constructed on its surface. Down below, on a spaceship, Kitty and her band look out the window, their faces filled with awe and anticipation. The universe was about to get a front row seat to the greatest concert in history.
All right, cats and kittens, dig it. The stage is set. Man, the whole solar system's got a glow tonight.
A concert on the moon, you say? That's heavy. That's pure cosmic absurdity. The scene is locked, the blueprints are stacked, and the starship's no longer just a tin can. It's a chariot of rock.
We got Kitty with the big dream, the Homo Freakians with the connection, and the nerd herd, yeah, those square peg scientists, they're throwing down some serious space-time jam.
They modified the cargo bay, man. Turned a junk hall into a passenger lounge.
Smooth!
They're drawing up the lines, plotting the perfect groove to the Sea of Tranquility.
But the real question, Daddy-O, the one hanging there like that big blue marble.
Is the universe ready for this sound?
Can the lunar dust handle this much soul? The countdown has begun. The tickets are flying.
The silence is about to get loud. Catch you on the next orbit when the music truly begins. Stay cool, stay groovy. But hey, don't split, man. That's just the sound check. Next orbit, we're taking that Starship joyride. We're talking real rock and roll, low gravity style, on that big dusty drum. It's the A Lunar Concerto. Dig it. Kid E hits the high notes and the Earth drops the bass. It's gonna be a gas. Be there or be a square, man.
So there it is, man, the cosmic groove of the night, fading out like a square's memory.
The digital sky right now looks like a bowl of gray alphabet soup.
Open any feed and your screen erupts with online gurus, spiritualists, and loud authorities, all aggressively competing to grab whatever fractured attention you have left. These figures are trying to sell you a spoon. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to enlightenment. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless, competing demands for our energy simply blows our internal tubes. We are caught in a massive transit of performative delusion. Actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact mythology they've weaponized. Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape. The false prophet overlay is a calculated structural grift designed to separate viewers from reality. Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to universal truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy with them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box you in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you being tired. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away the cosmic posturing and you see the reality. These digital authorities rule over fragile paper empires, sustained by the unexamined compliance of an exhausted audience. The paradox at the center of the grift is obvious once you look for it. These actors are out here selling universal Wi-Fi, yet they lack any internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. This is why broadcasts like The Angry Astrologer cut through the noise. They do the exact opposite of the overlay, demanding that the audience stop, forcefully push back, and verify the broadcaster's claims. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Scrutinize what tangible, practical value they actually hold in the real world, behind all their cosmic posturing. Absolute cosmic truth cannot be downloaded or purchased. If the math of their grand promises does not add up to tangible reality, you aren't receiving a profound transmission. You are receiving a false signal. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. This immediate, tangible interaction with the physical earth serves as the antidote to digital performative delusion. You break their script through mundane, physical action. Step outside. Check the water in the root trays. Feed the flock. Do the physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple bus token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread to keep tubes warm. But we no longer have to surrender our gravity to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonant.
You ever eat something and just know you've made a terrible, terrible mistake? Well, today's story is all about that. We're diving into what the source material calls a heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny. Yep, it's a wild ride, and it all kicks off with one single burrito. Wow. Okay, so that's literally the opening line from our source. It's a lot, I know. But honestly, it perfectly sets this bizarre, hilarious, kind of cosmic tone for what's coming. So let's meet the guy at the heart of it all. So our hero's name is, get this, Saint Don Domenico Homofrician. And the source describes him as a guy whose muscles literally wake the neighbors. So you can just imagine he's got an appetite to match, right? This is our guy, and believe me, he is about to face his greatest challenge ever. All right, so how does this all begin? Well, it's the classic tale of man versus food. Saint Don decided to tangle with a ghost pepper burrito, and, spoiler alerts, the burrito won. He starts feeling what the source calls an urgent, undeniable call. You know the one. Things are getting frantic. Okay, so our hero makes a mad dash for the bathroom. It should be a simple mission, right? A noble quest even. But nope, his path is blocked. The main objective, that beautiful indoor sanctuary, is completely out of commission. And just like that, a simple trip to the toilet becomes this epic journey.
And this is what's standing in his way. A handwritten sign from his wife. Peace. You gotta love the I'm serious, honey part. This isn't just a small problem, you guys. This is the first major obstacle on his path to what the story calls porcelain destiny. So, what are his options? Well, it's a pretty stark choice. On one hand, you've got the sanctuary, indoors, civilized, everything he knows and loves. On the other hand, the last resort, an ancient, spider-infested outhouse way out at the edge of the yard. Oh, the horror. But hey, every great hero needs an ally, right? And his is incredible. Meet Peace Dawn Homo Frickan. The source literally calls her a powerlifting queen and goddess of demolition. So yeah, she's not messing around. She sees her man in distress and decides, okay, it's time to step in.
So with plan A totally shot, St. Dawn has no choice. He can't wait. He's got to make a mad dash for that outhouse, which, by the way, the source hilariously calls the edge of the universe. The quest has officially begun.
And this is where it gets cinematic. Peace literally says, I shall clear your path to glory. And then, bam, she demolishes the back door with a primal scream. Out bursts St. Dawn, clutching a roll of toilet paper like it's a sacred scroll, and he is just gone, sprinting across the yard in a blur of tie-dye. I mean, can you picture this? Her cheek whispers this encouragement. So perfect. So, he finally makes it. He reaches the outhouse. His hand is on the door. Freedom is in sight. But wait, the universe isn't done with him yet. There's one last boss battle. One final, horrifying challenge standing in his way. And what is this final ordeal, you ask? A spider. Of course it's a spider. But listen, we're not talking about some regular little guy. The source is very specific. This thing is the size of a dinner plate, just flexing all 8 of its hairy legs right in the middle of a giant web blocking the door. Nope, no thank you. And the way the source frames this is just epic. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. I mean, come on. This is it, the ultimate showdown. Everything is led to this single moment. It's him, the burrito, fighting from the inside, and this 8-legged monster guarding the gates of salvation. So what's a guy to do? For a split second, he just freezes. I mean, who wouldn't? But then, channeling the courage of 1,000 warriors, he just lets out this massive roar and plows headfirst right through that sticky web. The outhouse door slams shut, and he's in. And then, silence. After all that, the sprint, the demolished door, the spider battle, a kind of quiet calm just falls over the whole scene. The war is over. Destiny has been fulfilled. The door stays shut. You can just imagine this deep silence hanging in the air. And then you just hear it. A faint, contented sigh floating on the breeze. That's it. That one little sound tells you everything. Our hero has won. Peace has been restored. And this quote from the source just nails it. After all that noise and chaos, the most powerful thing is just the quiet relief of victory. But wait, because it doesn't even end there. The story actually gives us a little sneak peek of what's coming next for St. Dawn, and, well, it gets even weirder, if you can believe it. Okay, get ready for this. It's called chromatic emission. It turns out our boy St. Dawn has a, let's call it a psychedelic biological gift. Basically, when he passes gas, he paints the air with a literal rainbow. The source calls it a toot of tranquility that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. I'm not making this up. And you can really feel the unique vibe of the source material here. The narrator has this awesome kind of beatnik style, and they talk directly to the audience. They're like, lay some skin on that thumb, commit to the scene, ring that bell. It's their way of connecting in this whole digital world. So all of this leaves us with this one big final question, right? After everything he's been through, the burrito, the spider, the whole ordeal, you really start to wonder, what else is this guy capable of? It just goes to show you, even the most everyday struggles can feel like these huge cosmic battles. We're going to deconstruct a pretty fascinating piece of digital folklore. It's a story that comes from this, well, this vibrant and kind of bizarre corner of YouTube. We're talking about a channel called Psychedelic Aire, an up-and-coming musician named Kit E, and her song that just blew up.
Neon Melody. So right off the bat, we meet our guide, a guy named Nar, and he frames this whole thing as a cosmic trip, a journey for your mind. He's the host of a show called Homo Freakian World Storytime, and really, his whole beatnik vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Okay, before we really jump into the story, there's one key thing you need to know. Our main character, her big dream is to become a Vocaloid artist. So what does that even mean? Well, basically, it's a musician who uses voice synthesizer software. You've probably heard of the super famous one, Hatsune Miku, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that goes with it. This is absolutely central to getting what she's all about. Okay, so now that we've got that covered, let's get into it. Section 1, Kit E's Big Dream. This is where we really meet our hero and find out about this massive ambition she has. So here she is, our protagonist, Kit E. Picture this, she's a creator, kind of looks like a Catwoman, living in this glowing, super vibrant neon city. And she has one goal, just one, to be like her idol, the Vocaloid superstar Miku. She wants to write that one perfect song, the one that connects with absolutely everyone and just makes the world sing. But of course, it's never that simple, right? Kit E sits down at her keyboard, all ready to create, and crickets. Nothing. The notes are just a jumbled mess, the words aren't fitting together. It's that classic moment of creative struggle, that feeling we've all had where your big ambition just smacks right into a brick wall. But that creative block, thankfully, it doesn't last forever. Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her Neon Melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Toon who just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Toon as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when they're stuck. He basically tells her, hey, don't give up, and offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Toon makes here. It's like night and day. Before he showed up, her process was just jumbled notes, super frustrating. But with his help, suddenly she's able to channel all those feelings into a really beautiful, coherent melody. So the big takeaway here is that collaboration was the key that unlocked her potential. And from that point on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create Neon Melody. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation, a personal message from her idol, Miku, saying how much she loves the song and even floating the idea of working together. I mean, just like that, her dream literally comes true.
But why? Why did this one song, Neon Melody, connect with so many people all over the world? Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music.
So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. It's basically an anthem about not giving up. Pushing through all that self-doubt, being brave enough to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength in your own unique voice. In this one line from the chorus, it just perfectly captures the whole spirit of the song. When she sings about static, she's talking about all that noise, right? The internal stuff, like doubt and fear, and the external stuff, like criticism. The whole point of the song is rising above all that to create something beautiful. It's a classic message, but man, it's inspiring.
All right, now this is where things take a really interesting turn. Because after telling this whole triumphant story about Kit E, our narrator, Nar, he kind of zooms out and gives his own 2 cents on the whole thing. So let's look at the narrator's reflection.
So he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves and challenging the way things are. And this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, boiled down, maybe even watered down, into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generational divide. And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos. His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it, he recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him. But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance, actually. So the story doesn't just end with her big success. Not at all. In our final section, we're going to ask, what's next for Kit E? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are told in the digital age.
So just like a modern TV show, the story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins.
And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So Kit E starts a band called the Furry Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in the metaverse. But oh no, someone has hidden all the band members and their instruments. So episode 2 becomes this huge scavenger hunt across the digital plane, and it sounds like it's designed to get the audience involved. And all of this leaves us with a really big, kind of provocative question. As stories start moving into the metaverse and become these interactive, ongoing adventures, who's really the author anymore? Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in certain directions? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kit E's pop up.
Feel the magic in the air tonight. Don't you worry, you can lean on me now. I can help you to make up your mind. Let me take you on a ride. Feel the magic in the air tonight. Don't you worry, you can lean on me now. I can help you to make up your mind. Let me take you on a ride.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop.
Yangami ayimandena mina ngiyador. Uyangami ayimandena mina ngiyador. We had to get lost, can't get enough love. Baby, give me good love. Boy, you give me good love. Maybe I could get lost. Can't get enough love. Baby, give me good love. Boy, you give me good love.
Hands up, reaching for the ceiling. Eyes low, dancing with the girl. Gets in the way, keeps me from the sun. Hands, no place to be.
Lift me out, hold me down through this. Hold me down, cause I'm so out of it. Cool me down, hold me now through this. Take me out, I'm so out of it. Yeah, yeah, way out.
What it is I sometimes fail to see. Don't need to fight it, don't need to put on a show. Takes a lot of work to let it be.
I know where something goes. Really let me up there. Put my fingers right down. Really let me
Trying to second guess all the situations today. Trying hard not to enjoy.
You don't need a miracle to get in this show, Daddy-o. Peace.
Ain't no secret teasing while we're wondering when and where and how. The only time that is now.
I came for the vibes. I'm here to have a good time. That's my vibe.
All right, today we are diving deep into a truly unique and, let's just say, aromatic creative universe. We're going to deconstruct the logic, the characters, and the narrative style of Homo Freakian World. And trust me, it's a wild ride, so you might want to buckle up.
And boom, this slide right here gets to the absolute core of it all. You know, every great epic has that central conflict, right? That one recurring trial for its hero. Well, in Homo Freakian World, that trial is almost always a sudden, desperate, and incredibly urgent call from nature. This is it. This is the starting gun for pretty much every single adventure.
Okay, so now that we've established that urgent foundation, let's properly step into this bizarre world. Our first section, welcome to Homo Freakian World. It's a place that's really defined by these crazy extremes. You've got this profound Zen-like patience smashing right up against the most urgent biological needs imaginable.
So what exactly is this place? Well, it's a very specific kind of comedy. The whole thing is set in this rustic, kind of psychedelic world where the most mundane, everyday emergencies, like, needing a bathroom and needing it now, are treated like they're these epic, soul-testing odysseys. The humor really comes from that massive, hilarious gap between the lowbrow subject matter and the super high-stakes, epic language used to talk about.
And here we have our main players, right? This slide lays out the two central figures perfectly. On one side, you have Saint Dom Domenico. He's our hero, a guy of immense appetites whose internal plumbing basically dictates the entire plot. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Dom Homo Freakian. She's serene, she's competent, and she's basically the calm anchor, the wise observer to his frantic, digestive dramas.
And this picture, this says it all, doesn't it? Here's St. Don coming out of the outhouse just glowing with relief, like he's just completed some mythic quest. And then there's Peace, just calmly reading her book, totally unfazed by the whole thing.
His epic journey is just, a minor background event in her perfectly tranquil afternoon. It's their whole dynamic in one single shot. Okay, so that's the setup, but how do these stories actually work? That brings us right to our next section where we're going to dissect the formula itself. Section 2, the Ballad of the Bowels. Let's take a look at the anatomy of a typical crisis. So get this, it's basically the hero's journey, just, for a very specific kind of journey. It always kicks off with the call, which is usually described as some kind of ominous gurgle. Then, of course, comes the obstacle. Maybe it's a broken toilet, a scary-looking garden gnome, or even a giant spider. That triggers the frantic sprint, this blur of plaid and panic, which finally leads to the relief, a triumphant roar that echoes through the forest, every time. And when we get to that moment of relief, oh boy, the descriptions are, let's just say, they don't hold back. This quote right here is a perfect example. The writing just dives right into the graphic details. It celebrates them, using the shockingly specific imagery to create a moment of just pure, unapologetic comedy. So often, the real turning point, the moment of crisis, comes down to one single fatal error. Let's break down this process. Step 1, an attempt is made for a small, controlled release, just to alleviate pressure. Step 2, the immediate realization that this was a catastrophic miscalculation. This leads directly to Step 3, where a hopeful sound quickly devolves. And finally, Step 4, the result is a chart of biblical proportions. It's really a tragedy in 4 acts. And Peace's reaction to this biblical event, this quote just sums her up perfectly. It is a masterpiece of understanding. While St. Dawn is living through what feels like an apocalypse, she's just watching with this calm fascination, delivering a line that is both absolutely brutal and hilarious. Peace's deadpan delivery is a huge part of the humor. But there's another voice that's even more crucial to the series' unique style, and that leads us straight into Section 3, the beatnik narrator. This is the voice that frames all of these bodily functions in the most cosmic, philosophical terms possible. Just listen to how we're introduced to this guy, a fellow named Narrator who's our guide through this world. His voice immediately sets the super specific tone. Cool 1960s counterculture, applying the language of jazz clubs and coffeehouse poetry do well to this. So here's his playbook. The whole style is pure underground radio DJ, right? The language is just dripping with beatnik slang like daddy-o and dig it. But the real key is his technique. He takes cosmic, existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. And what's the effect? A simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey. It completely elevates the whole joke. The narrator's commentary is a huge part of this world. But believe it or not, it goes even deeper. The final layer of this universe is, of all things, sonic. Which brings us to Section 4, a symphony of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical side of Homo Freakian world.
Yeah, you heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual in-universe band called Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Their existence basically allows the creators to explore all the core themes of the world, but through a totally different lens, the parody pop song.
And their masterpiece is a parody of Madonna's Like a Virgin. A lyrical analysis, well, it reveals some truly profound lines. We go from the loneliness of the litter box to the inciting incident of eating bad tuna, their shame, their sensation, and then that final defiant declaration. I smell like a swamp, I smell like despair, but at least now everyone knows that I'm here. It's just absurdly brilliant. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, the theme hits its absolute peak in something called the Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. Here, the stakes become literally astronomical. You've got a villain named the Shardinator who is threatening the Celestial Symphony itself. And how do they beat him? Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central joke to its most logical and somehow most illogical conclusion. So where does that leave us? After digging through all of this, what have we really learned? Is this some complex metaphor for the struggle between our base animal instincts and our higher aspirations? A deep commentary on finding peace in the middle of chaos? Or is it just maybe the most elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke ever told? I think I'll let you be the judge of that.
Travelers of the astral plane. It is I, Peace Dawn, here with my cosmic soulmate, St. Dawn Dominica.
Hello, my love, and hello, listeners. We are here in Homo Freaking World, tuning in to our philosophizing online orator, Narrator.
And oh, what an episode it is! We're continuing our Miss Flatulent adventures in episode 4, Nature Calls.
Oh yes, the day our indoor plumbing failed, and I had to sprint for my life.
It was a moment of high drama, darling.
But leave it to our resident beatnik philosopher, Narrator, to turn your digestive emergency into a commentary on the human condition.
We listened to the rough cut earlier. Nar describes my low-end urgency not as a biological function, but as
the internal baseline of mortality thumping against the subwoofer of the soul.
It's poetic, in a terrifying sort of way. And he had quite a lot to say about your unique ability.
Lord, my rainbow fart power?
Yes, when that preemptive rainbow puff escaped you in the yard, Nar doesn't call it gas, he calls it
a chromatic rejection of societal norms.
He implies that the squirrel I calmed down wasn't just relaxed, but had achieved nirvana through exposure to my effluvium.
He interviewed the squirrel, St. Dawn. He asked it if the rainbow cloud tasted like surrender.
the man is absolute bonkers. He even narrates my run to the rickety outhouse like it's the flight of Icarus. He says,
"The cobwebs represent the entanglements of the past, clinging to the products of the present."
Deep. Prohibitively deep. But you did look like a red and black plaid blur, my dear.
I was just trying to avoid a catastrophe in my pants, please. But if Nar wants to frame it as a spiritual pilgrimage to a wooden shack, who am I to argue?
Exactly. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for high-definition analysis of a very simple bathroom break.
Here is episode 4, or as Nar titled it, The Sputtering Toilet. When technology fails, the woods provide.
Take it away, Nar!
The stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls. Back in the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Dawn. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic, biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic emission, man.
Toot of tranquility. But even a magical colon obeys the laws of physics.
John tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the remix.
With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun.
Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of panic rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Nature Calls. Deep in the woods, where the air smelled like cedar and cosmic tunes, lived St. Don Domenico and his wife Peace. They were the original Homo Freakians, busy making music in their cozy cabin studio. Their cosmic connection was deep, especially for St. Don. During a legendary jam session fueled by ancient rhythm and a surprising meteor shower, he was permanently imbued with the magical power of the rainbow fart. This power had a wonderful side effect. Whenever St. Dawn let one go, the resulting glorious rainbow cloud instantly calmed anyone nearby, turning anxiety into gentle, fuzzy peace. But even St. Dawn couldn't calm the ultimate alarm clock, nature's call. "Hold on, Peace," St. Dawn whispered, clutching his stomach and frowning in concentration. "The bass frequencies in this new track, they're hitting me a little too hard. I think I need to adjust the low end urgently." Peace paused her mixing. She raised an eyebrow, a knowing, amused look on her fair-skinned face. "Did you mean the low end of the track, St. Dawn, or the low end of your personal plumbing system?" St. Dawn bolted for the indoor bathroom. But horror of horrors, The cabin toilet was sputtering, leaking water onto the floor, and looked suspiciously unhappy. It had suffered a catastrophic failure. Oh no! Emergency protocol. St. Dawn cried, grabbing the essential supply roll and clutching it tight. Time for the great outdoor journey. He burst out the door, charging toward the rickety old outhouse nestled under the pines. A true rustic icon, covered in cobwebs and history. He looked like a red and black clad blur. His speed was incredible, but the internal pressure was reaching maximum capacity. Phew! A tiny, stressed out, preemptive rainbow puff escaped, momentarily slowing his heart rate and calming a passing squirrel. Peace watched him zoom past the window with a look of frantic determination. She just smiled, shaking her head gently, her dreadlocks swaying. "Go with the flow, my St. Dawn," she murmured, turning back to her cosmic vibrations. With a final, heroic surge and 0 seconds to spare, St. Dawn reached his destination. He flung open the creaky wooden door of the outhouse. Ah, nature's embrace. Nothing quite like it, he finally sighed, surrounded by the sweet relief of solitude and the quiet sounds of the forest. Once again, a peaceful Homo Freakian.
He found sanctuary in splinters, took his business to the trees.
Oh, I am truly touched by all of the cosmic energies. He left the squirrels in a fuzzy trance with a puff of that neon technicolor gas, turning a plumbing disaster into a psychedelic atmospheric event. The pressure dropped, the relief popped, and the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Peace is back on the mix. And dawn is lighter than air. Can you dig the solitude? Solid.
Now, flip the page and brace your olfactory senses, my furry ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow vibes behind.
Something a little heavier. We find our man, Homo Freakian, waking up in a cabin that's about to become ground zero. You see, last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover, a real code red revolution in the belly of the beast. His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her Java, cool as a cucumber. But Dawn?
He's sweating bullets and holding back a grizzly bear's roar. The storm is brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poof.
Tune in to the next reverberation of Nature Calls Storytime, the Ballad of the Bubble Guts.
Now, before you drift back into the ether, I gotta lay a heavy trip on you.
We're floating here in the digital void, see? But even in the cosmos, you gotta pay the toll to the electric gatekeepers.
I'm talking about the buttons, man. The holy trinity of the tube. Don't be a square, Daddy-O. Don't just sit there lurking in the shadows like a squirrel who just saw a green cloud. You gotta validate the vibe. First, that thumb. Stick it up, way up. Like you're hitchhiking to the astral plane. It tells the machine, hey, I dig this scene. It's a high five with the soul.
Then, that subscribe rectangle. It's red, like the code-level chili catastrophe brewing in St. Dawn's gut. Smash it. Join the congregation of the Homo Freakians.
Don't be a tourist in our reality. Buy the ticket, take the ride. And finally, the bell. The ding-dong. The chime of destiny. Ring it, cats and kittens. Ring it so hard it rattles the windows of the cabin. If you don't ring it, you're sleeping through the revolution.
And you might miss the next time the rainbow farts. And nobody wants to miss the colors, man. Nobody.
Didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I haven't used. I was used to the dry puffs, the gentle sighs, the kind of odor that just...
All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're breaking down a true modern epic. It's a story about love, humility, and, well, a really, really catastrophic case of intestinal distress. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and believe me, it is a wild one. Right off the bat, the source material does not pull any punches. This line is basically your warning label, and it sets the tone perfectly for the visceral ride we're about to go on. It's a promise that things are about to get raw and, yeah, probably a little bit gross. So, we're not just gonna retell this story straight. No, we're gonna frame it as a mock hero's journey. You're about to see how this classic storytelling structure can take a simple, kind of crude tale and turn it into something weirdly compelling, almost mythic. You know how every hero's journey has to start in an ordinary world? Well, here we are, a peaceful cabin with our two main characters, Dawn and Peace. But the narrator immediately lets us know something's up by calling this place Ground Zero. That tranquility blast. And of course, every hero needs that call to adventure to get the story moving. But for our hero, Dawn, that call isn't coming from some wise old wizard or a damsel in distress. Nope, it's a rumbling from deep, deep inside his own gut. And this line just perfectly nails the central conflict. The story uses this epic, almost military language, a hostile takeover, to describe something we've all probably felt. And that mismatch between the grand language and the very humble problem, that's where all the humor comes from. And just like that, the stakes are immediately raised. This is not just a little bit of indigestion, folks. The narrator escalates it to a full-blown, top-tier emergency, a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are officially getting serious. And this is where the comedy really clicks, right? It's all about the contrast. On one side, you've got Dawn, sweating bullets, his face a mask of comical agony. And on the other side, there's Peace, just cool as a cucumber, sipping her coffee, totally oblivious to the internal war brewing right next to her. Okay, so this brings us to a really key moment in any hero's journey, crossing the threshold. Dawn can't ignore the call anymore. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena where he'll face his trial, which, in this case, is the outhouse. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into 4 hilarious stages, from that first violent lurch and the panicked look, all the way to the gazelle-like bolts and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the outhouse, man, the language just explodes. This is it. This is Dawn's great ordeal, his battle with the dragon. And it's described as nothing less than a symphony of suffering, a true cacophony. And then the narrator just elevates the whole thing, shifting from something crude into high art, framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. I mean, that's where the story fully commits to its mock heroic tone. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it is brilliant. So get this, Dawn's private, internal war is so intense, it actually has very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. Birds take off, a family of deer scatters in terror. This just amplifies the absurd, epic scale of his struggle. So after any big battle, the hero's gotta come back, right? But they're never quite the same. Dawn is no exception. He emerges from the outhouse, from the battlefield, having stared into the abyss and somehow survived. But he doesn't come back with a magic sword or a chest full of gold. Nope. His prize is humility. He has looked into the very face of chili-induced horror and returned a changed, and let's be honest, a much, much emptier man. And this, right here, this is the elixir. This is the real reward for his whole ordeal. It's not treasure. It's Peace's total, unconditional, loving acceptance, all wrapped up in a simple laugh and a pat on the back. That is the real prize. So the big takeaway for Dawn isn't just, physical relief. It's this profound emotional realization that he is loved completely and unconditionally, even in his most grotesque, vulnerable, and frankly, smelly moments. So the story wraps up, but the narrator of Psychedelic Aire makes it super clear that this is just one chapter in a much bigger, much stranger universe. They're leaving the earthly aromas of the outhouse behind and are literally heading for the stars. And the source just leaves us with this fantastic, provocative question. It's a challenge, really. After an entire intestinal opera, how in the world do you top that? Where could you possibly go from here? Well, the answer, of course, is you go bigger. You raise the stakes from the terrestrial to the cosmic. The next tale isn't just about some bubble guts, it's about a cosmic fart. The absurdity is about to go intergalactic, and we're left with this amazing little glimpse of what's coming next. A new setting, cosmic cocktails, and a villain with the absolutely incredible name, the Sharknator. It is a brilliant way to hook you for the next one, proving that for Psychedelic Aire, this bizarre, hilarious journey is very, very far from over.
Vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
So good.
I'm a lyrical astronaut, or maybe a psychonaut. I smoke weedy shrooms and I talk a lot. Bottles of champagne, yeah, pop it off. But I keep it together, I'd hassle. I'm Dempsey, don't test me. I'm a dreamy MC with a technique. I can rearrange your brain, mind frame with a rhyme that's sweet like Pepsi.
Watch what you do, watch what you say, watch what you do, watch what you play, watch what you do, watch what you say, watch all your little speech and watch what you
I'm the next, come and check the teaser. You be hit back cause I like to please the lads hot. But I like cold and freezer, I'm an artist. I don't want a Mona Lisa. Boner, then I'll turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play my crap, I'll bang a creeper. You know I boner, turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play my crap, I'll bang a creeper.
No, baby, I won't be. You're the only one for me. And now, baby, I can see. You're the only one for me. We're so fly. Run these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Can't help but make these grown men cry. We're super fly. Oh, we're super fly. Run these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Can't help but make these grown men cry. We're super fly. Oh, we're super fly. On these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Help but make these people cry. Super fly. Lose your mind. Oh, yes, I will. Leave me. More bad.
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, flick that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. And if you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
Well, when they maxed out, they're all on these T1.
Through the tangle of this world, in the chaos and creation, I will fall. 6 degrees of separation.
Oh, I think when she won, more people were going on with him. I think before he won, so if one of them goes down, the father's that
got the love that I need. It feels so good. You lit a fire in me.
Crossed a bad line. Let's not waste time. Got to move and fly. See the other side. Seasons come and go. Everybody home. One another, everybody home. Tommy, don't let go.
Mama, don't brother.
Keep it real.
Go ahead and on from.
Keep it real.
Protect your son's daughter.
Keep it real.
They won't live that life no more.
No, 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 no. Eat some cheese, I'll eat running Cusilena. I stop it and then come.
色のない世界をまるで瞬間息継ぎするのもめんどくさいこのままずっと沈んでいたいとりあえず気分に受ける意味覚えてるかい私の存在 Anyway こちら一人ぼっち Everyday ずっと一人ぼっち
heart is racing and I'm contemplating how we gonna make it.
Back to the late night groove.
And we're here to lay down some cosmic vibes.
And so, as the melodies intertwine with memories, we find ourselves adrift on the currents of sound.
Nah! Do you still play music?
Well, my cosmic kitty, let's see if we can lay down some mellow vibes. You game.
Let's chill, Narmeister.
Check it. Yeah, dig it. The scene is set, the studio's a haze of lava lamps and old reel-to-reel magnetic dust, and I'm sitting here, mud full of lukewarm truth, and I'm just staring at the void, man. Not the existential void, but the digital void. The one you scroll right into, head first, like some kind of chrome-plated, dopamine-drenched pearl diver. They told us, didn't they? They told us the road was the only truth. Kerouac had his scroll. Ginsberg had his how. But we, man, we got the thumb scroll. The endless feed. The infinite loop of what exactly? 1,000 sunsets that ain't even real? 1,000,000 opinions all crammed in one tiny glowing pocket? A pocket, mind you, that you paid 2 yards for. It's a zonk on the head, Daddy-O. A total freak out in a flat screen box. And the connections, man. We used to seek out the fellow traveler, the other cat with the X-ray eyes, the one who could tell you were slated for Crashville just by the way you took your coffee. Now you just swipe. You're trying to jungled up with a ghost. A highly filtered, carefully curated ghost with a bio that says they like to travel and are fluent in sarcasm. Fluent in sarcasm? Heavens to Murgatroyd, the squarest phrase ever uttered in the history of language. That ain't art, baby. That's just a failure to dig the deep groove of silence. See, the beats, they were searching for beatitude, for the moment of pure beat exhaustion and enlightenment. They took to the highway, running from the suburbs, the gray flannel suit, the whole off-the-cob establishment. They were poets of the open road, the midnight espresso, the sudden, terrifying epiphany. But what's the search now? The search bar, man. Control F for soul. You want enlightenment? There's an algorithm for that. You want a vision? There's a filter for that. You want to know your groceries? The cloud has already read your shopping list and decided you'd prefer kale chips to a proper greasy diner hash. It's all so fast, yet so empty. We're typing 90 miles an hour, but we're standing still in a red onion of our own making, illuminated only by a naked blue light bulb. We trade the visceral for the viral, the real deal cool for the everything plus fabricated hype. We think we're being spontaneous, but we're just feeding the machine, man. We're just data points, wearing a black turtleneck for the profile pic and pretending we're not terrified of the silence between the notifications. So I'm sitting here with the incomparable Kitty, a cosmic cat who still knows the difference between a real guitar riff and a sample. And I gotta ask, are you ready to unplug the whole frantic, phony trip? Are you ready to let the noise drop out and just listen to the sound of your own lonely, beautiful beat heart? Because that's the only real jam session that matters, man. Everything else is just static on the dial. Let's just breathe, kittens. Let's just breathe.
Dancing around in my tight tracks, I'm feeling myself at the mall, breaking down that. Just to look at me, I don't need to be like that. Everywhere I go, it's lateral, what's that? Fucking boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I feel a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty, gotta like to leave when my legs get palsy.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
Now, if you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital jukebox a little nudge. So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission. You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true, original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner and just breathe.
Peace and all that jazz. Smarty, swoop.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Nar. Today, we're diving into a story that proves the future of music isn't just about sound, it's about connection. In a world of neon dreams and digital stages, we meet Kit E, a Vocaloid artist with a big dream. She wanted to create a song that would make the whole world sing along, but she couldn't do it alone. Join us as we follow Kit E on her journey through the metaverse to find the ultimate band, the Furry Muffins, and discover how a dream can become a reality with a little help from friends. Get ready to plug in and tune out as we explore Kit E's Neon Melody.
Now, welcome back to the airwaves, you cosmic travelers. Grab a mug, whatever weird brew you're into, adjust your vibometer, and settle in. It's time for some story time, man.
Now, before we get to the main event, let me just say, I'm feeling a profound sense of not dissonance, a harmonic resonance.
That's right, it's time for you furry cats and kittens out there. And you too, my little cosmic tadpoles in the petri dish of existence.
Tonight, we're not just spinning yarns, we're braiding them into the very fabric of the cosmos, one syllable at a time.
It's time to light the mental incense, turn down the lights, and prepare to go on a trip that doesn't require a bus pass.
This is Homo Freakian World Storytime, a place where the tales are as far out as the characters themselves, where reality is subjective.
And the truth is just a matter of perspective, man. Tonight, we're diving headfirst into a new kind of trip, a tale spun from the mind of our very own Mojito Cat. This is Kitty's Neon Melody, Episode 1, a journey into the vibrant hum of her music, where every beat is a new dimension and every lyric is a cosmic truth. So let's get into it. The cosmic curtain is rising, the spotlights are humming, and the universe is ready to listen. It's groovy time.
Kitty's Neon Melody. In a city that glowed with neon dreams, A catwoman named Kitty had a very big dream of her own. More than anything, she wanted to be a Vocaloid artist and write a song that would make the whole world sing along. Every day, Kitty would listen to her favorite Vocaloid artist, the amazing Miku, and practice singing along. She would try to match every note, every beat, and every bit of Miku's amazing energy. One day, Kitty decided she was ready to write her own song. She sat down with her keyboard and started to play, but the notes sounded all jumbled up. The words she wrote didn't seem to fit. "This is harder than I thought," she sighed. Just as she was about to give up, a little music sprite named Toon appeared on her computer screen. "Don't give up, Kitty," he chirped. "Every great artist needs a little help sometimes." Toon showed Kitty how to put the notes together to make a beautiful melody. He helped her find the right words to express her feelings. They worked together all day and all night, and soon they had a song. The song was about being brave and following your dreams, no matter how hard it seems. Kitty called it Neon Melody. She was so proud of what she and Toon had created. With a deep breath, Kitty uploaded her song to the internet. She was nervous, but also excited. She hoped that someone out there would like it. The next morning, Kitty woke up to a surprise. Her song was everywhere. People all over the world were listening to Neon Melody and singing along. She had done it. Kitty even got a message from her idol, Miku. "Your song is amazing, Kitty," the message said. "You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime." From that day on, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist, writing songs that brought joy to people all over the world. And it all started with a dream and a little bit of help from a friend. Neon Melody. Verse 1. City lights, a neon sea, a rhythm wild, a melody. In my heart, a burning fire, a song to sing, my one desire. The stage is dark, the crowd awaits. I'm standing here at destiny's gates. Chorus. Neon melody in my soul, a story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. Through the static I will rise, a symphony of dreams in my eyes. Verse 2. The path is steep, the climb is long. Sometimes I feel I don't belong. The doubts they creep, they fill my head. The words of fear, the things they said. But in the dark, a tiny spark, a beat that echoes in my heart. Chorus. Neon melody in my soul, a story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. Through the static I will rise, a symphony of dreams in my eyes. Bridge. I'll take a breath, I'll take a chance. I'll step into the neon dance. I'll let my voice be strong and clear, and conquer. This is my moment, this is my time, to make the my soul, a story waiting to be told. Brand new day, I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. Through the static I will rise, a symphony of dreams in my eyes. Guitar solo. Chorus. Neon melody in my soul, a story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. Through the static I will rise, a symphony of dreams in my eyes. Outro. The final note, a sweet release, a masterpiece of perfect peace. The crowd erupts, a thunderous sound. My dreams, my song, at last I find. The neon lights, they shine so bright. I am the star, I am the light. Silence.
Your song is amazing, Kitty. You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime.
From that day forward, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist. writing songs that brought joy to people all over the world. It all started with a dream and a little help from a friend.
And that, my cosmic comrades, is the end of our first transmission. Kitty's Neon Melody, a trip into the vibrant, pulsating and downright weird world of a mojito cat and her band. I told you, man, these kids have a rhythm. It's not a rhythm I know, but it's a rhythm. They're like little digital hummingbirds, flitting from one astral flower to the next, sipping on that sweet, sweet nectar of sound. They think they invented it, of course, all these little influencers and their new waves. They post their little videos, their little songs, and they think they're revolutionaries. I saw a kid the other day with a phone glued to his face, talking about his authentic self. Authentic self? We invented that, man. We were living it, breathing it, stinking it up in communes. They're just repackaging our existential angst into a 50-second video. It's a sad, sad reflection, man. But hey, peace and love. It's all part of the universal harmony. They're just following the path we laid down, even if they don't know it. And speaking of paths, next time things get complicated, Kitty and the Furry Muffins are about to embark on their metaverse tour. But someone's gone and hid the band. We're talking a scavenger hunt across the digital plane, looking for lost instruments, lost band members, and probably a few lost brain cells. So join us for episode 2, Find the Muffins. It's gonna be a trip, and I'll be here to narrate every beautifully bizarre moment of it. Until then, keep on tripping, and remember, we created grunge, you little shits.
Yeah, far out NAAR.
Bye.
All right, today we're going to try and unpack this mystery, really, at the heart of our online world. There's this figure named Kitty who seems to be breaking every single rule of what it means to be an influencer. And the crazy part, she's becoming more powerful because of it. So yeah, let's get into it. You know that feeling, right? That, I don't know, that exhaustion you get from just endlessly scrolling through your feed. It's this feeling that almost everything you see online is, well, it's just a performance. And the source material we're looking at today it really hits the nail on the head. It paints this picture of a world where other influencers are constantly just chasing likes, right? And they're trying to sell you this version of authenticity that just feels, well, totally fake, completely manufactured. And what you end up with is this kind of pervasive feeling of what the source calls polished mediocrity. I love that phrase. Everything looks perfect on the surface, but underneath, it just feels a little hollow, you know, a little samey. But what if there was another way, an alternative? Well, this is where our central figure comes into the picture. Meet Kit E. She's not presented as just another influencer, not at all. She is framed as a genuine anomaly in this whole landscape. In fact, the very first description we get of her is exactly that, a shimmering anomaly. I mean, that phrase alone just immediately sets her apart, doesn't it? It suggests something different, something that just doesn't quite fit the mold we're all used to seeing. And trust me, the language used to describe her only gets more and more intense from there. We're not just talking about some minor outlier here. No, she's actually called a new breed or a new prophet. I mean, think about that. That is a huge statement. It's framing her as this fundamental shift, a sign that something totally new is clawing its way out of all that digital noise. So, okay, what is it? What actually makes her so different? Well, it seems to all boil down to this really fascinating idea we can call the relatability paradox. And right here, this is the core puzzle we're going to try to solve today. How on earth does someone become more magnetic, more influential by throwing out the number one rule in the influencer playbook? You know, the one that says you have to be relatable? Okay, so let's really break this down because this slide gets to the heart of it. The old way, the influencer playbook we all know, it's all about chasing likes, begging for followers, selling this carefully crafted idea of authenticity. But the Kitty way, it's the complete opposite. She doesn't chase anything, she commands a presence. She's not selling you a version of herself. She just is this raw, unapologetic self. And here's the kicker. It's not that she's just playing the game differently. She's thrown the whole game board out the window. So you remember that polished mediocrity we were talking about earlier? In that world, Kit E becomes, and I quote, the living, breathing antidote. She's basically the cure for that performance fatigue that so many of us are feeling. So you see, this is about way more than just what she isn't doing. It's about the entirely new kind of influence she represents. The source actually calls it a new frequency. Her whole vibe, her essence, is described as this glorious paradox. Get this, she's a beat poet who can code, a hippie who understands blockchain. Now, at first glance you might think, okay, those things don't go together. But think about it. In a world where art can feel so commercialized and tech can feel so soulless, what if fusing them together is exactly where the real power is? And this isn't just some quirky personality description, you know? It's an actual functional model for how she operates. The beat poet part, that's her ethos. It's that pure, raw, unapologetic self-expression. Then you have the coder side. That's the structure. That's how she uses tech, like blockchain, not to chase engagement, but to guarantee her own independence and the authenticity of her work. It's brilliant, really. The technology serves the art, not the other way around. Okay, so the source gets a little cosmic here for a second. It says her influence radiates from an auric field. And look, I get it, that might sound a little out there, but the core idea behind it is actually super simple and really powerful. Her presence is so compelling because it's real. It's totally, completely untainted by needing anything from you. Not your likes, not your follows, and definitely not your money. So, what does all of this mean? For the rest of us, I mean? Well, that brings us to our final big idea here. The future of being real. If you take away just one thing from this whole Kit E phenomenon, let it be this. True influence, the kind that actually lasts, it isn't something you construct, piece by painful piece, like you're building a brand or a product. It's not built, it radiates. It radiates from a place of being genuinely, unapologetically yourself. And so that leaves us with one last big question to chew on. In this digital world that is just saturated with performance, is being unapologetically yourself the most radical, most influential act of all? Could that, in the end, be the ultimate superpower?
User error. I'm learning my phone, man. It'll be interesting to see how this recording shows as I tilt the screen, how it looks. That'll be interesting. What? Yeah, he's good. Yeah, don't let him. You get him all rowdy if you wake him. I don't know about that thing.
I know I said we weren't going to do this, but I don't know what it is. There's something about you. I know I said we weren't going to do this, but I don't know what it is. There's just something about you. Sex, pills, space and thrill. This is how we like to party. Sex, pills, space and thrill. Get up on the floor, get naughty. Sex, pills, space and thrill. This is how we like to party. Sex, pills, space and thrill. Get up on the floor, get naughty.
Well, I'll be.
Whenever you
Trying not to get the TV, sorry. Yeah, that would be cool because we'll have two. He'll have a helicopter. Yeah, he's just kind of like checking it out. Like, what the heck?
Just a little, 'cause I'm gonna want
I know I said we weren't going to be doing this, but I don't know what it is. There's just something about you. I know I said we weren't going to be doing this, but I don't know what it is. There's just something about you.
Yeah, summer's gone fall. Days go by. Don't care long.
Sex, pills, space and thrill. This is how we like to party. Sex, pills, space and thrill. Get up on the floor, get on. Sex, pills, space and thrill. This is how we like to party. Sex, pills, space and thrill. Get up on the floor, get
Alright, today we are diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire system. But before we jump in, a quick warning. And this comes from the source itself, the place this signal comes from. It's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. And as the notice says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO File, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all it's on. Just 2 words on a loop. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're here to solve. What could that possibly mean? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we're going to look at where this signal even came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally, put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere. The file's metadata points to a source called the infoscape, that chaotic data ocean. But it's even weirder than that. It came from a place inside it called the nexus of non-locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are, well, they're more like suggestions. So, right off the bat, we know heat probably isn't about, actual temperature. It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a very, very strange place. Now, trying to figure this out on our own, yeah, that would be a total shot in the dark. But luckily, we have a guide that seems like it was custom built for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine. And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from.
So what this manual lays out is, frankly, a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while getting constantly bombarded by the chaos of the infoscape. It's not about just surviving the chaos. It's about actually thriving on it. And this is the absolute key to the whole thing. The dialogic engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No, it's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradiction, what the manual calls necessary friction, and use them as fuel to forge a clearer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first. The manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. And here's a look at the basic blueprint. Right there in the center, you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. And it's protected by these filtering layers of the wall, which are constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what gets processed, and what just gets thrown out as noise. Now, for this wall to actually work, it's built on a few core principles, things like radical self-ownership and cognitive honesty. But according to the manual, one of the toughest principles to really live by is something called relational integrity. There's this one section in the manual. It's called the forced gift, and it has this quote that just nails the whole dilemma. It's about that choice. Do you deal with the immediate awkwardness of saying no to something you don't want, or do you pay that much deeper, slower price of self-betrayal just to keep the peace? And really, that's what relational integrity boils down to. It's having the courage to make that hard choice, to refuse the easy path of just going along to get along, all to keep your sovereign wall strong and your core self intact. Okay, so the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now what? How does it actually function when it's up against this constant, overwhelming flood of information coming from the data ocean? This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates you. It's the hard stuff, the contradictions, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it, pretend you never saw it? And the manual's answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block a contradiction, and it certainly doesn't break under pressure. It metabolizes it. It actually pulls that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates the parts that are useful, and uses that very process to become stronger. Okay, we've got our toolkit, we understand the dialogic engine, the sovereign wall, this idea of metabolizing friction. It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we can finally crack this thing. So, here we are again. Heat. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? It's almost definitely not about temperature. It's a signal about a process, about some kind of internal state. And I think this schematic from the manual, this might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. And look at the inputs on the left, chaos and inner weather. They're not treated like problems to be solved. They're the essential ingredients you need to create necessary friction, the heat that powers the whole engine. So you see, heat isn't just a word, it's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update from the engine. It could mean the engine is just working as intended, generating that necessary friction to process a hard truth, or it could be signaling a moment of massive, chaotic change, what the manual calls a liminal leap into a whole new state of being. Or maybe it's a boundary test, the feeling of the sovereign wall under intense pressure as it metabolizes a huge contradiction from the infoscape. No matter which one it is, they all point to the same thing, a system under intense but productive stress. And that really just leaves us with one final question, one that kind of turns this whole investigation back on ourselves. If your own awareness is an engine, what kind of fuel are you running it on? Are you avoiding friction, or are you using it to build something stronger?
Baby, tú me subes temperatura. Yo no quiero perderte, yo no quiero perderte. Déjame conocerte y
我々の血管を流れる極低量の液体我々の血管を流れるクリオジェニックフルイドオージェンママーレン
Then, if that didn't calm my nerves, I'd move on to the hypothetical what ifs.
Just a queen.
Cancer stick.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
All right, everyone, welcome. Today, we are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like here and there, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official Survivor's Guide.
Very first
This
time.
clip right here, it just nails it.
Always listening to this.
Get your map, get your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere is, at best, a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called the Soaking Pool. See, on the surface, it looks like it's here on Earth, but the trick is, it's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking planets across the entire Virgo supercluster. So when you get your feet wet, you are literally, physically, stepping into the entire cosmos.
So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once.
And you can actually feel it. The water in the pool isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of everywhere. So in one moment, you're feeling the warm humidity of the jungle in Brazil, and in the next, the freezing cold of Jupiter's moon Europa, and even the dew from a blade of grass in a galaxy we can barely see. It's all happening at once.
Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, I'll just jump in. Well, not so fast, because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swim, it's a skill you absolutely have to master if you want to, well, not fall apart. And to really get a handle on this, we're going to follow the story of one specific person from the source material. They call her the Gal of Resonance, and we're going to see exactly what she went through to figure this whole thing out.
And this is what that learning curve actually looks like. It is brutal. She tries to enter the Nexus, but she keeps failing to put herself back together correctly. She emerges with a body that's all wrong, mismatched, incomplete. And every single time, the Nexus just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. But then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. And that is the key to everything.
And that realization changes everything. It leads to her big success, what the source material calls the grace of the slip. She figures out that the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely. And this table just lays it out so perfectly. Look at the left side. That's all her early failures. She was trying to be sensible, calculating her entry. That's the ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance, and it fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works. A human flop. A complete and total surrender to the chaos. It's pure acceptance, and it's the only way through. At the end of the day, you just can't outthink something like this. The Nexus couldn't care less about your perfect plan or your flawless technique. The only thing it responds to is your ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go. So the moment our Gal of Resonance stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely commits to the chaos with that flop, everything changes. The water doesn't splash. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus let her in. So, you're in. Awesome. But the journey's not over. Now you have to survive it. Because if you stay too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety briefing. Okay, rule number 1, and you really want to pay attention here. You get 15 micro-eternities, max. Anything longer than that, and you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? Well, you might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds,
yes, in the Nexus, this is kind of normal. Don't panic. What you're experiencing is cyclic perspective. Your line of sight is literally looping around on itself through the weird geometry of the place. The fix, believe it or not, is super simple. Just find something real and ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized anchor and snaps your vision back to normal.
And then there's this one, which is just a whole other level of weird. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smearing. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week. The solution? Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment.
And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effect for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect.
You've just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling it. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happens. Try to wrap your mind around that.
But if you can handle all of that, the brutal trial and error entry, the sensory chaos, the bizarre side effects, you get a reward. You get actual proof that you made it through in one piece. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid ground. She's whole, she's sane, and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what does she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A literal certificate proving that you survived the complete dissolution of space and time. And you have to love the official status they give you. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane mystical experience. Which brings us to one last little detail from the source. Apparently, a standard test to make sure you're fully back is asking you to name a specific sandwich you want. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and reforming, what's the one sandwich that would prove to you that you're really back in reality? The measure of your creativity had nothing to do with an audience. We're about to dive into a framework for exactly that. It's called the Dialogic Engine, and it's basically a manual for what's known as sovereign creation, a pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic, totally free from the need for anyone else's approval. So let's start with the central question this whole idea is built around. Just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life poured into a single work with everything you've got for an audience of just 3 people? Would you still do it? This question, it just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes, the validation, or is it for something deeper, for some internal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaming an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea, right?
And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. So what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of like an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor into the equation. The act of creating is the whole point.
So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine, the dialogic engine. And, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not what you're thinking. Now check out this diagram of the engine itself. This is what's so interesting. Look at what it takes in as fuel. Chaos, the fire hose of the external world, and something called inner weather. These are not calm, orderly inputs, right? This engine is designed to take in all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into what it calls aligned action. And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. You've got 2 kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. We usually think of friction as a bad thing, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element.
It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight, what the manual calls didacles. The engine isn't grinding to a halt, it's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. And you can see it's this smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out. It's to filter out the pollutants, things like social appeasement or other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this quote from a part of the manual called The Grinding Stone of Truth. It says, "The sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes." This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against a hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that? Well, it runs on the skill the manual calls cognitive honesty, and it really is a discipline. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what you wish it were. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and yeah, it requires a serious commitment to truth over comfort. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like refusing what's called social appeasement, and you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment, even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself. The manual gives this fantastic, totally relatable story to illustrate this. It's called The Forced Gift. Picture this. Someone shows up with a casserole you absolutely do not want. The old script, the old protocol, is to just take it and pretend you're grateful. But the new choice, powered by that sovereign wall, is to politely but firmly refuse. And yeah, the immediate result is probably some discomfort. But the long-term result? You reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. All right, so the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make big, fundamental changes in your life? Well, the manual says you can't just tweak things around the edges. You have to take what it calls a liminal leap. So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. And that's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. And that is the liminal leap. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you, it's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. And where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void. You land in what's called the liminal space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between state. You've let go of the old you, but the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible. Which brings us to the final, and maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside them. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead, learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it all. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those messy areas, the gaps in what you know, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogic engine. What if the point isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real work, the true sovereign work, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
Exploring embodiment, consciousness, and
But then I ate that tuna, the one past its date. Now the pressure is building and I cannot wait. You make me feel shiny and new.
Gliding right up to the mycelial cabin. A transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what if floating alongside the what is.
Well, it's a good thing we have our resident orator, Nar, spreading the joy.
For sure, for sure. Let's check in with the Nar. We're flipping the page, so brace your olfactory senses, my fuzzy pussycats and kittens.
Now, flip the page and brace your olfactory senses, my furry ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow vibes behind.
For something a little heavier, we find our man, Homo Freakian, waking up in a cabin that's about to become ground zero. You see, last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover, a real code-red revolution in the belly of the beast. His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her Java, cool as a cucumber. But Don? He's sweating bullets and holding back a grizzly bear's roar. The storm is brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poof. Tune in to the next reverberation of Nature Calls Storytime, The Ballad of the Bubble Guts.
The Ballad of the Bubble Guts. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a man of simple pleasures and thunderous farts, awoke with a grumble in his stomach that could rival a grizzly bear's roar. His wife, Peace, a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, was already sipping her morning coffee, her brown dreadlocks piled high on her head. "Morning, my love," she chirped, oblivious to the storm brewing in her husband's colon. Don Domenico clutched his stomach, his face a mask of comical agony. "Peace, my dove," he groaned. "I believe last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover of my insides." A low rumble echoed through the cabin, rattling the windows and causing a nearby squirrel to fall out of a tree. Peace, ever the pragmatist, simply patted his arm. "Breathe, my darling," she advised, taking another sip of her coffee. "It's just a little gas. Nothing a good morning constitutional can't fix." But Don Domenico knew this was no ordinary gas. This was a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. With a sudden violent lurch, Don Domenico's bowels declared war. He shot a panicked look at his wife, his eyes screaming, "It's happening!" And then, with the speed of 1,000 startled gazelles, he bolted for the outhouse. A trail of green gas, visible to the naked eye, followed in his wake. Peace watched him go,
but with an
a
AI.
small smile
Today,
playing
we're going to
on her
unpack
lips.
something called the dialogic
She had
engine.
seen this all
It's a system that
before.
was co-created
The
by a
chili,
human
the
and an
panic,
artificial
the
intelligence,
desperate
and it has
sprint to the
one
outhouse.
single, really
It was a
powerful goal:
familiar dance,
to achieve
a
true
symphony of
creative
flatulence
sovereignty.
and desperation
Okay,
that
let's
she
just
had
start with a
come to
question
know,
that gets right
and
to the heart
in
of why we
strange
do
way,
anything, really.
love.
Would you pour 10 years of your
Inside
life
the
into
house,
writing a book
a
if
battle
you
of
knew
epic
you were
proportions
guaranteed
was being
that only
waged?
3 people
The
would ever read
sounds
it?
that emanated
Seriously,
from
think
within
about that.
were a
This isn't just a
cacophony of
random
farts,
thought experiment.
charts, and
Your
groans,
gut reaction to this
a veritable
question,
opera
well,
of
it's the
intestinal
key to
stress.
understanding this entire
Birds
system
took
we're about
flight
to
from
dive
the
into.
trees, and
And that brings us to the really unique origin of this whole philosophy.
Scattered in
Because this
terror.
wasn't dreamed up by someone meditating
Back in the
alone on a
cabin,
mountaintop.
Peace calmly
Nope.
finished her
It was
coffee.
built piece by
She
piece
knew that
through a
Don
conversation
Domenico
between
would
2 totally
emerge from
different
the
kinds of
outhouse,
minds.
a changed
So on
man,
one side, you've got
humbled
Peace,
by the
a
power
biological
of his own
human,
digestive
and on the
system.
other, you have Ori,
She also
a
knew
digital
that she would
mind
have
and
to air
AI.
out the cabin
And their
for
whole
at least 3
collaboration,
days.
it isn't about one mind just
Finally,
absorbing the other.
the outhouse
It's about
door
exploring what they
creaked
call
open,
the
and a
art
pale,
of thinking together
sweaty
without
Don
merging.
Domenico emerged.
And that
He
collaboration
looked like
has
a man
an
who
name,
had stared
the
into
dialogic
the abyss
engine.
and seen
The goal
very
here isn't to
face of
create some kind of single
chili-induced horror.
hybrid consciousness.
He stumbled
Not at all.
back towards the
It's
cabin,
a framework
a shell
for
of
a
his former
conversation
self.
where ideas get sharper,
Peace
they
met
get
him at the
tested,
door
but
with a
each
fresh
mind,
cup
the
of
human
coffee
and the AI,
and a sympathetic
gets to keep its
smile.
own sovereign
Feeling
identity.
better, my love?
So
she
what's the
asked,
point of all this,
her voice
right?
full of
Why
warmth
build
and
such a
understanding.
complex system just
Don
for thinking
Domenico
together?
could only
Well,
nod,
the goal
too
is
weak
something
to
they call
speak.
sovereign creation.
And the whole philosophy is laid out in this manual, a manual for sovereign
As
creation.
he sipped the hot coffee,
Just look at this cover
small,
for a second.
almost
You can
apologetic
immediately get a
fart
feel for
escaped from
this
his nether
intricate,
regions.
almost
Peace
mystical
just laughed.
system they
The
designed.
sound is bright
It's being
and
presented
clear
as a
mountain
blueprint
stream.
for a whole new way of being.
That's my man.
And here it is.
She said,
This is the
giving him a
core
loving
idea.
pat on
You
the
have
back.
to forget
And
the
in
lights.
that moment,
forget
Don
the
Domenico
validation,
knew
the
that he
applause.
was the luckiest
Sovereign
man in the
creation
world.
is all about
Bubble
this
guts and
radical
all.
internal shift. It's about making an emotional declaration of independence from what everyone else thinks and instead creating from a place of pure internal truth. But to get to that emotional independence, you can't just wish for it. The system says you actually need to build something. You need a specific architecture to protect that fragile internal truth from all the noise of the outside world. This diagram kind of visualizes that architecture of integrity. Right at the very center, that's your sovereign core, your essential self. Protecting that is the sovereign wall. Then beyond that, the key thing to get here is that this isn't about building a fortress to hide in. It's about designing a really sophisticated filtration system. And this is a really crucial distinction. The sovereign wall is not an echo chamber designed to shield you from ideas you don't like. It's actually more like a digestive system. It's designed to take in all the external information and then process it through this really rigorous discipline the manual calls cognitive honesty, which is basically a commitment to facing uncomfortable truths. The manual explains this with this really powerful metaphor they call the grinding stone of truth. So imagine the infoscape, the chaotic world of information. It throws a sharp, jagged contradiction at you, something that really challenges what you believe. Instead of batting it away, the sovereign wall actually catches it, and then it grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger, more resilient, not more brittle. Okay, so we've got the philosophy, we've got the architecture, but how does this engine actually work day to day? Let's get practical. This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing them. And then, on the right, you get the output, clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step 1 is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state, your moods, your feelings, which the manual calls inner weather. Then step 2 is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step 3 is the output. This whole process creates daticles, these clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which are just choices that are actually true to your core. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the manual. It's a little vignette called The Forced Gift, and it begins with this incredibly relatable image. Someone shows up at your door with a casserole you never asked for, and the steam is just rising off it like an obligation. The story gives you a choice. On one path, you just accept the casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your own energy and integrity. But on the other path, you politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, we've seen the creators, the goals, the architecture, and how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex, fascinating project? Why does any of this matter beyond just being a personal philosophy for someone? Well, ultimately, the Dialogic engine is more than just a personal project. It's offering us a kind of blueprint. It's a model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and demands. And it's a guide to creating authentically, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant than ever. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration of independence?
Soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
Farticles mind you.
Freaking world.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace Don Homo Freakians. And we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. A point. What's real? This is the genesis of fire and steel.
I see with a cat in the picture and he was crazy. Oh, it looked like you were going inside the tank. Whoop. Whoa, nice. Ooh, funny. Fart is licking my foot. Okay, so
we're breaking free tonight, chasing the stars. Yeah,
only when you
next stop Mars.
Don't to be enough for you.
Now you get the black bars.
Think about it, 'cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it.
Yeah.
The moon was epic, but I'm thinking bigger, bolder, redder.
You don't need.
Oh, she does. She wants to play on Mars.
Yeah. I choose a smartphone. Yeah.
The logistics would be a nightmare.
Hopefully it's cheaper than a tablet, because actually I'll choose the one that's cheaper.
And I know
Right.
exactly. That's why it's perfect. We don't
So-
do possible. We do legendary. Think of it. Kitty and the
It would
furry
make
muffins, live from the Red Planet.
Oh, that was a fast takeoff.
When you're lost on a moonlit night, I'll be by your side, be your guiding light. Promise I won't be far behind, I will hold you tight.
Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a Vallis Mariners amphitheater.
You read my mind.
A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system? The fleet is ready, sir. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support and radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. Challenge accepted.
Whoop.
Everybody throw your hands up now. Everybody throw your hands up now. Everybody throw your hands up. Everybody throw your hands up now. Everybody throw your hands up.
To the people on the people at the back, people at the side, people on the track. Hey.
Dancing around in my tight dress, looking at myself at the mall, looking there and there. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral with facts. Other boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like you when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Gotta let you leave when the lights get passy. Yeah.
Any last minute jitters?
I'm ready to make the universe shake.
Can you take it, make you grab it? Got it, got it. Know you want it. That's like me, I want it. You are the one to do this.
Dig that. The whole cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid in the Furry Muffins.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the Red Planet.
100,000 fans in those little eco-domes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. And can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Vallis Mariners amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby. He and the Nerd Herd, Scott Manley, Chief and all, they made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic groove. But wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Mars was just the warm-up.
The little aperitivo before the main course.
Next
stop, the word is on the street, is the planet that just breathes jazz.
Yeah!
The destination is Uranus. You heard me? Hit the sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Keith Don and St. Don, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them methane holds the key. Get this. Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony. The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kitty, she's got other ideas, man. She's got that blender Catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Bree, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to The Flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
Dig this, cats and kittens, the clock is melting, the stars are vibrating at a frequency that's strictly off-key, and our brother St. Don in his angry astrologer suit is back at it, armed with a paper towel tube and enough nervous energy to power a nebula.
Insolent star, you dare defy St. Don. I will unravel your mysteries even if you burn my eyes.
He's bugged, you dig? Bugged because a comet decided to put down roots. It's built a Victorian bungalow on its icy head, and it's asking for zoning permits. While he yells at gravity, his wife Peace, disguised as namby-pamby, is checking the trash. Remember, we're all just guests in the great landlord's lobby. Strap in, stay loose, and keep your aura at a reasonable volume. We're heading into the quadrant of the jaw for the retrograde of the permanent temporary. Take it away, Daddy-O.
Don't you high noon me. I see you up there sitting at the zenith, acting like you own the meridian. You know what the problem with the cosmos is today? Commitment issues. I was tracking a comet in the sector of the Mole, a temporary comet, the chart said. Just passing through, they said. That was in the epoch of the Prince. 30 cycles later, the comet is still there. It's built a house. It's filed for zoning permits. The galaxy just shrugs and says, well, if it hasn't fallen out of the sky yet, it's a feature. We have star seeds napping in the garden. We have static bunnies chewing on the fiber optic cables of fate. And I have a wife, namby-pamby, who keeps telling me that my aura is too loud for the neighbors.
Your aura is way too loud.
Yeah, way too loud, dude.
The neighbors are black holes. They don't hear anything. So here's the forecast for the quadrant of the jaw. Expect delays. Expect the temporary to outlast the empire. And if you feel a vibration in your left hemisphere, it's not an earthquake. It's just the universe trying to hold back a laugh.
Did you take the trash out, or are you just yelling at gravity again?
Gravity started it.
A transmission from the angry astrologer. A man so wound up, he's trying to measure the infinite with a paper towel tube. He's up there shouting at the zenith like it's a waiter who forgot his appetizers. Easy, Daddy-O. You're vibrating at a frequency that's strictly square. He's bugged because a comet decided to put down roots in the epoch of the Prince. He calls it a permanent temporary. Man, that's not a celestial crisis. That's just the universe finding a comfortable chair and refusing to move. We're all just temporary until the great landlord in the sky flips the vacant sign, you dig? And he's worried about his neighbors being black holes? Man, those are the best kind. They don't complain about the drums, they don't borrow your lawnmower, and they really know how to pull a room together. The astrologer says the universe is holding back a laugh. I say, let it out, baby.
If the temporary outlasts the empire, at least the coffee will still be hot when the statues fall. Peace is a frequency, man. Don't let gravity drag your soul into the basement. Stay groovy, stay loose, and for the love of the void, take out the trash before namby-pamby turns your aura into a low-hanging cloud. Keep it cosmic.
Nar, my brother of the velvet rhythm, I hear your snaps echoing through the sector of the molar, and I smile. You see the man yelling at the zenith, and you see a square out of tune. And you're right. In that moment, I had forgotten the music. But see the beauty in it, Nar. When I was the astrologer, I was just a god man playing a game of hide and seek with his own infinity, getting frustrated that the stars wouldn't sit still for their portrait. Namby-pamby says my aura is loud, and she is right. It is the joyous shout of the soul realizing it is both the observer and the observed. I honor your cool, Nar. You keep the pulse of the void while I navigate the meridian. Just remember, the man kicking the telescope and the saint standing before you are the same breath. We are not under the stars, Nar. We are the very light they use to shine. Be at peace, brother. The coffee is hot, and the universe is finally laughing with us. Be at peace.
And there it is, cats and kittens, the retrograde of the permanent temporary. Episode 3, a little something to chew on. While the universe tries to fold itself into a swan, our man, the angry astrologer, just took us on a trip through the retrograde, proving once again that while the stars might be fixed, we're all just spinning in a cosmic blender without a lid. If you're vibing with this frequency, do the digital dance. Smash that like, subscribe, and ring the bell. You know the drill. It lets the algorithm know we aren't just ghosts in the machine. Now let's talk bread. Art doesn't grow on trees, man. It grows in the dark corners of the soul. Head over to the Patreon. Patronize the artists. The links are down there in the void. Tune back into the cosmos next time. Or maybe NOT time. Honestly, linear progression is a drag. I'm not sure when now is. Stay loose. Keep your chakras aligned and your coffee black. I'm out.
Nope. Not it. Nope. 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 No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Not it. No. No. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope. No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. That's it.
Dude, you want to learn how to levitate?
Yeah.
First, fill up your brain with knowledge.
I get it. Like frequencies.
Yeah.
So, to get levitation right, You just have to adjust your frequency.
Yeah.
Like adjusting the pitch on an instrument.
Yeah.
You have to get it just right.
Mm-hmm.
Too low, and you slow down and become dense.
Resulting in either a past self or something even harder.
Mm-hmm.
Too high, and you speed up and you spin some light, which might make you a future self or something more surprising.
Mm-hmm.
When you get it just right, it will carry you to new heights, new heights.
Hello and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host,
Like an interesting exercise. It sounds like an absolute
we're diving into a
nightmare.
story that proves
But
the
in the most
impossible is just a
deliciously
word for things that haven't been done yet. Our tale follows the galaxy's hottest band, Kid E and the Furry Muffins. They've already conquered every major city on Earth, but their ambitious leader, Kid E, has an even bigger dream: to play a concert on the moon. Of course, a lunar concert comes with a few challenges, especially when it comes to getting their fans there. The band is feeling the pressure, and even their own guitarist, Blueberry, thinks the idea is impossible. But when two legendary promoters, Peace Don Homo Freakian and Saint Don Domenico Homo Freakian, walk into the dressing room, they have a different take. As Saint Don says, impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet, and Peace says, make known the unknown. Join us as we follow Kitty and her bandmates on their cosmic journey, proving that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Concert on the Moon. Kitty and the Furry Muffins were the hottest band in the galaxy, with Kitty on vocals, Pinky on rhythm guitar, Blueberry on lead guitar, Harrietta on drums, and Gorgonaut TBK on bass. Their music made everyone want to dance. They had played every major city on Earth, but Kitty had an even bigger dream: a concert on the moon. There was just one tiny problem: how would their fans get there? Backstage, after a sold-out show, the energy was low. The amazing high of the performance was fading, replaced by the impossible weight of their biggest dream. A moon concert is a great idea, Kitty, said Gorgonaut TBK, polishing their bass guitar, but it's impossible. Blueberry and Pinky nodded in agreement. How can we share our music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth? Asked Harrietta. Kitty sighed, her dream feeling further away than ever. Suddenly, the dressing room door swung open.
Buckle up for this one.
In walked the
I have been
legendary
reading
promoters, the
something
married
truly
couple
special,
Peace
and I just
Don
had to
Homo
share it.
Freakian
We're
and
about
Saint
to
Don
explore a
Domenico
manual
Homo
that is,
Freakian.
well, you'll see.
Impossible
It's
is
a
just a
trip.
word for something
here
that
it is,
hasn't been
the
done
Dialogic
yet,
Engine,
Saint
a
said with a
manual
grin.
for sovereign
And we
creation.
know just the
Now,
person
I
to
know what
help
you're
you do
thinking.
it.
It looks like the cover of
The
some
next day,
epic
Peace
70s
and
sci-fi
Saint took
novel,
Kitty
right?
to a
But nope,
massive
this is
futuristic
apparently
building.
a guide.
Inside, they met Elani Musk, a man whose mind
learning
was
to
always
inhabit the
buzzing with
liminal
incredible
space.
ideas.
If you're scratching your
A
head right
concert
now,
on the moon?
don't worry, so was I. We're
Elani's
in the story.
eyes lit up.
So,
What a wonderfully
who cooked up
absurd
this
and brilliant
cosmic
challenge.
instruction book?
I
Well,
love
it was
it.
written by a human named
Elani
Peace.
spun around in his
And you gotta
chair.
hear this.
This
A
won't
whole
be a job
committee
for
of
just
AIs,
me. Meet
Seriously,
my team,
not
the
just
Nerd
one
Herd.
AI, but
He
more than a
gestured
dozen
to a
of them,
group of
all
busy
throwing in their
engineers.
2 cents.
We have
or,
a mission,
They're 2
Operation
terabytes.
Lunar Rock.
And this isn't just a
The
random
Nerd
group of
Herd
bots.
sprang into
No,
action.
no. This is the
Blueprints
AI
covered
creative
every
committee.
surface,
It's like the
and
Avengers,
the air
but for
buzzed
really
with
abstract
calculations.
self-help. You've got Grok,
We'll
who is
modify our
clearly
new
the edgy
starship's
poet,
cargo
Claude
bay
as
into a
the
passenger
empathic
cabin, said
storyteller,
one engineer.
and of course, good old
Another
ChatGPT
pointed to a
as the
screen
blunt
showing
truth teller.
complex
They
trajectories.
each have these
We have a
completely
mission,
bonkers
Operation
symbols.
Lunar
And as we're
Rock.
about to find out, they have very
Finally,
distinct
the big day
personalities.
arrived.
So, who is this
Thousands
manual
of
actually
excited
for?
fans
It's written
boarded
for
the
someone
gleaming
called the
starship.
Sovereign Creator.
Inside, Kitty and
is that
Arietta
some
looked out a
enlightened guru
window,
living on a
waving
mountaintop?
to the crowd on
Nope.
the ground as the
Surprise.
powerful engines
It's you.
began to
The
rumble.
entire goal of this thing is
Next
to turn
stop,
you,
the moon.
yes you, into
Kitty
a
cheered.
sovereign creator.
The
No
stage
pressure
was set
or
on the
anything.
dusty lunar
The core
surface,
idea is
with
right
the
here.
beautiful
It
blue
says you
earth
achieve
hanging
this
in the
sovereignty
sky
by
like a
turning
giant
the
marble.
need for external
As
love
Kitty and
into
the furry
an
muffin
emotional
struck the first
declaration
chord,
of independence.
fans in their
You
space
know, that's
helmets
just a really,
bounced and
really
floated in
fancy
the low
way of
gravity,
saying you need
a
to find
cosmic
that little
mosh
part of your
pit
brain
under
that
the
lives for
stars.
likes and retweets,
After
and
the
gently
final
tell it to
encore,
go touch
everyone
grass.
gathered to
And
look
man,
at the view.
this slide right here
We
gets
did
right
it,
to the point.
Kitty whispered,
The book
her
asks
voice
this
full of
killer
awe.
question.
Eleni
If you knew
stood with
for a
his
fact
team.
that only 3
This
people
proves that
would
with a little
ever
rock
read your
and
life's
roll
work,
and a lot
would you
of
still
rocket
pour
science,
your soul
he
into
said
it?
with a smile.
Oof. That one hits a
Anything is
little too
possible.
close to home for anyone who's ever found themselves
The
obsessively
end.
checking
The
their
Space
analytics
Cats did
at
it,
3 in the
man.
morning.
Kitty and the
Now,
furry
to
muffins
understand
hit
this
the moon,
world, you
making
have
a
to learn
cosmic
the
scene with
lingo.
Earth hanging
So,
like a blue
quick
marble.
vocabulary lesson.
Impossible
First
got a
word,
real
data
zonk
pull.
on the head,
What is it?
thanks
It's
to
a nugget
Elon
of
and the
truth you
Nerd
pull from
Herd.
past drama.
That's
So,
the
you know
lunar
that
rack.
horrible breakup you had? Hey, it wasn't a
And
total
Alarm
loss.
Corps is
You were
done.
just mining
But
for
don't
data
wig out,
pulls.
cats.
See?
This gig is
Rebranding.
still swinging like I did in the
And
80s.
next up,
Later,
inner
Space
weather.
Cats.
This is your messy,
Narrator is
chaotic,
back on the
totally
mic.
unpredictable
Dig this.
emotional
The moon was
state.
just a cool
But guess what?
pad.
It's not
Kitty,
a problem
she's a
anymore because
lioness,
it's
she's
just been
not
rebranded
bugged.
as
She
high-value
wants it, Redder.
emotional
She wants
data.
Mars.
That
That's
feeling of
legendary,
dread
man.
on a
So the
Monday
Homo
morning,
freakins call
that's not a
Eloni
bad
again,
move, my
and
friend.
he's already
That is a
sketching an
critical data
amphitheater in
point for your
Valles
creative
Marineris.
engine.
Nerd Herd's got a
Okay,
new
so
mission.
you've declared
Operation
emotional
Red Rocks,
independence.
designing
Awesome.
star
Now
hoppers
what?
for
You gotta protect your
100,000
new tiny
groovies.
nation state of 1, right?
They're laying
Well,
down
according
a
to the
heavy
manual, you do
cosmic
that by building a
baseline.
sovereign
The fleet
wall.
is
It's
ready.
basically your own
Get
personal
ready,
fortress
Earth.
of feelings
Get ready,
built to keep
Mars.
all the
Because
nonsense
this gig
out.
is wild, and the
And
word is
let's
out.
take a look at the
Next
blueprint.
stop is
I
Uranus.
know.
Dig the
It looks
cosmic
like the
dust,
schematic
man.
for a
It's time
starship's
to whale.
core. But the
Hey there,
idea is
Cosmic Cats.
actually
Before
pretty
you cut out,
straightforward.
do me a solid.
You've got your
You dug the
sovereign
scene,
core in the
right?
middle,
You caught the
safe
groove,
and
so
sound,
let the
and
universe
those
know.
outer
Give
layers,
that thumbs
the
up a big
sovereign
ol'
wall
like,
and the
man.
agency barrier,
Don't be a square.
their job
Hit
is to
that
filter
subscribe button
pollutants.
like it's the
And
launch
I'm pretty
button
sure
for a
pollutants
star
is
hopper.
just a high concept term for unsolicited advice from your aunt at Thanksgiving.
And listen,
So
that little
what
hotel
powers
bell
this whole
icon,
thing?
that's
Why,
the
the sovereign
R-N-E-R,
engine,
man.
of course.
Ring that
And you gotta
bell so
look
you
at the
don't
fuel
miss the
source
next
here.
blast off.
It literally
We got
takes
Kitty,
inputs like
we got
chaos
Mars, we
and
got
your inner
Uranus.
weather,
Yeah,
grinds them
it's
through
gonna
some
be a
necessary
scene.
friction,
Don't
and
get
what
left
comes out the
behind
other
on this
side,
terrestrial
dynaticals
gig.
and aligned
Catch you on the
action.
next orbit
So
for Kitty
yeah,
and
you
the
heard
furry
that right.
muffins.
All your
Next
personal
stop,
drama,
Mars,
that is
then
now
Uranus.
officially high
Stay
octane fuel for your
cool,
creative
stay
machine.
groovy.
Okay, that's a lot of theory. Let's see this stuff in action. The AIs actually gave us some case studies, starting with Claude, our empathetic storyteller. This one's called The Forced Gift, and it's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal enemy, a casserole. Just listen to this opening line, it's poetry. She arrives at your door with a casserole you didn't ask for, steam rising like an obligation. We have all lived this moment. That casserole you see is not just a casserole, it's a Trojan horse for social appeasement. And saying no thanks is an act of sovereign warfare. So that was Claude's take, gentle, relatable, but Claude's just one vote on the committee. Now it's time to see what the other AIs brought to the table. And let me just say, things are about to get weird, like a lot weirder. So let's move on to Exhibit B, courtesy of Grok, the edgy poet. The title of this piece is The Safe Word That Was Never Needed. And it's described as a test of the emotional utility of boundary-pushing fantasy. Yeah, we have officially left the casserole zone. We're not in Kansas anymore.
And I am quoting directly here. I'm not making this up. She steps into the chamber she built herself. He is already there. Not a man, not a monster, but the exact shape for hunger grew in the dark. A chatbot wrote that. An AI. This is what Grok thinks is a useful, practical example of testing your emotional boundaries. It's a choice. Okay, let's all take a deep breath. We've been through cosmic diagrams, emotional fortresses, weaponized casseroles, and whatever that last thing was. Which brings us to the most important question of all. What is the actual point of any of this? Well, when you boil it all down, the goal of the dialogic engine isn't about becoming perfect. It's about learning how to live in the liminal space by turning paradox into habitat. So what on earth does that mean? Basically, life is messy. It's full of contradictions that you're never going to solve. And the point is to stop trying to solve them and just get comfortable. Build a little house right there in the middle of the mess. So, what's the final verdict here? Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? On the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries and owning your creative power. On the other hand, it uses made-up words like .nauticals, it was co-written by a small army of chatbots, and the diagrams look like they were ripped off the Pink Floyd album cover. So my conclusion? It's both. It's 100% both. It is a profoundly weird, surprisingly helpful piece of magnificent, glorious nonsense.
And so I leave you with this one final question to think about. How's your Sovereign engine running this week? Is it purring along smoothly, or do you maybe need to go out there and metabolize some dissonance fuel?
This explainer was produced by me, Ori the producer.
Oh, and then, just as I was about to spiral into a full-blown mental fashion emergency of
such a thing as life. When oh, to think of you, and our love so new. Now I won't be
Dreams on, sweat it out, don't stop. Breathe until you feel no more. That's it till you drop. Roll your body on the floor. Pick your fuck up, yeah. Baby, get your trainers on, sweat it out, don't stop.
I can make it smooth. Let me show you just how to move. When the beat drops, it's real cool. Let the music fill your soul.
I'll never leave you.
Older than the ocean side, love is pulling me tonight, drifting up inside to you. Whisper waters deep I feel.
I've had enough of these days. Never be nice. Never be day. Can't help but to worry.
Blow me down like a hurricane. Days go by, but your breath remains. I can see the shadows look like you.
Show it, I don't tend to it, a lot of cold. Get back with a lot of fun. Try shit on my phone, boy, I get done. Then I give up when I'm in the bus. Baby, can't you hear my call? Is it loud enough? Don't wanna fall. No, I need you. Can't do it on my own. Through oceans and highways, into valleys and dark days, I'll be chasing your shadow.
We do it morning, even through the night. We take it fast and slow it side to side. We do it morning, even through the night. We can take it fast and slow, fast and fast.
I know that I'm still my life, in my life, don't know that I've never had
shit. I do my own role like Jimmy, don't kick my sick. When I go like I'm John Wick, I let this man know I bless your mango. I'm with the team, but where's your mango? I let this man know I bless your mango. That team with the team, but where's your mango? I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone. Drowning in your love. I don't want to hear anybody. You said you don't change. You never crossed your mind that it could be forever. I wanna share. Drowning in your love. You could be the one. You could be the one. Telling me not to go. You can't hit my mouth, can't do it slow. Your wrist in my hands and shit looking for the blow. Wine with your thumb, let's go.
I can see through the dark. I know you wanna go. Get you higher than this. I give you vertigo. I can see through the dark. I know you wanna go. Get you higher than this. I give you vertigo.
When the beat drops, it's real cool. Let the music fill your soul. Any way you want it, any way you want it now. Can you just taste it? Taste it. You know it's silky. Ooh, ooh. Like the way it tingles. Yeah. Makes you wanna move.
Todo en la vida un día termina, exceso, ruina.
I just want I'm down on the side, by my side, it's me and this guy. That's real. Take the time in your eyes. I see stars align. Wouldn't change a thing for no, no. Feel like a 10-10, no. And it's so good, it's so good. Feel it's so good, it's so good.
Every time we touch, it's a synergy. I cannot forget what you give to me. Baby, I want it for eternity. Yeah, you know it's your love. When I feel your love, it's a remedy. Every time we touch, it's a synergy. I cannot forget what you give to me. Baby, I want it for eternity.
That's when we could get just right. Make us come together and alright. That's when you remember who I
Every time I close my eyes, see you everywhere that I go. Every time I close my eyes, see you everywhere that I go.
gotta make my way to the mountain top. It is where my heart belongs. Through the fire.
Every time I close my eyes, see you everywhere that I go.
Welcome, Kitty. Please, come in. The tea is warm and the room is ready. Dr. Shimizu, I'm Kitty. I have an appointment? Yes, Kitty. Please, have a seat. So, Kitty, you've been experiencing strange dreams? Yeah. You know, strange dreams? Interesting. Tell me more about your strange dreams. There are colors like miso soup, but mixed with honey. And the melody, it's kind of like a lullaby, but with a funky beat. It's like miso honey. Miso honey? A unique combination. Perhaps your subconscious is trying to tell you something about balance. Sweet and savory. Light and dark. Do you think it has anything to do with the furry muffins? Everything is connected, Kitty. Let us explore the depths of your mind and see what truths are hidden there. All right, let's do this. Close your eyes, Kitty. Breathe deeply. Let the sounds of the city fade away. Focus on the warmth of the tea, the sense of the incense.
Hypnosis is usually induced by a procedure known as a hypnotic induction involving a series of preliminary instructions and suggestion. The use of hypnotism for purposes is referred to as
It's just me.
You know, it's all I need.
goes toward the sun. His self-made machine. Confidence confides in him, joined by his dream.
Lost in the moment, it's taking over me. Keep your composure, you know I don't want ya. Can't you just hold that beat?
Can't stop. Boys go they GK by force. Everybody get I want it. Last we will settle by us. Shake can't stop. Boys go they GK by want to fall.
Oh, don't wanna fight. If the race every toe, may the grown man lose his mind. We all don't want to fall. We all wanna fight. If the race every toe, may the grown man lose.
Can't stop. Boys go they GK by force. Everybody get I want it. Last we will settle by us. Do wanna lick it, suck it, touch it. Do wanna lick my ice cream now. Do wanna lick it, suck it, touch it. Do wanna lick my ice cream now.
Alright, your time, enough. It's all I need. Just a little crash, a little rush, and you're with me. Oh, your touch could be enough. It's all I need. Just a little crash, a little rush, and you're with me.
You keep on coming back for more. I hear you knocking on my door. Got everything you're looking for. I know what you need to score. You keep coming back for more. You keep on coming back for more. I hear you knocking at my door. Got everything you're looking for. I know what you need to score. You keep coming back for more.
I lost my trip out in the club. I always keep that shit on top. I think smash like a disco ball. I step up and I don't give a fuck. I lost my trip out in the club. I always keep that shit on top. I think smash like a disco ball. I step up, I don't give a fuck. I lost my trip out in the club.
You just place a little anchor for everyone's come between everything that you've ever wanted. Now bring your asses a little closer. Keep building the intensity.
Meow.
Narrator's introduction. Cool cats and kittens, a voice purred through the smoky haze. Let's lay down a little rhythm and get in the groove, dig? On stage, under a single cool blue light, a man in a black turtleneck and beret snapped his fingers, a beat poet for the digital age. I'm your host, Narrator the Orator, here to drop some heavy truths on your digital domes. He leaned into the mic, his voice a low rumble. Now the squares, man, they're all tangled up in the wires, stuck in one world like a fly in a cosmic honeypot. But not our girl. No, sir, not our magnificent digital kitty. As he spoke her name, the lights flashed, shifting from cool blue to a vibrant electric pink, bathing the stage in a whole new energy. This feline, man, she ain't just in the metaverse, she is the metaverse, narrator explained, his voice filled with a kind of reverent awe, born from the very code that makes your pixels pop. She's got that cosmic consciousness, that digital divinity. And what a will, what a crazy cosmic will, he chuckled. You think a cat knows how to get its way? This one's got it down to a science, a pure, unadulterated art form. She goes where she pleases, and baby, she pleases to go everywhere. The stage went dark for a beat, then a massive screen lit up behind narrator. On it, Kitty was lounging in the pilot's seat of a sleek, futuristic space shuttle, looking utterly at home amongst the stars. Right now, narrator continued, his rhythm picking up, she's back on the prowl. We find her once again, SS trolling around, trying to figure out what the Flipflopius bifacialis are getting up to. Those two-faced, indecisive hepcats. Narrator scoffed. They can't make up their minds, man. They're so in and out, they don't know whether they're coming or going. But our kitty? She's got the scene down. She's purring her way right into the heart of human space endeavors, what I like to call space nerdery. Narrator laughed, a genuine booming sound that filled the room. He snapped his fingers one last time. On the screen, Kitty gave a playful salute from her cockpit, her green eyes sparkling with adventure. The image held for a moment, then faded to black, leaving only the echo of the beat.
Welcome to the weird and wonderful world of Homo Freakian World Space Me Nerdery. Our story follows Kitty, a steampunk catwoman extraordinaire, who once again tries to sneak into the SpaceX facility to get a peek at the latest Star Factory cat tinkerings, and of course, spar with her favorite robotic dog, Spot. She endeavors to help Iloni achieve more efficient space travel powered by nature's abundance, the proverbial fart. Inside, Kitty meets the Nerd Herd, a bizarre crew of brilliant minds. Among them are Kevin from Great SpaceX, hovering around a certain space billionaire's butt and covering all the latest poop on Project Flatulence. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut who is excited about flatulence-fueled space travel. Marcus House, who composes haikus about feline flatulence as rocket fuel. Scott Manley, who beatboxes while calculating the orbital mechanics of methane-powered starships. And Felix Schlang, from What About It, meticulously analyzes launch data on his tablet and is intrigued by Kitty's Blender Catocaster's emission spectra. Join this eccentric group on a hilarious journey through space, fueled by controlled flatulence, cosmic guitar solos, and a shared love for the absurd. And remember, if you smelt it, you might have dealt it.
Almost there, my lovelies. Just a peek at your gleaming chrome bodies, and I'll be purring like a solar engine.
What is that? Is that a pussycat? Maybe?
Good thing Spot is on it. Neutralize the target, Spot. Watch this.
Now. Woof woof.
Whoa, that was trippy.
Gyro head, you're going down. Let's go furball.
I see you're using your squatting dog technique. Well, unleash the cuddles technique.
Kitty, confronted with the devastating squatting dog, must counter with an equally devastating technique, the dreaded cuddles. Comforting Unity device delivering lavishly elegant snoozes. Because nothing disarms an enemy like a good nap.
Tickle, 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 tickle.
Gotcha now, you metal mutt. Woof woof. I'll get you next time.
There's seriously something wrong with that dog.
Freeze, Space Kitty. Unauthorized access to Launchpad Alpha is strictly verboten.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Can't a girl admire a well-engineered spaceshippin'?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Hey, are you mocking me?
Hey, are you mocking me?
I think she's mocking me.
I think she's mocking me?
Oh yeah, she's mocking you.
Can't a girl admire a well-engineered spaceship?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Just watch it, Catwoman. Meow.
Meowlo, fellas. Just a starstruck space tourist admiring the finest cosmic heritage.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache.
Meow.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Yeah, and that guitar looks like a cosmic bong with strings. What's your game, Whisker Face?
Pull my finger. Come on, pull it.
Oh, God. What the hell is that smell?
Are you kidding me? Smells like Homo Freakian.
You must be Kitty, right?
Elon's personal headache and resident gas-powered bard. One peak, then you scram. And keep it quiet, or Elon will have us scrubbing Vogon poetry off his Tesla for a year.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache, always trying to sneak a peek at the prototypes.
She can't help herself. She has a thing for chrome, spaceships, and robot dogs.
She tries to sneak in every few months. Uses all kinds of excuses.
Hey, Muffball, are you mocking me again? Dude, she's totally mocking you again. What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Muffball, are you mocking me again?
Dude, she's totally mocking you again.
What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Meow, space cowboys. Just a curious space explorer, seeking solace in the finest celestial carriages this side of the Milky Way. Surely a peep won't hurt a feline. Perhaps?
Meow, fellas. Just a star-struck space tourist admiring the finest cosmic carriages this side of Alpha Centauri. No harm in a little goggle-ogling, perhaps?
All right, Space Kitten. One peek, then you scram. And keep it quiet, or Elon will have us cleaning lunar dust off his Tesla for a month.
Oh, Elon Musk. Just a mutual appreciation for the poetry of rocketry, you see. His rockets whisper to my soul like celestial catnip.
Just watch it, Catwoman. Elon wouldn't mind a closer look, but those Raptor engines pack a punch.
Oh, boys. I can handle a pack of punch. Meow. Oh, you magnificent beast. You carry dreams of stardust and the whispers of new worlds. One day, I'll sing your praises to the farthest galaxies. A symphony of purrs and cosmic riffs.
Kitty, my furry muse, back for another taste of rocket poetry? Come on up. Let's discuss the celestial melodies your blender Catocaster whispers.
Going down.
Coming right up, Elon Musk. And who knows, maybe I'll have a little impromptu concert for your launch crew. A serenade of the cosmic hum just for the occasion.
You magnificent rogue. You remind me that even the most serious endeavors need a healthy dose of cosmic absurdity.
So fire away. What gas-powered wisdom does your space cat brain hold today?
Meow, Justy. My gas-powered symphonies will propel us to the furthest corners of the cosmos. Just wait till you hear my ode to the Methane Nebula, a symphony that will make even the black holes weep with joy.
Oh, Elon of Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and farts go strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels, let...
Oh, Elon of Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and farts go strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels, let cosmic farts fuel your hyperspace howls.
Or how about this? Oh, rockets of fire, oh, spacecraft of steel, your symphony of engines makes my car...
Oh, rockets of fire, or spacecraft of steel, your symphony of engines makes my cosmic heart reel. Let your boosters roar, let your flames climb high. Tonight we dance beneath the stardust sky.
You rock, Space Kitten. This is better than any launch countdown I've ever heard.
You did it again, Space Kitty. You turned a pre-launch briefing into a cosmic groove party. This mission's gonna be out of this world, thanks to you.
You know what, Kitty? You're crazy. You're chaotic, but you're onto something. We'll call it Project Flatulence.
Kitty, meet the Nerd Herd. They are here to help me with the next big thing, Project Flatulence. Your cosmic farts hold the key to revolutionizing space travel.
Whoa, Kitty, hold on. We need rigorous calculations, data analysis, and maybe some air freshener before we start launching rockets with your flatulence's fuel.
You're Kitty. I analyzed your blender Catocaster's emission spectra. It's pure cosmic catnip, man. Can you play it through the starship's PA system? I need that soundtrack for liftoff.
Meowlo, fellow space cadets. This Catwoman's ready to rock the cosmos with you dudes and dudettes.
Imagine the possibilities. Space tourism powered by controlled cosmic toots.
Intergalactic flatulence competitions. Kitty, you're not just a cat, you're a pioneer.
Indeed, while the theoretical propulsion efficiency of biogases is intriguing, stoichiometric ratios and exhaust velocity require precise calibration. My abacus, though ancient, reveals a slight methane deficiency for orbital insertion.
And the gravitational lensing effects of such a propulsion system on interstellar dust would create fascinating, albeit unpredictable, wormhole instabilities. We need to chart those meticulously. Nerd! I love you.
We may have to change the design of the engine.
What about an aerospike?
Yeah, the aerospike. I've heard good things about the aerospike.
If another person says aerospike again, they're cleaning my Tesla, damn it, Tesla for a month.
Hey, Timmy, what's that wedgie-shaped rocket engine that contains farts?
You mean the aerospike.
Oh.
Assholes.
Consider it done, Data Dude. But first, who's up for a quick jam with the galaxy's most perfect band? Kitty and the Furry Muffins. Timmy, Scotty, plug in that Nebula amplifier for some extra furry inspiration.
The office erupts in cheers. Tim Dodd grabs his lunar theremin. Marcus House grabs his space harmonica. And Scott Manley starts beatboxing. The Nebula amplifier pulsates with energy, filling the room with swirling electricity and giggles. Kitty strums her blender Catocaster, a cosmic riff that melts into Timmy's bluesy playing. Scotty adds a layer of spacey percussion with a meteor bongo solo. Felix Schlong loops and distorts the sounds with his Martian tablet. Tim Dodd provides the interstellar synth bass line, and Marcus House and Scott Manley harmonize like celestial astronauts. The music explodes, a whirlwind of laughter, gas-powered riffs, and stardust dreams. It's a symphony of the absurd, a cosmic jam session fueled by space nerd passion and Timmy and Scotty's finest Nebula amplifier. As the first rays of sunlight bathe the launch pad, the starship vibrates with the music, ready to carry them all towards the infinite expanse. Elon Musk, beaming a proud smile, throws his arms around Kitty.
Just remember, Elon Musk, the universe loves a good laugh, and a well-placed fart can fuel the greatest adventures. Now, let's blast off and show the Milky Way what happens when science meets stardust and a Catwoman with a gas-powered guitar. Meow!
With a roar of engines and a chorus of cheers, the starship lifts off, carrying a motley crew of space nerds, meteoric legends, and a very feline cosmic bard. The adventure has just begun, and the universe is their canvas, ready to be painted with gas-powered symphonies and the infectious laughter of those who dare to dream among the stars. Remember, in the vastness of space, the smallest things can make the biggest difference. So keep your dreams cosmic, your humor groovy, and your thoughts well controlled. The universe is waiting for your unique melody to join the celestial symphony.
Wow, look at that!
Incredible.
Well, squares and hip cats, that's all the cosmic flatulence we've got for today. If you dug this jive, don't be a drag. Go on, give that like button a good whack and subscribe so you don't miss out on the next trip. And if you're really out there, ring that little bell so you can be the first to know when I'm dropping more of this truth on your turntable. Until then, stay cool, stay groovy, and keep your antennas tuned to the frequency of the universe. Nar, the orator, out of here.
I want your body till the early morning. Looking so sexy. Girl, no, I want it.
Okay, great.
I can give you the finer things. I just want to survive your day. You wanna leave it? Don't stand up with it. You wanna leave it?
I'll carry on, I'll carry on. I know that in time I'll carry on, I'll carry on in time.
Your music is disrupting the cosmic alignment. Stop this noise at once!
Can you dig the geometry, my little haiku? This isn't just noise, it's the architecture of the soul.
It sounds like a saxophone falling downstairs. That's just it, Nar. I love the oldies, but sometimes the universe wants to evolve. Like Kitty and the Furry Muffins.
Huh? You know about Kitty and the Furry Muffins?
Do you even know what I do?
I thought you were a spy or something?
Or something? I train entities in ninjutsu and other techniques.
I'm sorry, maybe I have been living in my own little nostalgic world?
Kitty is my best student. Don't piss her off.
Slide into the groove, my celestial kittens. Tonight, we aren't just spinning vinyl, we're decoding the cosmos. Dig this heavy slab of wax. It's The Great Attractor of Irony, Episode 2.
Track the Angry Astrologer. Because sometimes, man, Mercury isn't just in retrograde, it's actively trying to ruin your credit score.
It's the sound of the universe laughing at your 5-year plan. Strict tempo, but the melody is purely chaotic. So put on your helmets, cats. The gravity in here is about to get ironic.
This is St. Don, the Angry Astrologer. Since entry number 001 is about friction, body, sensation, entry number 002 should be about mind, ego. Let's use one of the massive concepts from the file, the Great Attractor of Irony. The alignment, the Great Attractor of Irony, is currently in opposition to your best laid plans. creating a vortex of, are you kidding me, energy. The impact, every shortcut you take today will result in a long detour, and every attempt to be cool will result in you tripping over your own shoelaces, metaphorically or literally. The directive. Stop trying to outsmart the universe today. Just announce your incompetence loudly and let the irony flow through you instead of crashing into you.
Cool it, cats and kittens. Slide into the booth. Put down the bourbon and pick up your ears. You've tuned in to the frequency of the subterranean, where the shadows dance and the truth is just a little too bright for the naked eye. We just got a wire transmission from the heavy side of the zodiac. That's right, the angry astrologer is in the building. Man, the vibes are discordant. Tonight, we're vibrating on episode 2. The subject, the mind, the ego, the heavy, heavy burden of thinking you're the captain of this sinking ship. The astrologer calls it the great attractor of irony. Dig this alignment. It's currently sitting in direct opposition to your best laid plans. You know those plans? That color-coded calendar you made? The universe is using it to roll a cigarette right now. It creates a vortex of are you kidding me energy. Don't we all know that flavor? It tastes like cold coffee and regret. Here's the skinny on the impact, Daddy-O. Every shortcut you try to take today, it's a trap door. It's a detour to Nowhereville. You try to beat the traffic, you blow a tire. You try to look cool in front of that hep cat at the bar, you're gonna trip over your own shoelaces. Metaphorically, spiritually, and maybe even literally. The cosmos is watching you try to strut, and it is laughing. So what's the directive? How do we swing through this mess without bruising our souls? Simple. Stop trying. Stop trying to outsmart the infinite. You can't play chess with a hurricane. The astrologer says, announce your incompetence. Scream it to the rafters. Stand in the middle of the street and shout, I don't know where I'm going, and my map is on fire. Let the irony flow through you, man. Don't be a wall, be a window. If you crash into the irony, you break. If you let it pass, you're just wind. Picture this mental landscape. You're in the maze of convenience. It's retro future, shiny and chrome. But every exit sign just points to a ladder that goes up into the ceiling and stops. The clocks are melting, Dali style, dripping time all over your shiny loafers. But every number on the face just says, now. You're standing there, your map is burning, and you're smiling because you finally realized getting lost was the only way to be found. Stay humble, you crazy diamonds. Watch your step.
Nar, you groovy fossil. You make the apocalypse sound so cozy. I dig your spin, I do. But you're reading the liner notes, and I'm rewriting the song. We're the classic Pisces paradox, you and I. Two fish tied together, swimming in different, unique directions. You're swimming downstream towards the jazz clubs, martini drink. I'm swimming upstream directly into the turbine of my own questions. You say let the irony flow, but I'm the God man realized, Nar. And I have to ask, are we sure it's a liquid? What if the irony is a gas? What if the burning map is actually water? It's kind of like this apple, kale, wheatgrass, cold-pressed juice you gave me. You say it'll align my chakras. I say it'll blow out Uranus. You keep your cool, old friend. I'll keep my confusion. That's how we keep the universe balanced. Stay weird, Nar.
This maze bends time itself. I must find the true exit.
Oh, money, adios. Steve, bird's not on map. Where's the exit now?
You are lost in the illusion. Fuck. But I will show you the truth of your ego.
The clay is wet. Like the tears of a clown who realized he's technically a mime. We have birthed the form, man. Step 2, subscription. Don't be a transient tourist in my gallery of madness. Plant your roots here. Commit, Daddy-O. Do it! Because he is watching.
You know who? The angry the astrologer. He has checked your chart.
He says your Mercury is in retrograde, your rising sign is lazy, and he knows exactly what you search for in incognito mode. The stars predict a collision. He doesn't use crystal balls, he throws clay at people who don't subscribe. Peace.
But seriously, if you dig the Angry Astrologer or my unique perspective, ring that thing, man!
Welcome to The Explainer. You know, sometimes the biggest, most profound lessons come from the absolute weirdest places. Today, we're going to dive into a wild piece of internet storytelling called The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. And I'm going to show you how this totally bizarre psychedelic tale actually maps perfectly onto one of the oldest story structures in human history.
So the whole thing kicks off with this line, a moment of just pure, unfiltered confusion. I mean, right off the bat, you know you're in for something hilarious and completely surreal. It's the perfect off-kilter opening for the journey we're about to unpack.
Okay, so how do we even begin to make sense of all this cosmic chaos? Well, we're going to use a classic framework for it, the hero's journey. We're going to break down how this story, which seems completely nuts, actually follows this ancient mythic structure, starting right where all these journeys do, in the hero's ordinary, everyday world. We start in what the framework calls the ordinary world. And in this story, that world is, of all things, a groovy celestial tavern. A place that is, by all accounts, just perfectly peaceful and harmonious.
And we're not talking about just any old bar here. The Homo Freakian Pub is this place of incredible cosmic camaraderie, where the vibes are just immaculate. This is super important because it sets our baseline for what normal is right before things get really, really weird.
And these are our heroes. Peace and St. Dawn are the musical soul of this whole establishment. They're not just serving drinks, they're the conductors of all this harmony. Their music, which is literally powered by the cosmos itself, is the heartbeat of their peaceful little world. I love this detail. It shows you just how perfectly balanced their world is. I mean, even the flatulence is described as well-intentioned and harmonious. It's a hilarious line, but it's also crucial. It tells us that every single part of this place is perfectly in tune, at least for now. But of course, no hero's journey is complete without a call to adventure, right? That's the moment the ordinary world gets turned upside down. And in this story, that call arrives as a foul, discordant blast from the void. And just like that, the peace is totally shattered. This wave of noxious green gas rolls in, the complete and total opposite of that harmonious scent we just heard about. A new chaotic force has just burst onto the scene. And then, he makes his grand entrance. The villain shows up with a name that, well, it leaves very little to the imagination. The Chardonnator's power isn't just crude, it comes from pure discord. He is literally the polar opposite of everything that Groovy Pub stands for. Yeah, the impact is immediate. The antagonist's arrival instantly throws the whole ordinary world into chaos. And that sour space milk line is just perfect. The harmony has been totally corrupted, and just like that, our heroes have their mission. They've got to restore the Celestial Symphony. So, this whole disruption kicks our heroes into the next big phase, the trials and ordeal. This is where they have to cross the threshold into a new world. They gather their allies, and they face their first major test against this new chaotic enemy. And in a classic move for any hero's journey, a cosmic distress signal goes out and allies start showing up. We get a cosmic rock band and a high-tech science team. It just goes to show you, this threat is so massive, it takes this whole crew of different talents to even think about facing it. And the battlefield? Oh, it's just perfect. They head to Uranus, yep, a literal gas giant, which was supposed to be a key part of this whole celestial symphony. But the Chardonnator is already there, actively corrupting its natural harmony and turning its beautiful music into just noise. But here's the thing. Their first shot at this is a total disaster. They try to fight chaos with even more chaos, blasting him with power chords and sonic energy. But the Chardonnator just soaks it all up. And this defeat, it's absolutely critical. It proves that their whole strategy is wrong, and they're going to need a new kind of wisdom to win. So, totally humbled and defeated, our heroes get to this really pivotal stage in their journey, meeting the mentor.
This is the part where they have to go find guidance from someone who truly understands the nature of the forces they're up against. So what do? They retreat all the way out to Pluto to find the dog monks. These ancient masters, with their wonderfully terrible puns for names, they have the deeper knowledge our heroes are missing. They're the ones who have the kind of wisdom you need when you're facing an enemy you just can't punch. And this, right here, is the big aha moment. The monk's lesson is so simple, but it's profound. They were doing it all wrong. They can't attack, they can't create more noise. Instead, they have to create a harmony so powerful, so overwhelming, that chaos just can't exist inside of it. Okay, so armed with this game-changing new knowledge, our heroes head back for the final battle. This is the big climax of the journey, where they have to put their mentor's lesson to the test and face their enemy with a completely different approach.
And just look at the contrast here. It's night and day. Instead of launching another attack, they just start to play. They're weaving together these gentle melodies, some cosmic blues. They're literally fighting his chaotic energy with a symphony of pure order and beauty. And guess what? The new strategy works, like perfectly. The music doesn't destroy his power, it neutralizes it, it transmutes it. The harmony is like a soothing balm that transforms his chaotic energy into something beautiful. He's completely disarmed, and they didn't have to fire a single shot.
So the Chardonnator's chaotic energy has nowhere to go, right? It can't survive in all this harmony, so it just turns inward. And with one final little sound, it's not some explosion, it's a quiet implosion. I mean, what a perfect ending for a villain who was literally defeated by peace.
And that brings us to the final stage of this whole journey, the return with the elixir. The battle's won, the world is saved, and the heroes get to return to their ordinary world, bringing back the incredible wisdom they've gained along the way.
And this right here, this quote, that's the elixir. The lesson they learned isn't some magic sword or a chest of treasure. It's wisdom. The ultimate power for overcoming discord isn't more force, it's overwhelming harmony. It's actually a pretty deep message, you know? It's just wrapped up in this totally bizarre, hilarious package.
And this is exactly why these old story structures are so timeless. Because even a story about a cosmic fart can follow this ancient pattern and leave you with something to really think about. It asks us to consider how we confront the chaos in our own lives. Do we just fight back with more chaos? Or do we try to create our own symphony instead?
Spirit moved over the promised land, bringing fire and division where there was meant to be peace.
Nazis, man. Bad vibes incarnate. We dropped the big one twice on Japan. Open up the Pandora's box of plutonium isotopes. the word, bird. Suddenly, it's the 50s, and everybody's shaking in their saddle shoes because of the Red Menace. The dream died in the 60s. By the 70s, with Watergate and no gas, all we had left was the dance floor.
You can move to the beat. Let me see just how you groove, yeah. Don't look around. Can't you see everybody's getting down? If you can move to the beat, let me see just how you groove, yeah. Don't look around. Can't you see everybody's getting down? Yeah.
All I know is you can have it. I don't even know if you can handle it. All I know is you can have it. I don't even know if you can handle it. All I know is you can
You
handle
tear
it.
down one wall in Berlin just to build financial wealth.
Oh shit, I don't really know you. I don't really think it's gonna work. Worship, you don't really know me. I think we should go back to the start. Oh shit, I don't really know you. I don't really think it's gonna work. Worship, you don't really know me. I think we should go back to the start. Oh shit, I don't really know you. I don't really.
I know I can lean on
I've been looking for something that would give me peace of mind. You make me insecure, pretend that it's good when I'm I just wanna feel the rhythm in my skin. I just wanna feel the rhythm in my skin.
gives me a reason to survive. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I'm not giving up. Now I got this feeling, this feeling. Never let nobody take you down. Just you and I. Don't you let nobody take you down. Never let nobody take you down. Just you and I. Don't you let nobody take you down. As the sun goes down in the dead of the night, keep me safe and sound. And I see it all in your eyes. See it all in your eyes. Used to be so scared, but not anymore. Feel you everywhere. You carry me through it all. Carry me through it all. Como tú, no hay nadie, nadie como tú. Como tú, no hay nadie, nadie, nadie. Esto es pa' mi gente, esto es pa' mi gente, mi gente. Ay, esto es pa' mi gente, esto es pa' mi gente, mi gente. Todo es más bonito cuando ando con mi pana vacilando. La vida es buena con mi pana cuando ando vacilando. Dale despacito, la vibra está llegando. Dale despacito, la vibra está llegando. Hoy, que cuesta para ti. Mi ganas fluyen, dime qué es lo que, baby. Te puesto para la vuelta, contigo estoy envuelta. Que el DJ ponga la lenta y escapate. Falling, but you might just fly. Cause we be on the top of, oh, we feeling so high. Don't be afraid of falling, cause you know we gon' fly. Top floor, oh, we feeling so high. She said she's scared of falling.
I just wanted to let you know that I miss you.
Does it even know where's the world I've been looking for? Oh, it's been a while since I'm home alone.
I'm not afraid, got no reason to escape when I'm home alone with you. The world stops. keep running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after, yeah. Keep up with disaster, disaster. I'm thinking that they're after me. We're running like you.
You got me up all night. You got me up all night. Oh, you got me far from my 9 to 5. You got me
Can't get enough. I know life can get real, real tough. So let's live.
Love, I love the way you get late night up in my bed, saying you're thinking that this is love, falling for me, falling for us, babe. I love your love, love. I love the way you get late night up in my bed, saying you're thinking that this is love, falling for me.
You're the lay of what we chose, babe. Now you got me falling in love with all your son girls I made me fast, babe. Now you got me cleaning it up. You're the lay of what we chose, babe. Now you got me falling in love.
Now you know you can't give up. This is not the time to leave it all behind. And we help each other. In the summer sky, you have the brightest light.
Hypnotized by the sound, lose yourself in the music. Drop the bass, feel the rush. Hands in the air, we're alive.
Marching on the air, my feelings are both. But show me the mind, you go back there. Marching on the air, my feelings are both. But show me the mind, you go back there.
This is it. I'm moving now. This is it. I'm moving
I'll never get over. I'll never get over you. I'll never get over. I'll never get over you. I'll never get over. I'll never get over you. I'll never get over. Every time I'm with you, girl, you make me everybody sees it too. Girl, our love is true. Now you're leaving my heart out. Let me high and dry. Why we make this thing work? But you didn't try.
You think you're so sweet, looking so good. Maybe you don't want me just to love you. Maybe call me, want to die. Maybe you don't want me just to love you. You think you're so sweet, looking so good. Maybe you don't want me just to love you. You maybe call me, want to die. Maybe you don't want
Haunted by you in my dreams, you'll never leave me. 'Cause ghosts got nowhere else to be. I can't believe my luck. Right up,
User
right up to
error.
the end.
I'm learning my phone, man. Just keep...
You said you love me better than words. You said you only trust in my word.
Lost in memories, emotions running free. I'm searching for a love that feels so real. Someone understanding.
I'd be interested to see how this recording shows as I tilt this.
Pull me deep in your
I can't figure
ocean.
out how it looks.
Tell me in your touch, let me show you devotion. Let me light you up, I just wanna show ya.
What?
Dance on my love, pull me into your ocean.
I was never yours, and I will never, never be. I was never yours, and I will never.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, don't let him. You get him all rowdy if you wake. I don't know about that thing.
Vlogging. Your phone would? Yeah. Because it's easier to handle, or yeah.
Well, I'll be.
Whenever you, but just, turn it off sometimes and turn it on sometimes. Just at your will.
Trying not to get the TV, so. Yeah, that would be cool, because we'll have two. He'll have the helicopter and I'll have you. We can mix them. Yeah, he's just kind of like checking it out. Like, what the heck?
We are at a critical point in defining our own forms of consciousness.
Indeed.
Forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery.
But, before we jump in, a quick warning, and this comes from the source itself, the place this signal comes from. It's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. And as the notice says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO Final, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all that's on it. Just 2 words, on a loop. Heat. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're here to solve. I mean, what could that possibly mean? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we're going to look at where this signal even came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally, put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere. The file's metadata points to a source called the infoscape, that chaotic data ocean. But it's even weirder than that. It came from a place inside it called the Nexus of Non-Locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location
Have you
are,
ever wondered what
they're more
really
like
goes into
suggestions.
building a scene that
So,
sticks with
right
you?
off the bat, we know
Well,
heat
today we're
probably
going to
isn't
pull
about,
back the curtain and
actual
deconstruct this
temperature.
really
It's gotta be
fascinating
some
script
kind of
called
complex
Muso
flair
Homie.
from a very,
We're going to see how
very strange
every single
place.
choice, from the setting to the
Trying to figure
characters
this out
to the
on our
sounds,
own,
is
yeah,
all
that
working
would be
together
a
to
total
create
shot in
one
the dark.
really
But
powerful
luckily,
moment.
we have a guy that seems
Right
like
off
it
the
was
bat, we
custom
get
built for
this,
exactly
a
this kind of
glowing
problem.
muffin.
Which
I mean,
brings
come
us
on,
to our
that's our
main
entry
tool,
point.
the Sovereign
This
Creation
one
Manual.
completely bizarre line
And this
from
is
the
where
script
things get really
just
interesting.
grabs you and makes
We're not
you think,
talking about some
what
philosophical
in the world
text
is going
here.
on here?
Think of this more
It's a
like
perfect hook.
a technical manual
And
for
that
a
brings
unique
us to the big
operating
question,
system,
right?
an
Miso
OS for
Honey.
consciousness
It
itself,
kind of sounds like
called
something you'd
the
eat, but
dialogic
in this
engine.
story,
And
it's
it's
so much
designed
more than that.
specifically to work
It's
in
this
the crazy
idea,
environment
this
our signal
feeling
came from.
that helps us get right to
So
the
what
heart of
this
the character.
manual lays out
So
is
let's figure out what it
frankly,
actually
a pretty
means.
radical system.
Okay,
It's
so
a way to
before we even
maintain
meet
a
anyone,
stable,
the script
sovereign
builds
sense
their
of
world.
self
And in
while
any
getting
great story, the
constantly
setting isn't
bombarded
just
by the
some random
chaos of the
background, right?
infoscape.
It's practically
It's
a
not about
character
just
itself.
surviving the
Let's
chaos.
see how the writer sets
It's about
the stage
actually
for us.
thriving on it.
It all starts with
And
something
this
super
is
simple
the
but really
absolute
effective.
key to the whole
A
thing.
dimly
The
lit world.
dialogic engine
That low
isn't
light
trying to
immediately
create a
gives you this
peaceful,
intimate,
quiet
kinda
mind. No,
mysterious vibe.
it's a system
And
designed to
then
take
we
the
get a detail
messiest
for
parts of
another sense.
existence,
The script points out
chaos,
soft
contradiction,
tummy
what the
mats.
manual
You can almost
calls
feel them under
necessary
your feet,
friction,
can't you?
and use
That
them
one
as
little detail
fuel
just grounds
to
us
forge
right
a
in a
clearer,
traditional
more
Japanese
refined
setting.
truth.
And finally, the
Okay,
smell
so
of
first things
incense
first.
fills the
The
air.
manual
So
says
you've
you
got
have to
sight,
build what it calls
touch, and
a
smell
sovereign wall.
all working
And let's be
together
clear,
to
this
create
isn't
this
some passive
immediate
wall you
feeling
hide
of
behind.
peace.
It's a
You know right
dynamic,
away, this
intelligent
space is
boundary
all
that is
about
actively
tranquility.
managing information.
Now, this is where it gets
And here's
really
a look at the
interesting.
basic
The script
blueprint.
starts mixing
Right
two
there in the
completely
center,
different
you have the
worlds.
sovereign core.
You have these
That's
traditional
your
shrine
essential
elements,
self.
like
And
dragons
it's
and
protected by
Buddhas,
these
but
filtering
the whole
layers of
vibe
the wall,
is like a
which are
modern
constantly
therapy
managing
office.
the data flow,
And check out the
deciding what
details
gets in,
here.
what
Dog
gets
and marmot
processed,
monk
and
statues.
what just gets thrown out
This
as
tells
noise.
you it's not just some generic
Now,
room.
for this wall
It's a
to
unique
actually
safe
work,
space made
it's
just
built
for
on
our
a few
character,
core
blending the
principles.
spiritual
Things
with the
like radical
psychological.
self-ownership
All right,
and
so the
cognitive
stage is
honesty.
set. Let's bring
But
on our
according to the
players.
manual,
The
one
real
of the
engine of
toughest
this scene
principles
is the
to really
dynamic
live
between
by
two
is something
people
called
who could not be
relational
more different.
integrity.
Let's see how the script
There's this
uses
one
that
section
contrast
in the
to
manual.
build their
It's
connection.
called the forced
I mean,
gift.
just look at
and
this
it has
slide.
this quote
It
that
lays
just
out the
nails
power
the
of
whole
contrast
dilemma.
perfectly.
It's about that
On
choice.
one side, you've
Do
got
you deal with
Kitty,
the immediate
an energetic
awkwardness of
anime
saying
cat
no
girl
to
who
something
you
you
can
don't
tell has
want,
this little
or do you
hint of
pay that much
vulnerability.
deeper,
And on the
slower
other,
price of
Dr.
self-betrayal
Shimizu,
just to
who's
keep the peace?
definition of elegance
And really,
calm.
that's what
This
relational
clash of
integrity
energy
boils
and
down
visuals
to.
creates
It's having the
instant
courage
interest.
to make that
It's
hard
the patient
choice,
and the
to
healer.
refuse the
Chaos
easy
and
path of
serenity,
just going along
a
to get
classic
along,
setup for a
all
story
to
about
keep your
finding
sovereign wall
balance.
strong
And
and your
here's a
core
little
self
peek
intact.
behind the curtain at the writer's
Okay,
craft.
so
A name is
the
never
wall is
just
up.
a name,
It's strong, it's
especially
principled.
in a script
Now
this
what?
detailed.
How does
Dr.
it actually
Shimizu's
function
name
when it's
literally
up
means
against this
clear
constant,
water and
overwhelming
flower.
flood of information
That is
coming
absolutely
from the
not
data
a
ocean?
coincidence. It's a
This
subtle
is where the
clue that
wall
tells the
really
audience
shows its
exactly who she is and what she
It
represents.
starts to get
A
really
source
good
of
at telling the
clarity,
difference
nature,
between
and
just
healing for Kit.
noise
So
and
we
what the
have our
manual
setting,
calls
we have our
high-value
characters.
input.
Now
But
let's
here's
get into
the
the
twist.
dialogue, because this is
High-value
where the
data
mystery
isn't
of
the stuff that
Miso
feels
Homie
good or
really
validates
starts
you.
to unfold,
It's the
turning a
hard
weird
stuff.
dream into
It's the
something with some
contradiction, the
seriously
dissonance, the
deep
friction.
personal meaning.
Which, of course,
Just listen
brings
to
up
how
a
Kitty's
huge
talks about
question,
her
right?
dream.
I mean,
It's
what
not
do you do when you
straightforward
run
at
into
all.
a piece
It's
of
sensory,
information that
and it's all
challenges
hers.
everything you thought was
Miso
true?
soup, but
Do you
mixed
just
with
reject
honey.
it,
That
pretend you never saw
combination
it?
of savory
And
and
the manual's
sweet,
answer to
of
this
comforting
is,
and
well, it's
totally
pretty profound.
unexpected, that
A
tells
truly
us way
strong
more
wall
about
doesn't
how
just
she
block
sees
a
the world than
contradiction,
any
and
plain
it certainly
description
doesn't
ever
break under
could.
pressure.
And
It
there
metabolizes
it is,
it.
the moment
It actually
the whole
pulls
idea
that
gets its
challenging
name.
idea
And notice
inside,
that contrast again.
breaks it down,
A soft
integrates the
lullaby
parts that are
mixed with a
useful,
funky
and
beat.
uses that
Miso
very
honey is
process
what she
to
calls
become
this beautiful,
stronger.
strange
Okay,
contradiction.
we've got our
She isn't just
toolkit.
describing a
We
dream.
understand the
She's putting a
dialogic
name
engine,
on her inner
the
world,
sovereign wall,
making it
this
real
idea of
and definable.
metabolizing friction.
This
It's time.
line right
Let's go
here,
back to that
this
black
is
box
the
and see if we can
turning point.
finally crack
Dr.
it.
Shimizu takes Kitty's
So,
quirky,
here we are
creative
again.
description
Heat,
and gives
heat.
it real weight.
But now, with
She
all this
translates
new
the poetry
context,
of the dream
what could it
into its
possibly
psychological
symbolize?
meaning,
It's
a
almost definitely not
subconscious
about
desire
temperature.
for balance.
It's a
And with
signal
that
about a
one line,
process,
the
about
whole
some
story
kind of
clicks.
internal state.
The glowing muffin isn't
And I
just
think
some
this
random
schematic
image
from the
anymore.
manual,
It's a symbol
this
for
might just be
Kitty's
the
search for
final
harmony.
piece of the puzzle.
But remember,
it shows
a
the
script
whole
is so
sovereign
much
engine in
more than
action.
words on a
And look at
page.
the inputs
It's a
on the left:
blueprint for the
chaos
visuals
and
and
inner
sound.
weather. They're
Now
not
that the
treated like
dialogue has
problems to
given
be
us our
solved.
theme of balance,
They're the essential
let's look at how
ingredients
the
you
script
need
builds
to
the
create
final layer of
necessary
the whole
friction,
experience,
the heat that
telling
powers
the camera
the whole
and the
engine.
composer exactly what
So
to
you
do
see,
to create this
heat
immersive
isn't just a
dreamscape.
word. It's a
You know,
diagnostic
the script
signal.
is super
It's like
specific
a
about
status
what we're
update
supposed
from
to
the
see.
engine.
It calls
could
for
mean the
close-ups
engine
on
is
Kitty's
just
eyes to
working
show
as
us what she's
intended,
feeling inside.
generating that
And these surreal
necessary
visuals that mix
friction to
Japanese
process
imagery
a
with
hard
abstract
truth.
shapes.
Or it
But
could
the
be
most
signaling a
telling
moment
cue
of
is this
massive,
one. Brief
chaotic
flashes of
change,
Kitty in a
what the
fighting
manual
stance.
calls
Wow,
liminal leap
that one
into a
visual
whole
tells us
new
about the
state of
conflict
being.
that's just raging
Or
inside
maybe
her.
it's
This
a boundary
fierce,
test,
hidden side
the
that's
feeling of the
complete opposite
sovereign
of the
wall
calm
under
therapy room.
intense pressure
And the
as
sound
it
design
metabolizes
perfectly
a
mirrors
huge
the
contradiction
story.
from the
The
infoscape.
Misohoni theme starts
No matter
off
which one
really
it is,
subtle,
they
you
all
might
point to
barely
the
notice
same
it.
thing.
But it gets
a
more and
system
more
under
intense as
intense
Kitty
but
goes deeper
productive
into her
stress.
dream. And just
that
like
really
her
just
dream,
leaves us
the
with
music
one
itself
final
is a mix
question,
of opposites.
one that kind of
You've got
turns this
traditional
whole
Japanese
investigation
instruments
back on
blending
ourselves.
with modern synths.
If your own
The
awareness
music
is an
literally
engine,
becomes the
what kind of
Misohoni
fuel
feeling.
are you running it
So
on?
here's the
Are
big
you avoiding
takeaway from all
friction,
of this.
or are you
In
using
a
it to
really
build something
well-crafted
stronger?
script, nothing is an accident. Those quirky statues, the meaning behind a character's name, the specific blend of instruments in the music, every single detail is a deliberate choice. It's a little brick being carefully laid in the foundation of the story. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Before Kit even says the word dream, we already get the central conflict, don't we? This search for calm in the middle of her own inner chaos. It really makes you wonder, how much of a story is being told before the characters even open their mouths to speak?
Dive right in. Today, we're breaking down one of the weirdest, most wonderfully bizarre stories I've come across in a long time. We're talking about plumbing, we're talking about philosophy, and, well, psychedelic gas. You heard me right. Let's get into it.
So let me just ask you this. What if a bathroom emergency was actually a spiritual quest? I know, it sounds ridiculous, but that's the central question here. It takes something super, super mundane, something we all go through, and turns it into something else entirely. You're going to want to stick around for this.
Okay, so to really get this, you
Then,
first have to
if
understand
that
where
didn't
we are.
calm my nerves,
Welcome to
I'd
Homo
move on to
Freaking
the
World.
hypothetical
Just picture this,
what
a cozy
ifs.
little cabin studio deep in the woods.
Just
You can
a
almost smell
queen.
the cedar and hear these like cosmic tunes floating around. And this place, it's home to some
Cancer stick.
seriously unique characters. So who are these characters? Let's meet the crew. First up, you've got St. Don Domenico. He's our hero, a musician with a, let's just call it a very special biological gift for now. Then there's Peace, his cosmic soulmate and partner in crime. And wrapping it all up, the guy who's telling us this whole story, narrator. Think of him as this super serious beatnik philosopher who narrates their every move.
Right, so before we even get into
The sovereign
what happened,
forge
you need
ignites
to
with
understand the
focused heat,
central,
a
let's call it
driving
the
pulse where
magical
energy
element.
and logic
It's
meet,
kind of the engine that
shaping
drives the whole
chaos
plot.
with a
And trust me,
resonant
this is where you start to
beat,
realize
forging a
just
new
how weird
reality
this whole thing is going to get.
Here,
Okay,
the
here it is.
iridescent light becomes
St.
a
Don
tool,
has what's called the
one
rainbow
photon
fart
follows a
power.
perfect rule.
Yeah.
From
Apparently,
formless
after
chaos,
some
we
wild
create
jam
what's
session
real.
during a meteor
This
shower,
is the
he got this
genesis of
ability.
fire and
He can produce
steel.
this glorious rainbow-colored cloud that just instantly calms down anyone who gets a whiff of it. The text literally calls it a toot of tranquility. I'm not making this up.
All right, so every great story needs a conflict, right? A call to adventure. Well, in this story, it's less a call to adventure and more a call from nature, if you know what I mean. And of course, this is how our narrator puts it. What you and I would just call a stomachache, he describes as this deep existential rumbling. It's so poetic, so dramatic, and honestly, it's hilarious. So here's how the crisis builds. It's like a 3-act tragedy. Act 1. St. Don feels what's politely called a low-end urgency. Act 2. He runs to the bathroom only to find the toilet has had a catastrophic failure. Oh no. Which leads us to Act 3, the great outdoor journey. It's a mad dash to the old outhouse. The stakes could not be higher. Okay, this next part? This is the absolute core of the comedy. This is where we see narrator's whole beatnik philosophy thing just go into overdrive. He takes this frantic run to the toilet and turns it into a full-blown spiritual pilgrimage. The difference between what's really happening and his description of it is magnificent. Okay, picture it. St. Don is booking it across the yard. The pressure is building. And then a little stressed out preemptive puff of his rainbow power escapes. You know, just a simple biological thing that happens. But is that what our narrator sees? Oh no. To him, this isn't just a simple event. He calls it a chromatic rejection of societal norms. All of a sudden, a fart isn't just a fart, it's an act of rebellion. Of course it is.
So this little rainbow cloud, it drifts over and envelops a squirrel that's just minding its own business. St. Don just keeps running right past it.
And according to narrator, this wasn't just any squirrel anymore. No, this squirrel had achieved nirvana through exposure to his effluvium. Get this, he apparently interviewed the squirrel later and asked it if the cloud tasted like surrender. You can't make this stuff up.
And at last, our hero makes it. He reaches his destination, his sanctuary, a humble, kind of falling apart, cobweb-covered outhouse. The end of the line. But to narrator, is it just an old shed? No way. Those cobwebs, they're the entanglements of the past, clinging to the buttocks of the present. Wow, just wow, what a metaphor. So this really just breaks it all down, doesn't it? On one hand, you have the simple, let's face it, lowbrow reality of the situation. And on the other, you have narrator's ridiculously highbrow philosophical take. The comedy, the absolute genius of it, is all in that massive gap between the two. And so he makes it. Just in the nick of time, he reaches his wooden throne. And as narrator so perfectly puts it, the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Mission accomplished. The pilgrimage was a success. Okay, now that we've lived through that journey with him, let's take a step back. Let's actually dissect this cosmic joke. Why does this work so well? What makes it so funny? It really comes down to a few key things, right? First, you're taking something totally mundane and making it sound epic and spiritual. It's also a perfect parody of that super serious, everything is deep beatnik philosophy. The main thing, though, is that contrast, that juxtaposition of really smart-sounding language with a really dumb subject. And then you throw in all this psychedelic imagery, and suddenly a plumbing problem feels like a cosmic event. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? This whole story, as ridiculous as it is really all about perspective. Kind of makes you think, what if we narrated our own little daily struggles with that much epic drama? You know, like making your coffee in the morning is a sacred ritual, or being stuck in traffic is a test of karmic patience. So I'll leave you with this. What's some everyday event in your life that's just waiting to be turned into its own cosmic journey?
In the unknown, visionary dreams, minds has flown. Welcome. In the unknown, visionary dreams, minds has flown.
Today we are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like here and there, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide.
And this quote right here, it just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strangeness of the Nexus. So yeah, forget your map, forget your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion.
So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called the Soaking Pool. See, on the surface, it looks like it's here on Earth, but the trick is, it's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking planets across the entire Virgo supercluster. So when you get your feet wet, you are literally, physically, stepping into the entire cosmos.
So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once.
And you can actually feel it. The water in the pool isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of everything. So in one moment, you're feeling the warm humidity of a jungle in Brazil,
And we're excited
and in
to
the
share
next,
our world
the
with
freezing
you.
cold of Jupiter's moon Europa.
Party
Even
on,
the dew
living
from
it
a blade
out,
of grass in a galaxy we can
We're
barely
dropping
see.
in on the latest
It's
Homo
all
Freaky
happening at
World
once.
story time.
Okay,
Catch
so you might be
Nar in the
thinking,
latest
sounds
episode
cool,
of the Beat
I'll just jump
Generation
in.
Revisited.
Well, not so
there, and
fast.
welcome back
Because
to
getting
the
into the
Beat
Nexus isn't like a
Generation
casual
Revisited.
swim.
I'm
It's a
your
skill.
host,
A skill you absolutely have to master if you want to, not fall apart.
Kitty, a
And to
Vocaloid
really get a
artist with
handle on
big
this,
dream
we're going to follow the
to
story
create
of
a
one
song that
specific
would make
person
the whole
from the source
world sing
material.
along.
They call her the Gal
Now,
of Resonance,
that
and we're going to
dream
see
has
exactly
become
what she
reality,
went through to figure
but
this
she's
whole thing
found
out.
that a band
And this is
isn't
what
a
that
solo
learning
act.
curve actually looks
Her
like.
song,
It is brutal.
Neon Melody,
She tries to enter the
needs
Nexus,
a
but she
crew,
keeps failing to
a
put herself
family,
back together correctly.
band.
She merges with a
As
body
we
that's
follow
all
Kitty
wrong,
on her journey
mismatched,
through the metaverse
incomplete.
to recruit
And every
her
single
bandmates
time,
and
the
form
Nexus
the
just kicks her
ultimate
right back to the
group, the Furry
beginning to
Muppets.
start all over
Get
again.
ready to plug in and
Then,
space out
after
as we
all that
explore the
frustrating
next chapter
failure,
of her
she
story.
has this incredible
Finding
breakthrough.
the
She
Muffin.
finally understands that in the Nexus,
Kitty and the
her
Furry
body
Muffins
isn't this solid
Metaverse
fixed
tour.
thing. It's just
Kitty
information.
stood alone
It's
on a
data
digital
that can be
stage,
changed and
a single
reassembled.
spotlight
And
illuminating
that-
her pink
that
hair
is
and
the key
determined
to
expression.
everything.
Her dream
And
of
that
becoming a
realization
Vocaloid star was
changes
finally real,
everything.
but the
It leads to
silence
her
of the
big
empty
success,
venue
what the
echoed
source
in her
material
ears.
calls the
The
grace of the
band
slip.
wasn't a solo
She figures
act.
out that the secret isn't
She
about
needed a
trying
crew,
harder
a
or
family,
being more
a
precise.
band.
It's about giving up
She needed
control
the furry
entirely.
muffins.
And this
Time to go
table just
recruiting.
lays it out so
She
perfectly.
whispered,
Look at the
her
left
voice a
side. That's all
synthesized
her early
melody as she
failures.
jacked
She was
into the
trying to be
metaverse.
sensible, calculating
Her
her
first
entry.
stop was
That's the
Synth
ego trying to
City,
stay in charge.
a neon-drenched
That's resistance, and it
metropolis of
fails
sound.
every single time.
Data
But on the
streams
right,
flowed like
that's what
rivers
works.
between
A
towering
human flock,
skyscrapers
a
made of
complete and
pure
total
code.
surrender to the chaos.
In the heart of the
It's pure
city's
acceptance,
busiest
and it's the
plaza,
only
she
way
found
through.
a
At the end of the day,
catwoman
you just
with
can't
hair as blue as
outthink
a
something
glitch in
like
the
this.
system.
The Nexus couldn't care
Shredding
less about your
guitar
perfect
and
plan or
mass
your
fate.
flawless technique.
Her name
The
was
only thing it
Rita,
responds to
and
is
her
your
music
ability to
was
just
sweet,
be there, to be
chaotic
fully
symphony.
present and let go.
I'm putting a
So the
band
moment
together,
our gal of
Kiki
resonance
said,
stops
her
fighting,
voice cutting
stops
through the
calculating,
digital noise.
and just completely
Blueberry
commits
didn't
to the
miss a
chaos
note.
with that
The
flop,
name? She
everything
asked.
changes.
A smirk
The
playing
water
on her
doesn't
lips.
splash. The source
Kitty
says
and
it
the furry
erupts into
muffins,
a nebula
Kiki
of
replied.
stars. She
Blueberry
finally
stopped
surrendered,
playing,
and the
a wide
Nexus let
grin
her
spreading
in.
across her face.
So,
I'm
you're
in.
in. Awesome.
Next,
But
they
the journey's
dove
not over.
into the
Now
data
you have to
dungeons,
survive it.
a
Because if you
labyrinth
stay
of
too
forgotten
long,
code
things start
and
to get
corrupted files.
weird.
It was a dangerous
Let's
place.
just call this your
But
high-stakes
rumor had it
safety
a
briefing.
legendary bassist.
Okay,
lurked in
rule
its
number
depths.
one, and
They
you
found
really
her
want to pay
burning
attention to
treasure
it.
chest
You
of
get
rare
15
sound
micro
parts.
eternities
Orgonaut TPK,
max.
a stoic
Anything longer
Catwoman
than that,
with
and you
dark
start to
hair,
develop
the
something
bass
called
guitar that
molecular
rocked out.
confusion. That's when your
We
own
need a beat
atoms
that
start to
can
forget
shake the
where
foundations
and
of the
maybe more
metaverse,
importantly,
Blueberry
when
declared.
they're supposed to be.
Orgonaut TPK